Hello everybody, yes, good morning and welcome to Silverstone. Now, I'm hearing rumours that there's a race taking place at Aintree, but there's only one kind of horsepower I'm interested in, and it doesn't have 4 legs. No, in fact, it's got 4 wheels. Yes, we've got so much coming up for you today. One day only bonanza of motorsport with BARC TV. The Superkarts, they're about to head out on track. We're going to catch up with some of the drivers very shortly. They are insane. If you've never seen them before, boy oh boy, you're in for a real treat. It's a new dawn, it's a new era as well for the Britcar Endurance Championship, a massive field of up to 36 cars. Oh boy, oh boy. We've also got the classic 2CVs. They are always entertaining. They're superb. And if you love your single-seaters, your Monopostos, that's what you can hear thundering right now. They're about to finish up. No, we're not at Las Vegas. We are at Silverstone. Let's go for a walk and have a look at some of the cars, shall we? These Superkarts about to jump out. Let's just grab a quick word of Costa if we can.
Hello.
Is it good to be back?
Yeah. I mean, I've been looking forward to this for a long time. The winter always lasts too long, you know, when you're all racing, so...
It's so loud, isn't it? It's hard to hear anything. Look, what sort of speeds are you getting up to in these Superkarts?
Oh, I can't know. 100 and...
You can't look, you can't risk a look, can
No, you do about 140.
What? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, you're not strapped in, are you?
I'm doing 170, but the rest not.
Let's have a look at it. You're not strapped in, are you? There's no belts.
No. You don't want to be strapped in because in case something happens, you want to be able to fly off.
You need to get out quick.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's not.
Let's have a look. Thank you. Best of luck with the race. I appreciate it, mate. Have a look at these cars. Look, no seatbelts, nothing. I'm getting absolutely whacked by the exhaust here. It is absolutely sensational. Turn up the volume. Listen. I'm sorry if you've already got the audio on. It's going to absolutely get you, isn't it? We've got Kirk here as well. Let's just have a quick chat. Kirk, we'll just grab a quick word of you. Good to be back.
Yes, I wasn't expecting you to come and speak to me. We're back racing first time this year, so
yeah,
we're excited.
What are you making of the circuit? It's been a bit chilly this morning, but it looks pretty warm out there now.
I'm hoping it's warmed up a little bit. It was a bit cold in levels before, you know, on the old private parts. We're glad to be back. I mean, Silverstone is a nice place. It's probably the best circuit out of the 2.
Yeah.
Should karts really be here? We're just go-karting. You know, we're not trying to make it to Formula 1 route.
It's a little bit quicker than just go-karting, though.
Well, it all depends how fast you put your pedal down, doesn't it?
Good, thank you. Best of luck, mate. Appreciate it. Right, good. So I can't hear anything. Hope you guys can watch it. Don't forget, hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button as well. BARC TV, yes, it's back. We came back last week. Let me just grab a very quick word. Are we ready? Are we happy to be back?
Yes, very happy to be back. This is my first time on this particular circuit, so
That's it.
a little bit nervous.
What did you make of it in qualifying?
Well, it's the first time on this one, so being the new race, it's been a ride. So hopefully the race will watch.
Good man, look, you'll be great out there. Go enjoy it, have a good time, and enjoy it. Thank you. Cheers. I didn't hear any of that either. Sorry, man, it's so loud down here. Let's have a look at these. Let's grab Mike for a quick chat as well. Hey, dude, mate, it's good to see you again. You ready for this season?
Hopefully, yeah. Today I started just after Christmas, so we're hopefully good to go. Cart's behaving now. Yeah, good, excited to get going again. Yeah, can't wait.
I haven't really been able to hear too well, people, but what sort of speed would you get up to in these round here?
Well, in quali we were hitting about 127 on the back straight. Not bad for a 250 single. The twins will be getting about 145, so...
Wow.
Yeah, not bad.
Not bad. Yeah, not bad. Understatement of the season. Cheers, Mike. There we go. Let's just move down a little bit further, shall we, as well. There's Ollie's card as well. A little bit different now. We're moving all the way down. Some cracking liveries. We've got some serious smoke here. Come along actually with us a little bit further whilst we can, because we are going racing very, very shortly. Monopostos are just finishing up here as well. There's one of the Monopostos there. Look how busy it is here along the pit wall as well at Silverstone. It's so good to see on the international circuit as well. We're in the wing. We're going to get some serious mileage in today. It's a long, long, long old way. Let's just grab a quick chat here, shall we? And just find out how we feel. It's good to see you. How you doing? All right? Are you excited for this one?
Yeah, we got a lot of ground to make up. We had a puncture in the first one on the first lap, so it put us out of quali. Yeah, just see how we get on.
So you want to watch in this race?
I'd like to be in the top 10 by the time we finish.
Okay, we're going to remember this one, the 68. Keep your eye on that one. Let's move around. I think we've got a little bit of time yet. Monoposto's still on track. Let's go into the garages, shall we, and see what's going on. Remember, if you've got a question today, do put it in the comment section. I know Dave Goddard is on commentary today, so hello, Dave. Hope you're well, mate. And if you've got a question for him or any of the drivers you want to hear from, let us know in that comment section. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We can see the comments. Let's just go down here, just see this cart's a little bit late going out. Let's make sure everything's okay with it. Let's just have a quick chat. Is everything okay?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're just about finished up now and just putting the seat back in and we're good to go.
Ah, fantastic, excellent. Nice one, there you go. Fletcher Hearn there. Let's just move back out over here, shall we? We'll hand over very, very shortly. It's so loud, it's so great to be back in motorsport. It really, really is here at Silverstone in the wing. Look at this, everybody. Almost time to go racing for the Superkarts. Before I go deaf, I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard. He'll take you through the action. We're going to make our way to the front. I'll see you soon.
Well, thanks very much, Ian. Good afternoon, ladies and gents. Great to have you with us here at the home of British motorsport on the Silverstone International Circuit. It's a one-day event. Saturday is certainly race day here at Silverstone. We're just coming to the end of our final qualifying session before our first race of the day. A revised timetable. We had a delay this morning to the start of qualifying due to a technical issue here at the circuit, so apologies for the late start to today's action. We will get all 9 races in across 4 different categories. We kick off with the British Superkart Racing Club, the first round of their Super Series. They may be small, but they are very spectacular indeed. As we heard, 140 miles an hour in a straight line from the top line, Division 1 Superkarts, and there's a field of over 40 karts here today. We've also got single-seater actions we can see from the Monoposto Racing Club, everything from Formula 3 cars downwards, really. We've got one Formula 3 car in the gravel there, unfortunately, at the club chicane. That's the number 16 car, I think, that's gone off there. Just going to grab my entry list and we'll identify who that is in a second. It's Felix Baggett, number 16, with his Dallara, that's gone off there. Unfortunately, the Fern GP team-run car. Driver's out of the car, okay, just gone backwards into the gravel trap at the end of the qualifying session. Also today, it's a new dawn for the Britcar Endurance Championship, supported by Rowe Motor Oil and Goodyear tyres. And we saw last year there were 2 categories. It was the endurance category and trophy category. Well, that's all been combined into one. For this year we will have 2 45-minute races with a mandatory pit stop and a huge field of almost 40 cars here for that one as well, including some quite famous names from the world of GT racing. Team Brit are here with a number of cars, and there's even a return for a certain Mr. Jimmy Broadbent. He's not in his Praga this time, incidentally. He'll be in a Peugeot shared with former BTCC driver Scott Sumpton. We'll see them out for the second race of the day. And rather at the other end of the speed scale, but certainly not the entertainment scale, we've got the classic 2CV Racing Club as well. Citroen 2CVs, always great fun to race and to watch, and I'm looking forward to their 2 races this afternoon. So we'll have a quick look back at qualifying today. We started with the Superkarts, and it was the British champion Lee Harpen, car number 1, who was quickest of the Division 1 Superkarts ahead of Dutchman Richard van der Ness. They will be heading the grid for our first race of the day. Quickest in the F250 mono class was Paul Platt, the multiple British champion, current holder of the O-Plate Championship, so he's number O or 0. And the other class is the 125s. Ollie Holmes, the reigning British champion, was quickest of the F125 Open category. The 125 KZ category, it was Ella Stevens, the former single-seater racer, who was quickest there. She's been testing in F4 as well, so very much a name to watch. And the F450 national category as well. Only a couple of those here, but quickest of them was Nick Flint in 31st overall of 46 karts that took part in qualifying. Now, Liam Morley, the multiple British champion and British Grand Prix winner and European champion, he didn't get a flying lap in qualifying, so he's scheduled to start 43rd on the grid. So watch for him coming through when we have our first race of the day. Let's have a look at qualifying for the Britcar Endurance Championship as well. That will be the first 45-minute race with mandatory pit stop. It was the Toro Verde GT Porsche of Steve Gambrell and Dan Lloyd, British touring car star, who qualified fastest there, but only by a few hundredths of a second over the Ferrari of welcome returnees to Britcar, Bon Grimes and Johnny Mola in the FF Corsa Red River Sports Ferrari 488 Challenge, with the Cunninghams third quickest in their new Porsche 991. Qualifying for the 2 CVs has taken place as well. They have 2 races, and some drivers will, and some cars will be shared by 2 drivers, one in race 1 and one in race 2. So they had 2 separate qualifying sessions earlier. Former champion Chris Tovey was quickest in the first session, not driving his own car today. He's in the SL racing car for race 1, shared with Lawrence Broadhurst, the car's owner. And in second qualifying for the 2 CVs, it was Seb Jones-White, so only a couple of years into his 2 CV career, he was fastest. Alex Cockhill, the reigning champion, not out this weekend, and of course Pete Sparrow has now cut back on his racing, the man who dominated 2 CV racing for many years, so it'll be a very open field this year. The telehandler just telehandling the number 16 Monoposto car away there. I think it was George Line who was showing at top of the times when qualifying came to an end there.
Alongside him, the 83 of Paul Von Gerard.
Which is the number 51 Dallara Formula 3 class, but we'll soon be underway with our first British Superkart Racing Club event of the season. We'll give you the grid shortly. 4 different classes, as we say, well 5 if you count the 2 125 classes, Open and KZ. You can recognise the class that a Superkart is in by the colour of its number plates. Division 1 have yellow number plates, the F250 monos have white, F450 have red, and the 125 Opens have blue, and I think the 125 KZs have green number plates. But the grid for race 1 then, it is Lee Harpham, the British champion, on pole. He's also won the British, Dutch and French Superkart Grand Prix last season. Starts alongside Dutchman Richard van der Ness in number 21. Second row, 87, Jack Tritton from Norfolk will be one to watch alongside 84 of Matt Robinson. Then Aaron Newell and Ross Witherow on row 3. Brian Jones and Andy Gulliford. Good to see him back up there on row 4. And completing the top 10, Superkart veteran Carl Hulme alongside Costa Kiritsis, who's moving up this year into the Division 1 class. He was in the 125 Open class last season. The Greek-born driver, we heard from him earlier, completes the top 10. On row 6 is a name familiar to followers of the Praga Cup a couple of years ago. Chris Chippy Westermael is on row 6 on his Superkart debut alongside Paul Von Gerard. Row 7 is Andy Waite alongside the first of our 250 runners, number 0, Paul Platt. Row 8, Johnny West, the American driver. Number 20 comes from Illinois, alongside Kurt Catamon, who we heard from a moment ago with Ian. Samantha Hempshall starts alongside Fletcher Hearn on row 9. The 10th row, Lee Plain, 101. He's going to be one to watch in the 250 category, starting alongside John Busby. Row 11 is 143, John Reeder. He's in a 250 alongside 92, Ben Arder. And then row 12, Mark Pask and Ella Stevens, the first of the 125 KZ runners. 31, Sam Moss alongside 49, Michael Parr. Then Ross Allen, quite a way down the grid for Ross, so watch for him coming through. Starts alongside Ollie Holmes, number S3 in the first of the 125, second of the 125 KZ runners, I should say. Richard Connick in number 161. Actually, I think there's been a change of class. I think Ollie Holmes, yeah, he's a 125 Open runner, not KZ. That's an error on my entries. Apologies there. Row 15, Richard Connick and Alan Crossan. And then on row 16, Nick Flint, the first of the 450, starts alongside number 99, Aston Baker. He's in a 125 KZ. Row 17, Oliver Ridout and 97, Toby Vincent. Row 18, Daniel Gerrard and Marco Haig, number 93. Andy Powell and Terence Dudley on row 19. Gary Popkins and Marty Baker on the 20th row. And there's still more to come. Richard Scott and Alex Dudley on row 21 in 40 and 76. Row 22, watch for number 24, Liam Morley. Missed a couple of events last year, so lost his British title to Lee Harpham, the former European Superkart champion and British Grand Prix winner on several occasions. He didn't get a flying lap in qualifying, he had some problems. He is scheduled to start from the 22nd row of the grid alongside number 47 of Aaron Mayle. He's in a 250 mono. And at the back of the field, 68 of Mark Edwards, he's in Division 1 Superkart, and 95 Daniel Lanson on a 250 mono. So it looks like we've got just the one 450 runner, Nick Flint, so I don't think the 450s will be scoring points today. There we see Liam Morley. Watch for that number 24 in his familiar white, red and green colours flying through from the back of the grid if he is out there. It will be a rolling start behind the pace car and a 15-minute race.
Which is great because it's a fantastic sight and very colourful too. Although putting the colours to the drivers,
as I expected, having mentioned Jimmy Broadbent, there's only one subject in the live chat at the moment.
They're very colourful as they turn into Club Corner.
And coming up towards the start though for our first race of the day, the British Superkart Racing Club Super Series. Here they are on the grid. Lee Harpham leading the round. Alongside him is Dutchman Richard van der Nest. Look how many of them there are. A huge grid of superkarts. Are they going to be unleashed this time? Watch for the red lights going out. So I don't think they're going to go racing this time. Or are they? They're breaking ranks rather early there. Yes, the red light does go out and we are underway. I thought they were going to send them round again there for a second as Lee Harpham leads into Abbey Corner for the first time already. Look at the speed of even the smaller 125cc engine carts. Absolutely flying along. Trying to get around the outside there is the number 84 of Matt Robinson. He's made a good start from the second row. This must be some of the craziest action in all of British motorsport. They even make motorcycle racers look sensible at times, this lot, with some of the manoeuvres they pull off. As they come out of Chapel onto the Hanger Straight, it is Lee Harpham who's got the lead. Matt Robinson, I think, is there in second place, coming under fire from the number 82, I think that is, trying to go through on the inside. No, 87, sorry, of Jack Tritton, who runs a kart track in Cromer, the holiday resort in Norfolk, so lives and breathes karting. They charge their way down the Hanger Straight. It looks like Carl Coombe, number 5, the Superkart veteran. Yeah, he's dropped to the back of the field, unfortunately. Another kart slowing there, I think it was the number 55 of Ross Witherow from Northern Ireland. He was well up on the grid, and somebody else slowing there as well. There are a number of karts slowing down here. A bit tricky to pick out the numbers on 1 and 2 of them, so we'll pick them up as we go along from the TSL timing screen. If you want to follow the live timing from today's racing, then tsl-timing.com is the place to do so. Around the first lap, there's the number 49 car, that's Michael Parr from Manchester. Lee Harpham, the leader by just under a second from Matt Robinson, with Tritton in third place. Richard van der Nest from the front row has dropped back into fifth place behind Aaron Newell. Then we've got Andy Gulliford. Costa Kiritsis, new to Division 1, is in the top 10, and the hand goes in the air there from Matt Robinson. He's got a problem. He was second, but he's slowing down, so quite a few karts with a few teething problems in this opening race of the 2025 British Superkart Racing Club season. They make their way down the Hanger Straight towards the ultra-fast Stowe corner. Carl Horn recovering after his earlier delay there, past the number 47 of Aaron Mayle, who started from the back of the grid. Now, is Liam Morley out there? Just taking a look now. I'm not sure that he is. I think he must have had problems in qualifying, but that is not at the moment because there's plenty more action out there. The 85 of Ross Allen in the red kart there making a move. Here's a move being made by the number 21, that's Richard van der Nest, on the inside of 140 of Aaron Newell, one of our visitors from Northern Ireland. 29 is Chris Chippy Westmail, the ex-Praga Cup racer. It's Lee Harpham out front, winner of just about every honour available to him last season. He has taken over as the king of British Superkarts from Liam Morley in 2024. Tritton up there in second place, then the number 21 of van der Nest is now back up into third position. Rest of them file their way through behind. It's Andy Gulliford next in the order. I wonder why I couldn't spot Andy Gulliford. He's down as number 8 on my entry list, but he's racing as number 6, so a change of number to his kart as they come down the Vale and into the club chicane. 69 there, that is Costa Kiritsis. Charge their way onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straights. He's of course busy with Formula 1 commitments over in Japan this weekend. out of Abbey Corner through Farm and Village. Instead of turning back towards the Grand Prix circuit to the left here through the loop, they make their way out to Chapel and the Hanger Straight. 85 of Ross Allen, putting 48 Brian Jones under pressure. Still Harpham, Tritton, Van der Ness, Gulliford, and Liam Morley is out there. I was looking down the timing screen to try and see him. He's made his way through the order very stealthily up into 5th position, so Liam has made his way towards the front already. I knew he would. He was moving his way through up the timing screen so quickly I didn't spot him. There's the O-plate of Paul Platt. Now, is he leading the 250 class? He is. Keep an eye on our class leaders further down the order. Ella Stevens is leading 125 KZ. Ollie Holmes 125 Open. There's only the 1/450 runner out there, unfortunately, this weekend. I think. Format in a moment. No, there are two 450s out there. Ronan McClintock joined the back of the grid. He wasn't on the grid sheet, so Ronan McClintock, reigning British 450 national champion, is out there. Costa Kiritsis had his hand in the air there briefly, dropped behind Paul Platt. He goes through, moving up into 13th place overall and challenging, as he often does, the Division 1 Superkarts at the front of the field, the quickest runners. Fastest lap of the race has been recorded by Liam Morley, no surprise there. Somebody slowing down, that's Oliver Redout from Leicestershire on his 125 machine. He's going to have to pull over. That's the earliest opportunity near a marshal's post, I think, on the 125 Open machine. There is Ross Allen making his way forward. He's up to 7th now, after struggling a bit in qualifying. I suppose the biggest problem in qualifying is there's so many karts out there, is getting a clear bit of track to get your fast lapping. Liam Morley has done a 1:01.389. I think that's only about a second over the outright lap record for this circuit. That's held by Jamie Stanley in the Lamborghini Huracan from 2021 in Britcar. 83 is Paul Von Gerard, being chased by Chippy Westmail. They're battling for 9th place, but it's still Lee Harpham that lead. Jack Tritton now under fire from Liam Morley. There is the green and white number 24, back where he likes to be at the front of the field. He's charged his way all the way up from 43rd on the grid. Harpham leads the way, then from Grimsby in Lincolnshire. Morley onto the tail of Jack Tritton now as they come into club. Tritton from Norfolk, Liam Morley from Carnforth in Lancashire, looking to make a move here for 2nd place. They're already into back marker traffic. Van der Ness is still 4th and Gulliford 5th. Morley for the inside at Abbey. Oh, they briefly touched there, I think. The speed you go into Abbey there, you do not want to be touching fairings at that speed. Tritton has been able to pull away again slightly as they pass one of the back markers there. That's Andy Powell a lap down. Harpham runs out a little bit wide there as they come out of Chapel onto the Hanger Straights under the bridge. Here comes the battle for 2nd place. Breezy but fairly warm day here at Silverstone. You can see the heat haze rising as Liam Morley goes for the inside into Stowe Corner. He goes through up into 2nd place. Great stuff so far from the Superkarts, and we're only halfway through this first Super Series race of the year. Somebody's gone off there, I think, at Club, I caught a glimpse of. So the yellow flags will be out there, no overtaking at Club at the moment. There's Lee Harpham, his lead is 2.6 seconds now over Morley and Tritton. Van der Ness under pressure from Gulliford, who moves to the inside, has a look there. Ross Allen in the red cart there, number 85, is up to 6th. 7th is the 140 of Aaron Newell. Top 10 all Division 1 karts at the moment. Paul Platt in 12th place overall is leading the 250s. 125 category is being headed by Ollie Holmes. Ella Stevens leading the 125 KZs. There is Paul Platt, holder of the O-plate. Carl Holmes recovered from his slow start. He's up there ahead of him. He must have had a spin somewhere out of our sight, I think, on the first lap. But challenge on there, that's 101 Lee Plain. We said if you want to watch, he's caught up to the back of Paul Platt now. I'm struggling to keep up with this. There's so much going on out there. Kurt Catamol is 3rd of the 250s. He's a little further behind these two. You can see there the white number plates. This is the battle in 250 mono. Down towards Stowe Corner they come. Under 6.5 minutes of this race to go. Lee Harpham's lead has been reduced now to just over 1 second. Liam Morley is almost catching him. Took 1.5 seconds out of him on that last lap. One or two drivers walking away there. We can't see the numbers on those karts, unfortunately, to see who's gone off. And I'm being told the safety car is going to be deployed. Yep, safety car boards, flags out. Now, had Liam Morley taken the lead? I don't think he had, so we'll pick up the leaders when they're picked up by the safety car. A couple of karts in the gravel track at Club Corner. In the interest of safety, the safety car being brought out. One of them, I think, is the number 15, which is Andy Waits. He's dropped down the timing screen. Yes, there is the number 15, just caught a glimpse of there. Who else have we got stranded? The number 17 from the 125 class, Gary Popkins, who starts at the back of the grid. So those are the two cars that have gone off, and with them in close proximity to the racing surface, it's been deemed that the marshals can't recover them under racing conditions, so the safety car being brought out. The clock will continue to count down. So the safety car is out, and I think Liam Morley had got ahead of Lee Harpham out of our sight there. We were watching the 250 mono battle. I think Liam Morley has taken the overall lead of the race just before the safety car was deployed. Looking at the other class leaders, Paul Platts in 13th place leads the 250s. Ella Stevens in 22nd leads the 125 KZ division. 1 place behind her, Ollie Holmes leads the 125 open class. And yes, the 450s are being led by Ronan McClintock. We hadn't got his name on the grid sheet. He must have been added to the back of the grid after he didn't make it out in qualifying. As the safety car, the Ford Focus Estates, driven by Evelyn Buanik, the former BMW racer, will pick up the leader. Distinctive looking number 93 machine there. Marco Haig. There is Liam Morley, number 24. Didn't take him long, did it, to rip his way through the field? With the back marker in front of the leaders there, Richard Connick, number 161. So the lights are still on atop the safety car, so they'll do another lap here while the marshals lift those two carts out of the way. Morley from Harpham, Tritton in 3rd, Van der Ness 4th, Gulliford 5th, Ross Allen is 6th, then Aaron Newell, Brian Jones, Paul Von Gerard and Chris Chippy Westmail round out the top 10.
Scrapping with Ella Stevens because effectively she's now nearly 3/4 a lap ahead.
Voice of Gary James on the public address system here at Silverstone in the background, the voice of Superkarts for many years.
Ella Stevens at the very back of the snake, 28 red and white cars is the 121. So it looks like we've got 37 cars still circulating.
One of our commenters asking what sort of engines these karts are running. Well, they're mostly based on engines from motocross bikes, these Superkart engines. The Division 1 Superkarts are the most powerful. They run twin-cylinder 250cc engines. There's the F125 Open and KZ classes are the smaller capacity single-cylinder. F250 Mono is 250cc single-cylinder. And there's the 450 category as well for the slightly larger engines. We've only got 2 of them here today. There's the number 17, that's a 125. Gary Popkins from Lincolnshire. Once the marshals have that clear, we will get back underway. The lap takes just over a minute for the fastest runners. 1 minute 1.389, the fastest lap for Liam Morley. Lights are still on atop the safety car. When they go out, it means it's coming in on this lap. Have we lost any major runners apart from Andy Waite here? Well, we lost Matt Robinson early on, of course, for a potential podium slot. He pulled into the pits. We lost the 55 of Ross Witherow. Sam Moss has retired as well, and Costa Kiritsis, we saw him with his hand in the air, has pulled off into the pits as well. So a few major players have dropped out. Now there's only 1 minute left on the clock and the safety car lights are still on, so I think this race is going to finish under caution. Unfortunately for these drivers, less than a minute on the clock and the safety car is still out there, so I think they are going to finish behind the safety car. In which case, looks like it is going to be a win from the back, a burn from the stern, as they say in American racing, for Liam Morley. There will be 3 races though for the British Superkart Racing Club Super Series today, so we'll have another 2 races later on. So Liam Morley will, subject to official confirmation, take the win over Lee Harpham and Jack Tritton. And Liam Morley will get pole position for race 2, because the way it usually works in supercars, and I think this is still the case for 2025, lap times from the first race set the grid for the second race, and lap times from race 2 set the grid for race 3. Slightly different way of doing things. So the clock has counted down to 0, so it will be check and flag this time. The race will finish behind the safety car. So the classes should be won by Paul Platt, who's just ahead of Lee Plain, by Ella Stevens, Ollie Holmes. Looking for the 450 should be Ronan McClintock. So the safety car will bring them round to complete the distance. I think safety car has pulled out of the way there just to let the drivers take the checkered flag under green conditions. Checkered flag greets them. There is the checkered flag as they come out of the final corner. So Liam Morley wins our first race of the day here on the Silverstone International Circuit, ahead of Lee Harpham and Jack Tritton. Slight anticlimax there, but obviously in the interests of safety with 2 carts off at the club chicane. We'll confirm the provisional results in just a moment, and then we'll get ready for our first Britcar Endurance Championship race of the season. A big thanks to their press officer Stephen Wood, who has just sent through the starting drivers for race 1. So provisional result then, Liam Morley your race winner, ahead of Lee Harpham by 0.29 of a second after the safety car ducked into the pit lanes, let them take the checkered flag. Jack Tritton third, a great drive for Liam Morley from 43rd on the grid through to take the win. He and Lee Harpham set for a memorable battle, I'm sure, over the course of this season. Andy Gulliford pipping Richard van der Ness for 4th position, then Ross Allen, Aaron Newell, Brian Jones, Paul von Gerard and Chippy Vesmail making it a top 10 for Division 1. Mark Edwards also coming through from the back to take 11th, and Carl Hulme, after problems on lap 1, finishing in 12th. Paul Platt just beats Lee Plain to win the F250 category. Third in that division was Kurt Catamol. Further back, Ella Stevens takes the F125 KZ class. F125 Open going to Ollie Holmes, and Ronan McClintock, the reigning British champion, takes the F450 category. 12 laps completed by our race winner Liam Morley. He got the fastest lap as well, 1 minute 1.389, and that provisionally will net him pole position for the second race later on, which is scheduled to be due off on the new timetable at 2:45 p.m. Well, shortly we can hand down to Parc Fermé with Ian Waterhouse, and he can catch up with some of the drivers.
Well, everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé. That is the car that has just gone from right at the back of the grid right to the front. Liam, that was some drive from you.
Yeah,
I didn't really know what to expect. We've been having problems all weekend, and finally found the fault after qualifying. Was aiming for a top 5, but yeah, the car just came alive. And
flying out at 101, I think your fastest time around there.
Yeah, I think about the second off lap record. So I didn't expect that. I got nowhere near that yesterday, but yeah.
Congratulations. I see it means a lot. Well done. That is unbelievable stuff. Let's go up here and grab a chat with Lee, shall we, as well. He came home in second, start on the pole. Of course, Lee Harpham was really robbed of a chance, really, wasn't he, with the safety car coming out at the end. He's just quickly catching up with Gary. Sorry. Oh, we've got Jack here as well. Jack had a good race, coming home in third. Jack, how was that?
That was all right. Yeah, I got an all right start for myself because I always suffer on the first couple of laps. So good battle with Matt. I made it past, but tyres hadn't quite switched on, so I ran wide. And then once I got past him, the goal was to catch Lee. Next thing, I looked back and Liam was pushing me. So yeah, he was quick. He come past, tried to tag on, but I didn't quite have the pace for him. But I do feel like we were getting closer to Lee towards the end before the safety car. So
yeah, a bit of a shame, wasn't it? Actually, we didn't get a grandstand finish, but still got one more to go, right?
Yeah, at least, well, hopefully 2, but.
Well, yes,
hopefully.
Hopefully.
But yeah, more to come.
Top man, thank you. Let's grab Lee for a chat very quickly if we can. Where did Liam come from?
Well, I lost the second half on that last lap due to back markers.
Right.
And then obviously he was with me, and then safety car come out, and that was it.
It's a shame, isn't it? Safety car. We were robbed of a bit of a grandstand finish there.
Yeah, it was already ready to go, but like I say, back markers and second half of lap's a lot to lose. So,
it is.
But never mind. We've got the pace, so we should be all right.
Long season ahead in early. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Big shout out to Paul as well for coming home in the 250 class. Paul Platt. Right, coming up next, it is the first race of the season for the new look Britcar Endurance Championship. I'm going to go and get myself over onto the start finish straight. We'll catch up with some of the drivers. Don't go far. See you soon.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, providing we can keep up this momentum.
Thanks very much indeed, Ian.
Well done, Liam.
Just taking down the starting drivers. As we say, thanks to Steve Wood, the Britcar press officer, for sending those through to us here in the box. And I'll be able to give you the drivers who are going first in this race as we go through the grid. It's a 45-minute race with a short pit window between the 18th and 27th minute. So effectively the second fifth of the race effectively is the pit window, and it's going to be like, as Steve described it to me yesterday during the test session, it's going to be like a NASCAR full course yellow, with everybody diving into the pits at once to make their stops. So let's have a look at the grid then. The front row, it is the Porsche 991 of a newcomer to racing this year.
So those of you that want the
Steve Gambrell sharing with Dan Lloyd, the British touring car star. Steve Gambrell will start the Porsche 991 for Toro Verde GT, and alongside him will be Bon Grimes starting the Red River and FF Corse Ferrari 488 Challenge. Johnny Molan, pro driver, will take over from him. Row 2 are the Cunninghams in a new car to them, the new Porsche for SG Racing. It'll be Mark Cunningham going first, Peter will take over, and alongside them will be number 74, which is the Amspeed Porsche, started by Dominic Malone. The ex-BMW racer Adam Smalley, former British GT man, will take over from him. Row 3 is a crew that we've seen win here in a Lamborghini in the past, but they're Ferrari powered today. John Seal and Jamie Stanley. John Seal will go first, and alongside them, great qualifying effort by the Raceworks Motorsport Ginetta of Chris Bingham. He drives solo. Row 4 is the Audi R8 GT4, started by Dave Scaramanga. Will Powell, former Britcar champion, will take over. Alongside them is a pair of drivers we saw racing against each other in Britcar Trophy last year, Marco Anastasi and Maurizio Silio. Will be Maurizio Silio who will start the Dayton Motorsport Ginetta. Row 5 is Harry Barton, racing in the GT guest class today in his BMW M3. He starts alongside Ash Muldoon, driving solo in the second of the Amspeed Porsches. On row 6 is the first of Team Brit's entries. Of course, Team Brit's the team that helps those facing physical and other challenges to find rehabilitation through motorsports. It'll be their McLaren 570S GT4 on row 6. Number 38 will be started by Caleb McDuff, sharing with Noah Cosby. Alongside them, 118, which is Simon Major in his Cupra Leon in the trophy class. New classes this year, we'll explain in a moment. On row 7, car number 14, which is the JLC Group Motorsport TCR car. Alex Reed will start, Jamie Hayes will take over. And they share that row with car number 10, which is Callum Bates in his BMW M3. Row 8 is familiar faces in BMW racing. Brian Branson will start, sharing with Jazz Sapra in the latest of his collection of M3s. And alongside them are the Wilsons in their Ginetta. Elliot Wilson will start, Ian will take over. Row 9 is the second of the Team Brit McLarens, car number 68. Aaron Morgan will start, Paul Fullick will take over, and alongside them is car number 7, started by Rob Ellick in the Cupra TCR car, sharing with Finn Jones. On row 10, car number 3, the Ginetta, which is started by Nick Casey, sharing with Adriano Medeiros, the Brazilian-born racer, alongside Johnny McGregor, who drives solo in his Mazda RX-8s. Josh Tomlinson, his co-driver, having withdrawn, unfortunately. Row 11, number 43 from SGM Motorsport, Steve Fresel and Simon Green. Simon Green will take the start, starting alongside Alex Turnbull, who was in a Ginetta G20 last season, the smaller car, now in a Ginetta GTA for SVG Motorsport. He drives solo. Row 12, the new BMW M2 of Lee Goldsmith will start alongside number 189 Martin Addison in his lovely Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Row 13 is car number 60, that's Ash Woodman in the EDF Motorsport Seat Cupra TCR car. And the Harrisons alongside in car number 62, which is the Ginetta G56 of Hyro Motorsport. James Harrison will start. Row 14 is former champion Chris Murphy, who switched from Aston Martin to BMW over the last couple of years. And alongside them is, yes, he's back, Jimmy Broadbent will start the Peugeot 308 GTI shared with Scott Sumpton. Row 15, car number 888, will be started by Andrew Dorber, sharing with Nathan Wright in their BMW, alongside number 57, I should say, which is Barry McMahon in his Alfa Romeo Giulia Quadrifoglio. On row 16, number 24, Full Throttle Motorsport in their Cupra TCR. Nick Hull will start, sharing with Richard Avery. They've been with Britcar for a few years now. Alongside another Team Brit machine, car number 4 is their BMW M240i. Asha Silva starts, and she shares with pro driver Bobby Trundling. Row 17 will be the number 114, which is Chris Hayes in his Seat Supercopa, alongside number 77, which is Audi TT of Mark Jones. Back of the field, number 79, a few problems in qualifying for the BMW 130. Hope to see it there at the back of the grid. Alan McCullough will start, sharing with Dennis Story. That is one big grid. 35 cars we're scheduled to have for this 45-minute race, and I can't wait for this to get underway. Making their way up to the grid now. What a magnificent variety of cars we've got. We've got challenge-type cars, the Ferraris and Porsches. The Cup class has BMWs and Audis, and the Peugeot is in there, the Peugeot 308 GTI, the Seat Supercopa of Chris Hayes as well. There's the Ginetta class, which is the 4 Ginetta G55 Super Cup cars. The GT class, we've got the McLarens in there for Team Brit, the Audi GT4, the Aston Martin Vantage, the Alfa Giulia as well. Well, as the cars are making their way up to grid then, we can hand down to Ian Waterhouse, who no doubt has found someone to talk to.
Oh, isn't it good to be back? Yes, we're on the start-finish line here at Silverstone by the Wing, and what a sight. Yes, it's the dawn of a new era for the Britcar Endurance Championship. We've got 35 cars lining up in a prime position. The Porsche here, and let's go have a quick chat with our driver, shall we, as well. Mr. Gambriel's here. How are we doing? Welcome to the Britcar Endurance Championship. You're in the best position here. Qualifying obviously went well. You're confident behind the wheel.
I'd say so. I mean, as confident as I can be, I guess. A little bit daunting going into the first race, but you know, done all we can. Let's see how it goes.
Does it feel nice though, looking down there and there's nothing in front of you? Though,
Yeah,
right?
it does feel nice, yeah. A little bit anxious about what's behind me, but yeah, it does look great with nothing in front, certainly.
It's a great class this year, isn't it, in 2025? Some cracking drivers around your one as well. What does it feel like to be lining up on a grid here at Silverstone?
Oh, mega. I mean, even, being at this position in the grid is something that, everyone would like to be, but, the expectation wasn't quite there, but it feels great to be in a bunch of cars at the front like this. Yeah, definitely.
Excellent. Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Let me shut that there. And let's take a bit of a walk further down, shall we? See who else we can find to have a bit of a chin wag with as well. Look at the Ferrari. We're talking about Aintree, aren't we? Yes, the Grand National, but a different kind of horse here today on the tarmac at Silverstone. Of course, we've got the other Ferrari lining up as well. Bonamy Grimes behind the wheel of that one, so it's certainly one to keep an eye out for as well. We've got John Searle and Jamie Stanley. I wonder if I can just very quickly have a quick chat. We all love a Ferrari, don't we, eh? Thanks for bringing it out. What's it like hootling around Silverstone in it?
I know, yeah.
How are we feeling ahead of this season? It's good to see you back.
It was okay.
Yeah.
It was okay.
Top man, I'll let you crack on anyway. I think we might have to move off very shortly. Let's just keep going down a little bit. We've got the Ginetta there, Marco Anastasi, Maurizio Siglio, of course, veterans really now, aren't they, of the Britcar Endurance Championship. We've got Team Brit are back. In fact, we are being kicked off the grid as well, so we are going to have to go. Let's just give it a bit of a thumbs up. There we go. Right, time to go racing. The first race of the season for the Britcar Endurance Championship. The new look, 2 races today, 45 minutes each. Let's go racing. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Thanks very much indeed, Ian, and good to hear from our pole sitter there, Steve Gambrell, who is new to motor racing this year in his Porsche 991 on pole, the red car. He's already had a couple of wins with it here at Silverstone, another series earlier this season as he gets warmed up for his Britcar debut, sharing with Dan Lloyd, the touring car star, in the Toro Verde GT. That's the red Porsche on pole position alongside the Ferrari. It is great to have Bonamy Grimes and Johnny Molan back. They've been in Britcar for many years. We haven't seen them for the last couple of seasons in the FF Corsa run. Ferrari 488 Challenge. Of course, Johnny Molan has raced absolutely everything over the years. Pretty much everything but Formula 1 he's competed in. And Bon Grimes, the businessman who founded the Skyscanner travel company, among other businesses he's been involved in, racing alongside him. The Bon Grimes who shares the car with Johnny Molan. Steve Gambrell will start the Porsche, as we've heard. The second row of this grid will be the number 32, the SG Racing Porsche. That's the Cunninghams, the yellow and grey Porsche. Now, Mark and Peter Cunningham have raced Porsches for many, many years in various series. They're new to them 991 Cup car. Mark will start alongside the first of the Amspeed cars prepared by Aaron Moulton-Smith, who's raced successfully in Porsches and BMW. That's the white Porsche on the outside, and that's started by Dominic Malone, who's seen in BMWs over the years, sharing with Adam Smalley, very successful GT racer from a young age in Ginettas, among other things. So the pace car leads them off. There'll be a rolling start. There's John Seale, now in his 70s, but still going strong in his Ferrari. He's won here in his Lamborghini in the past as well. So much variety on this grid. Now, of course, in Britcar Trophy last year, we had the rare distinction of a tie for the championship. That was between Mark Jones and Rob Ellick in the TSR Audi TT, which Mark Jones is driving solo today. There it is, the number 77 car. Craig Fleming drove with them on occasions as well. And the Clio of Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson, they actually were on tied points for the championship and were awarded it jointly. The Clio's incidentally not racing with Britcar this year, they've gone elsewhere. Jones and Ellick won Class 2 I should say. Class 1 was also a tie between Maurizio Siglio and Marco Anastasi, the two teammates. They couldn't be separated, and this year they're sharing a car. Class 3, it was Caleb McDuff, Dom Shaw and Bobby Trundley's BMW for Team Brit in the trophy last year. But there's new classes this year, done by names rather than numbers, according to the type of car that is in the class. We'll try and keep up with the class leaders as we go through. But it's a new dawn for the Britcar Endurance Championship, supported by Rowe Motor Oil and by Goodyear tyres. There's the number 79, the BMW 1 Series, the 130 at the back of the field. Had a few problems in qualifying, but Alan McCullough and Dennis Story are there. No Pressure Racing is the name of the team. No pressure on them to fight their way through from the back of the grid. But at the front of the grid, we've got the Challenge and GT cars ready for 45 minutes for the Britcar Endurance Racing Championship. Watch for the red lights going out. They start to break rank slightly. The red light goes out and we're underway, and it's a decent start by Mark Cunningham in the yellow and black Porsche, trying to come through on the inside. A little bit of a slow getaway for Bon Grimes. He drops down into third. Dominic Malone around the outside of the white Porsche as they start to sort themselves out around the first couple of corners. Mark Cunningham goes for the lead on the inside of Steve Gambrell. I don't think he quite got through there at Village Corner. It's a real traffic jam behind. Looks like they are just about all going to make their way round. The 62 Ginetta moving up on the outside there. James Harrison in the Hyro Motorsport car as they come onto the hanger straight for the first time. It's Porsches to the fore. Steve Gambrell on the outside. Mark Cunningham still trying to get through on the inside. Bon Grimes in the Ferrari in third place. Going with them is Dominic Malone. Those four have broken away slightly from Chris Bingham's Ginetta, which is well up in fifth position. Don't forget the pit window opens after 18 minutes of the race has gone. We'll advise you when the pit window is opened as Bon Grimes makes a move at Club up the inside into second place in the Ferrari. Cunningham in third, then it's Malone, then Bingham heading the second group. So the three Porsches and the Ferrari have already pulled away slightly around the opening lap. Steve Gambrell, already a winner here at Silverstone this season, leads the way. Bingham in P5, he's got Maurizio Silio up behind them. Then it's John Seal. Next in the order is Ash Muldoon in his Porsche, the second of the Amspeed cars. They start to settle in. There's the lovely Audi R8 GT4 in there as well. That's being driven early on by Dave Scaramanga. Ganny's racing in the Castle Combe Saloon Car Series down in Wiltshire, sharing with Will Powell today, former Britcar champion in a McLaren in the Endurance Series. Steve Gambrell in his beautifully liveried number 8 Porsche leads the way. Acquired this car from Porsche Championship over in Spain, so I'm told. They make their way towards Club for the second time. Grimes and Cunningham giving chase. There's Malone in fourth position in the all-white number 74, the 991 Cup 911. The Adam Smalley, a very quick driver indeed to take over that machine a little later on. So these four certainly pulling away. Chris Bingham is in fifth and he leads the GT class. These four cars at the front all in the Challenge division, Ferrari 488 Challenge and the Porsche Cup cars, and they're already lapping the reigning champion Mark Jones in the TSR Audi TT. Now that car looked a bit sluggish in qualifying, so whether he's struggling with that car I'm not sure. Ex-VW Golf racer. Leaders running out wide as they come through Chapel, and Malone was delayed slightly there lapping Mark Jones. Ran out of room to get out of the way there, I think. John Seal is up to sixth, then it's Muldoon. The Audi of Scaramanga is eighth. Somebody's lost a few spots in there. Maurizio Silio's dropped back, hasn't he, in the yellow and black Ginetta. There is Chris Bingham. White, red, blue and gold car. That's a Rothmans look-alike livery. He's just lost out to John Seal in the Ferrari. Seal, who ran the business selling agricultural machinery, sharing with Jamie Stanley. We've seen what he can do here at Silverstone in the past, the man who holds the outright lap record for this circuit layout. In the Lamborghini Huracan then, that was back in 2021. Across the line they go once again. 1.5 seconds is the lead gap to Gambrell over Grimes. Seal at the inside passes the back marker. Getting busy further back out. I think the number 47's got a problem. That Ginetta is dropping back in the hands of Maurizio Silio. His last lap, 1 minute 13, so about 4 seconds slower than the cars around him. It'll be a great shame if they've hit problems. It was Caleb McDuff in the McLaren 570 SGT4 for Team Brit who went by, and Johnny McGregor's slowing as well. You can see the Mazda RX-8 there. Spectacular car, the rotary engined RX-8, but it does tend to be fragile, unfortunately, the Mac G racing car. So Steve Gambrell continues to lead the way. Bon Grimes under pressure from Mark Cunningham in the SG Racing Porsche. They pulled away slightly now from Dominic Malone, who was delayed a little bit in back market traffic.
And then Mark Cunningham and Dom Malone completing the top 4.
It's quite a clear gap now to 5th place, which will be John Seale's Ferrari. GT class is being led by Chris Bingham in the Rothmans Williams lookalike Ginetta as the number 79 for No Pressure Racing goes a lap down. The trophy class for some of the slightly less powerful cars, that's being led by Callum Bates in his BMW M3. He's in 9th place overall, the black BMW. Here's battles further down the order, the Audi TT being lapped by the number 3 Ginetta, that's Nick Casey, sharing with Adriano Medeiros. He's got the number 22 car on his tail, which is Elliot Wilson, and there is the Mazda RX-8 in the pits for Johnny McGregor. Unfortunately, problems early on. And I think Ian can find out what's wrong down there for us in pit lane.
Johnny, second time in the pits, what's up?
Just blew a boost hose off. Never had that problem before. Obviously it's fine in control, checked everything. Yeah,
it's typical, isn't it?
Well, yeah, off the start. Yeah, I think touched the limiter and it blew it off, so a bit annoying. Right, we're off.
Right, good luck, good luck. Right, let's go straight out. Pleased to say, here we go, Johnny McGregor, he's heading back out on track. Let's hope he can get to the finish.
So the turbo boost hose the problem on the RX-8. Well, there's Callum Bates, we just mentioned, the number 10 BMW for Woodrow Motorsport. He's leading his class, the trophy category. Simon Major's Cupra second in that division at the moment. Callum Bates keeping up with some of the quicker GT machinery. There is behind Dave Scaramanga's Audi. The Ginetta class is still being led by Maurizio Silio, even though he's dropped back down the order somewhat. The TCR class is being led by car number 14 of Alex Reed, sharing with Jamie Hayes. It's the JLC Group Cupra TCR. GT guest class, there's one entry there, which is Harry Barton. Guest entry not scoring points today. And a bit further back in the order, just looking at the Cup class. Again, some of the slightly less powerful cars. And that is being led by Jimmy Broadbent's Peugeot, sharing with XBTCC man Scott Sumpton. There is Maurizio Silio, Edinburgh-based Italian. There's the number 14 behind him. That is the leader of the TCR class, Alex Reed at the wheel. Big lock up there as the BMW of Callum Bates shot down the inside and ran wide. He very much outbraked himself there. So he's going to go charging across the tarmac runoff area, just about gathers it up. There's John Seale ahead of Chris Bingham. Behind them, Ashmole Dunes Porsche. We've got one of the team Brit. Oh, the Audi's got a problem. That's why Callum Bates only just missed him. And what's their contact between the two of them there? The suspension's broken on the Audi. Look, it's crabbing down the Hanger Straights. So there may have been some contact in there, and Dave Scaramanga, unfortunately, would be our first retirement. Look at the flames out of the back of number 11, Harry Barton's BMW. Very spectacular. Meantime, Callum Bates continues on. He's behind one of the Cupras there. Cilio ahead of Alex Reed in the number 14. Behind him, Harry Barton. Those three all leading their classes. Just ahead of this group is number 118, Simon Major. Meanwhile, here's a battle for what is second place overall, because Mark Cunningham has got the Porsche past Bon Grimes' Ferrari. Ferrari dropping a few lengths back there. I hope Bon Grimes hasn't got a problem with the 488 challenge. Quite away behind Stephen Gambrell's Porsche now. Gap is up to 4.5 seconds last time around. We'll see what it is this time through as Mark Cunningham crosses the line, triggers the transponder loop. Off the line he goes. It's up to 7.3 seconds now, so Gambrell's running away with it. Of course, for the top three in each class, they get extra seconds added to their mandatory pit stop for the second race if you finish in the top three of your class. And the cars with pro drivers on board also have to serve an extra 20 seconds at their mandatory pit stop in this race. So that will even things up a little. There is Gambrel, who's just carving his way through back markers. He's got past the Mazda RX-8s. There is the Peugeot, who's just gone a lap down with Jimmy Broadbent, the sim racer and YouTuber on board. There's Cunningham in second position. He's taking things steady in these early laps of the season. We're on lap 9 of the Silverstone International Circuits. This battle continuing on between some of our class leaders. Oh, and there's contact there. That's the number 3 Ginetta and the number 68 Team Brit McLaren. Nick Casey just clipping the back of Aaron Morgan. Aaron very successful in BMWs as well as in British GT before moving to Britcar to continue a very successful career, despite the fact that he races with hand controls. Sadly was paralysed several years ago in a motocross accident, Aaron Morgan. This battle continuing on, and Callum Bates and Maurizio Cilio both run wide there at Stowe, and Harry Barton goes through in the BMW. This lot are squabbling away like this is a 10-lap sprint race. Great stuff. Wouldn't think it was an Enduro. It's over 10 minutes gone, so it'll only be a few minutes before the pit window opens. Maurizio Cilio, who dropped back from his lofty starting position, he's battling now outside the top 10. Has a go at the number 14 of Alex Reid into Village. And Dave Scaramanga's Audi has made its way into the pits with that suspension damage, so it looks like the R8 GT4 is unfortunately out of the race. Was fighting for the lead in the GT class, which is led by Chris Bingham's Ginetta in 6th overall. Still Bates, Barton, Reid and Cilio fighting tooth and nail. Just further back behind them we can see the number 40 car, Brian Branson, the long-time BMW racer, sharing with Jazz Sapra, who I think over the years has been trying for the record of racing in the most different championships and series with his collection of BMWs. Races somewhere every weekend. I think we can head down to Ian in the pits, and I think he's talking to Dave Scaramanga, so we can find out what happened to his Audi R8 GT4.
Right. Dave, it's never good, is it, when we're in the pits early in a race? What's happened?
No, it's not how we wanted to start. Yeah, I just got a bit caught up at the start in T1 and got pushed back down the grid a bit, and I was struggling, to be honest, and then had some contact with the BMW. I think he just sort of came into the side of me, but it's damaged the rear hub, so we are out for the moment.
Okay, now there is of course another race later today, so that's the target now.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we got some parts and see if we can go again.
Thanks for talking to us, appreciate it. Stay with us if we can. Let's just move around a little bit because we parked ourselves down a little bit further, right down at the bottom of the wing over here. We did have Dan Lloyd was over here a minute ago. Let's see if I can quickly find him anywhere. Where's Dan? He's Dan around, guys. Where's he gone? He's got to get changed. We'll come back to grab Dan a little bit later, so don't worry about that. But let's have a quick look down the pit lane, shall we? We're going to catch up with Jimmy Broadbent in a bit as well. Nothing happening right now. Pit window open very shortly. It's going to get very, very busy down here, so do not go anywhere. We will get Jimmy Broadbent for you, I promise. Dave, back to you.
Thanks, Ian. Just had a notification from race control. Incident between cars 3 and 68 will be investigated post-race. This has come up on the timing screens. A bit of contact between them at Village. Here's a battle going 3 and 4 abreast. A couple of the Team Brits cars involved there. A new livery you can see for Team Brits this year on the McLaren and the BMW. They've dropped the all-over purple they had last year. And BMW there, number 4. That's Asher Silver. She's sharing with Bobby Trundley. Losing out to number 24, that's Nick Hull sharing with Richard Avery, the former Porsche racers in the Full Throttle Motorsport Cupra. John Seal coming up to lap Mark Jones, who's struggling somewhat with the Audi TT today, sadly. Ash Muldoon is closing in on Chris Bingham. So there's something hanging off the side of that Ginetta, or am I seeing things? Looks like something had been dislodged. Simon Major up the inside passes treble 8 to Andrew Dorber, shares his BMW with Nathan Wright. That's a book speed car. So it looks like the lead gap has stabilised at just over 7 seconds. Steve Gambrell ahead of Mark Cunningham. Porsche's 1 and 2. Bon Grimes still in 3rd in the Ferrari. Don Malone's Porsche is in 4th position, and rounding out the top 5, John Seal in his Ferrari. Still this battle raging in the midfield, with Alex Reed moving up to have a go at Callum Bates. We heard he did have some contact with Dave Scaramanga's Audi. There's the fight for 2nd place. The Ferrari getting a second win here to try and close in on Mark Cunningham's Porsche. The pit window opens in 3 minutes from now by my calculations. Oh, and a spin there, that's Don Malone, he's gone. Coming out of Chapel there, the Porsche gyrates. So that could be 4th position gone. How far behind him was John Seal? Well, he's 29 seconds down. The first 4 were well clear, so Don Malone might be able to recover that and not lose position. As the 2nd place battle heads down into club, they've got one of the Team Brit McLarens in behind them there. There goes the leader. I think we can hand back down to Ian in pit lane. I think he has now managed to find Dan Lloyd, the man who's waiting to take over the leading car.
Yeah, here we are again in the wing, right down at the bottom of the wing, and we've got Dan Lloyd over here as well. So far, so good for them. Dan, can we just quickly, you're about to head out and get yourself ready, but so far, so good for you guys.
Yeah, he's done a good job so far. I think he's got an 8-second lead, so makes my life easier anyway.
Does it add a little bit of extra pressure though?
Exactly.
You are the pro.
Exactly, but you never know, there might be a safety car, so we've got to be on form and just get out. The car was feeling really good this morning, so should be good.
I was going to say, what's it like to drive, but obviously it's set up to perfection.
Yeah, it's a great car, it's lovely to drive, and it's nice. I've done an endurance race for a long time, so the excitement of waiting for the car to come in, it's mega, it's good.
Do you have a few butterflies, or do you not get those anymore?
Yeah, I'm more nervous now at the start of this race in my own touring car race, so yeah, it's good, it gets me going.
Come on, man, I'll let you crack on, Dan. Thank you so much. Stay with us a little bit if you can as well. Just over here, we've got Scott Sumpton. Let's just grab a quick word with him as well. Scott, please grab a quick word. How are we feeling ahead of this?
Yeah, no, all good. Really looking forward to it. So Jimmy's out in the car at the moment, so I think he's got us a nice little gap. So yeah, looking forward to getting in the car.
Qualifying went well. You boys started at pole in class.
Yeah, no, Jimmy done amazing in the car. Say I done 3 laps just to get the car set for him, and then yeah, he went and absolutely smashed it. He did.
Come on, man. Look, I'll let you get ready anyway. Almost time to get going. Yeah, the pit lane. Well, it's empty actually at the minute. As I say, that car's pulling in out. It's going to get very busy very soon. Dave, back to you.
Yes, thanks Ian. Good to hear from a couple of our touring car stars down there. We've got a number of pro drivers here today. As you say, the pro cars have to, cars with a pro driver as part of their crew have to serve a slightly longer pit stop to make the balance of performance a little bit fairer. And Steve Gambrell really pushing there through the club chicane. He's got this midfield battle to lap in a moment as Harry Barton goes past the 118 of Simon Major in the Cupra. John Seal has just pulled in. Now, we haven't had notification that the pit window is open yet. Has he come in slightly early there, I wonder? Pit window has now opened. It's opened with 27 minutes of the race to go. So I'm wondering if John Seal, whether he's got a problem or whether he's just come in a few seconds early there, perhaps. If you pit outside the window, if you take one of your mandatory pit stops outside the window, then you can face a penalty. So keep an eye on that, whether John Seal's come in too early there to hand over to Jamie Stanley. There's Maurizio Cilio, 13th overall, still leading the Ginetta category for the G55 Super Cup cars. 4 of them out there, run by Dayton Motorsport, SGM Motorsport, and we should have had CWS as well, Colin White's Ginetta. I don't think that car took the start though. I can't see it on the timing screen. Colin White, the former World Hot Rod champion, of course. That's number 3 Ginetta, that's still going, Nick Casey, but looks like his bonnet's come loose, possibly as a result of that earlier contact, so we'll need to get that taped down when he makes his pit stop. Bon Grimes has come in, he's the first of the leaders to make a stop, so the Ferrari's pitting early here. Johnny Molem is going to take over. sports car star for many, many years. See Johnny McGregor still going in the RX-8, so he's cured those turbo hose problems. Got number 62 of James Harrison behind him, the Ginetta G56 for Hyro Motorsport. That's in the trophy class. Challenge, Cup, Ginetta, GT, TCR and Trophy are the categories, and there is number 16 FF Corsa Red River Ferrari in the pits. Johnny Molen scrapping in. Lines get out. Beautiful car, Ferrari 488 Challenge. Great to have two of those out here today. Checking the tyre pressures. Looks like the Peugeot is in there in the background, I think I can see. Yes, Jimmy Broadbent has come in to hand over to Scott Sumton. They're pouring in now. Dominic Malone has brought the Porsche in. Hand over to Adam Smalley to give the pro drivers the maximum time permissible in the car. No one driver can drive in more than 60% of the race. In the interests of fairness. Alex Turnbull's Ginetta is in. Martin Addison with the Aston Martin has pulled in. The number 3 Ginetta, Nick Casey, the car we saw with the bonnet coming loose, has come in. Adriano Medeiros will take over from him. Pouring in now, most of the midfield has come in. Barry McMahon has brought the Alfa Romeo Giulia in. Cupra's battling it out amongst themselves there. Callum Bates locks up again in his BMW. The Dorber and Wright BMW is coming as well. Nathan Wright will take over there, number 888. We've lost Mark Jones somewhere out on circuit as well. He's got the yellow warning sign next to his name on the timing screen, so unfortunately he's stopped somewhere out on circuit, that means. And the leader has come in as well, I can tell you. Stephen Gambrell has pulled into the pits to hand over to Dan Lloyd. So this will make Mark Cunningham the race leader for the time being, because he'll be the leading car that hasn't pitted yet. Saw him coming through towards Village a moment ago. The Ashmole Dunes Porsche, who inherits second place. These two still battling it out. You can't keep Alex Reid and Callum Bates clear of each other. There's one of the Team Brit McLarens, the number 38 car with Caleb McDuff on board. Noah Cosby will take over from him. Wilsons have pitted. Number 22 Elliot Wilson to hand over to Ian, the race car consultant's Ginetta. And the other Team Brit McLaren, Baron Morgan, has come in. Paul Fullick will take over from him. Suffered catastrophic injuries several years ago in a motorcycle accident.
Gambrell was around 12 seconds ahead.
Mark Cunningham has now pitted. There is Johnny Molen back out on track, and he'll be recouping ground. We'll have to wait and see, once everyone has made their pit stops, how everything settles down in the timings. As we said, some of the cars will serve longer pit stops than others. The leading car that hasn't pitted now will be Ashmole Dunes Porsche, I think, number 18. Ahead of Chris Bingham's Ginetta G55. Here's Maurizio Cilio. He's yet to stop. Marco Anastasi will take over from him. So Muldoon and Bingham have gone through. They're just over 3 seconds apart. Next car yet to stop is Caleb McDuff for Team Brit McLaren. Bingham and McDuff first and second in the GT class. They're 6.3 seconds apart. We'll have to wait and see how everything settles down after everyone's made their mandatory pit stop. They have to stop for a minimum time. As Dan Lloyd goes out in the Porsche. The minimum time for most cars is 147 seconds. That's the pit stop time, and the Porsche rejoining behind the McLaren there. Cars with a pro driver on board will serve 167 seconds, but depending on driver grading, some have 177 or in one case 187 seconds. That's because the only one who's got that is Harry Barton's BMW, because he's a pro driver and he's driving solo. will do the whole race all over. That's all to keep the balance of performance. As the Ginetta comes in, Maurizio Cilio hand over to Marco Anastasi. And of course you get pit stop penalties, as we said earlier, for finishing in the top 3 of your class as well. 15 seconds if you win the class, then 10 for second and 5 for third. So pit stop times changing all the time. There is Scott Sumpton in the Peugeot 308 being chased by number 7, which is the Rob Ellick and Finn Jones Cupra. Rob Ellick at the wheel of that car, that's yet to stop. The Cosby McDuff McLaren has now come in, Ashmore Dunes come in as well, and Harry Barton's BMW for the longest pit stop in this race. The Hayes and Reed Cupra TCR has come in as well. It was leading the TCR category. You can see there some tape on the front of the number 3 car, now driven by Adriano Medeiros, the Brazilian-born driver who's previously raced a BMW with Britcar, has raced Formula Ford in the past as well. He did historic Formula Ford for a number of years. Taken over from Nick Casey. You can see the tape on the bonnet there where that was flapping open. That was probably as a result of that bit of contact we saw at Village earlier on. So have any cars yet to stop? Simon Major's Cupra has yet to come in. As I say that, he does pull into the pits. So Callum Bates, I think, is the only car that is yet to stop is Callum Bates in the black BMW, number 10. Everybody else has been in. Now Jamie Stanley is on board the number 55. There he is, and he's just done the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 4.791. Look at the pit lane. Absolutely chock full. 24 Cupra pulled back there, just as I think that's the Treble 8, no, the 721 BMW, sorry, that's Chris Murphy's BMW manoeuvres round it. So there is the number 8 car of Dan Lloyd. He's rejoined behind Peter Cunningham in the Porsche. Now we need to look further back down the order and see where those leading runners are once they've completed their outlaps. I think the net race leader is going to be the Cunninghams. There they are, ahead of Dan Lloyd. So Peter Cunningham ahead of Dan Lloyd by just over 5 seconds, 5.2 seconds. They're down at the moment in 12th and 13th overall, but all the cars in front of them are making their stops. So we'll have to see where the likes of Ashmore Muldoon slot back in, but I think the Cunninghams are going to be leading once everybody's completed their stops. Johnny Molen is further back by about 12 seconds in third place. There is Harry Barton, it's in his BMW, the flame-spitting car that we saw earlier on. Now we'll wait to see the quickest cars from earlier on make their way back up the order. The gap is now down to 1.2 seconds between Cunningham and Lloyd. So Dan Lloyd took 4 seconds out of Peter Cunningham on that last lap. So I wouldn't be surprised if next time around we see the red Porsche leading again. Well, not next time around, he's already taken him. There we go. Dan Lloyd is back into the next race lead with Stephen Gambrell's Porsche. Wait to see who comes out next. Chris Bingham has just rejoined now to the pits in his Ginetta. We saw there in the background, he was one of the last of the front runners to make his stop, GT class leader. And John Seal and Jamie Stanley's Ferrari that's had the fastest lap of the race with Jamie Stanley has come back into the pits again. So I think John Seal did come in slightly ahead of the pit window there. They've had to stop again. So that spoiled their chance of winning this race, and the Cosby McDuff McLaren for Team Brit has come back in as well, the number 38 car, so maybe that's got a problem. The pit window has now closed, it only stays open for 9 minutes. Got to be quick to make your stop. So everybody has now made their stop. We know Johnny McGregor's Mazda made 2 stops with that problem early on in the race, so that's made 3 pit stops. Jamie Stanley's come back in because I think, by my calculations, that car missed the pit window. It came in slightly too early. And so we have a race order we can establish. Stephen Gambrell and Dan Lloyd, with Dan Lloyd now aboard the red number 8 Porsche. Leads the way, ahead of Peter Cunningham and Chris Bingham at the moment. We'll establish the order fully in a moment because we can hand back down to Ian in pit lane.
Right, everybody, here we are. We've come down to the garage, just catching up with Jimmy Broadbent. Jimmy, you're pretty good at this race in Malarkey, aren't you? Pole position, and you came in with a decent lead.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, I can always say it was me, but to be honest, the car was being prepped by the guys at Race Car Experience is fantastic. They've just jumped in it, and I've never driven front-wheel drive before, and somehow we're doing this. So, in the lead right now, hopefully we can stay there.
You've got a pretty useful teammate, Scott Something. We're just hearing there about 15 seconds or so in a minute, isn't it?
Yeah, 15 seconds. I mean, that's not a gap that is unrecoverable. So obviously we've still got the rest of the race to run, but it's a good lead. So hopefully Scott can keep it there.
Where are we going to see you this year, Jim? We're going to see you do more rounds with the Britcar Endurance Championship.
Yeah, I'm here for a few rounds this season, so I couldn't resist. You know, I've always enjoyed doing Britcar back when Prague in 21, the Prague Cup, of course, in the calendar. So good memories here. Hopefully we can make some more.
I just say as well, the BARC TV comment section goes nuts over you. There's a lot of support, a lot of love for you. You've got a message for everybody out there.
Thanks for watching. I wouldn't be able to do this stuff without you guys supporting, and it's great to see club racing in the UK get this sort of support. It deserves it.
I've got to give a shout out to my cameraman Dan Brown as well. He's a massive fan. Jimmy, best of luck for the rest of the race and the weekend. Maybe catch up a little bit later. Top man. Dave, back to you.
Yep, Broadbent's back. Good to hear from Jimmy down in pit lane. The car he was in, Scott Sumpton, now at the wheel. There is the Peugeot, the black and white car with the yellow flashes. It's currently running. We'll have a look down the timing screen. Is in 26th place, leading the Cup class. There is the Peugeot just ahead of Martin Addison, the Blantyre businessman from Teesside, in his lovely Aston Martin GT4. Had slightly more hump, and a bit of a traffic jam there. Oh dear. That was one of the Team Brit McLarens, almost came to a dead stop in the middle of club. The Aston Martin hit the back of it, and the Aston, I think, was then hit by the Peugeot. I hope it hasn't damaged the radiator. Yeah, there's damage to the front of the Peugeot, look. We haven't put the cursor of the commentator on Scott Sumpton. Yeah, he's slowing down. Oh dear. A traffic jam there at club, and the Peugeot has taken damage. Look, that may have damaged the radiator, and I suspect we're going to see Scott Sumpton into the pits. Car 114 has been given a 2-second stop-go penalty. In fact, there's a few stop-go penalties. Yeah, car 55 got a 46-second stop-go penalty. That's just come through to us. That's the Ferrari of John Seal and Jamie Stanley. I think that's because they missed the pit window. 46 seconds was their penalty. And the other penalties, I think, are for short pit stops. Car 189 has got a 3-second stop-go penalty. Yeah, the Peugeot's out. That's pulled up with that damage. Such a shame. Just in the wrong place at the wrong time there, as the two cars in front suddenly slowed through club. But the cars with penalties, Martin Addison 189 in the Aston Martin has got a 3-second stop-go penalty. Car 57 has got 2 seconds. That's Barry McMahon's Alfa Romeo. And car 114, which is I think one of the Seat, yeah, the Seat Supercopa of Chris Hayes. Oh, and Johnny Molem's in trouble. Indeed he is, into the gravel at Stowe Corner. What happened there? That looked like either a brake or steering failure to me. Or is it? No, look at the rear wheel. That rear wheel's at a drunken angle. The suspension's broken, I think. Look, as he reads, yeah, that rear wheel is either loose or the suspension's broken. Now, luckily for Johnny Molem, he's only just coming up towards the pit entrance. Can he get over and into the pits there? Yes, he has. That was lucky for the Ferrari, but that's one of our leaders gone. Well, it's all happening at the sharp end of the field, isn't it? We had a penalty for one of the Ferraris, and now the other one, that looked like a rear suspension breakage for Johnny Molem. And he went straight on there, just avoided the barriers. That's where another Ferrari driver went straight on at Silverstone, exactly the same place back in 1999 at the British Grand Prix. So Michael Schumacher, of course. The 68 McLaren that's back going again after an extra stop. And in comes the Ferrari of Johnny Molem. Now let's wait and see what the problem is. It looked like it was the right rear. There you can see the wheel at an angle it should not be at. Next to our close-up pit camera, we can see possibly what the damage is. Like something in the suspension has certainly collapsed there and pitched Johnny Molem into the gravel. Ian's down there, we can see him in the background, just waiting to find out what the problem is as the FF Corsa technicians go to work. But I fear this could be end of race for the Ferrari. Meanwhile, Dan Lloyd is still leading in the Porsche. It's Porsche's 1 and 2 now because Adam Smalley, another of our pro drivers, has come through into second place, but he's 27, near 28 seconds down on our race leader, so it's looking all rosy at the moment for the red Porsche of Steve Gambrell and Dan Lloyd for our first win of the season. There's the Malone and Smalley Porsche, the white car, in second place, and the Cunninghams are third. They're just over 3.5 seconds further back in the yellow Porsche. And I think we can now hear from Ian down with the FF Corsa Red River team of the Ferrari in the pits and find out what the problem was.
Yeah, welcome down to the garages, everybody. As you can see, the number 16 Ferrari is out of the race. Let's go see if we can grab a quick word with Johnny Molan, was behind the wheel of the car. He's just up here now. Let's have a quick chat. Johnny, quick chat. What happened out there?
Been calling some issues. The brake pedal felt strange. The big vibration in the car. I thought it was maybe just pick up. It didn't seem to get any better. And then going to Stowe, the lap before it was a bit weird, but I carried on. And then that last lap I braked, and as I braked, something broke. Pitched me slightly left, not too much left, so I managed to gather it together, straighten up for the gravel, go through the gravel, release, and then drive out of the gravel and come back in. And then as I came into pit lane, I felt the right rear just completely let go. So,
I suppose some positive there is, we've seen pace in the car already today, haven't we?
Well, I think the biggest positive there is I didn't stuff it into the tyre wall at Stowe at like 100 and something mile an hour. So the car, apart from the brake, the car's not damaged. So that's the biggest positive. But yeah, Bond did a great job in qualifying, showed good pace in the race, and today I think P2 was doable. Well, we were already up to P2, and but wasn't to be. That's racing.
Will be out for race 2?
I hope so, but I don't know the extent of the damage. So yeah.
Thanks for talking to us, Johnny. Appreciate it. Right, there you go, Dave. Back to you.
That's a great shame for the FF Corsa Red River team of Bond Grimes and Johnny Molan. They were going so well on for a podium. Dan Lloyd's done the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 4.762 for the Porsche. Leads by nearly 30 seconds now over Adam Smalley in the Amspeed car. Car 63, Chris Bingham, who's fourth and leading the GT category, 79 second stop-go penalty. We don't know the reason yet, but that is clearly quite a big infringement, presumably at his pit stop, and that's going to drop the number 63 car down the order and possibly out of contention for the GT class win. We'll wait and see how far ahead he is of Aaron Morgan and Paul Fullick's McLaren, which is second in GT. They're down in 11th place, so we'll have to wait and see how much time, in addition to that 79 seconds, that's just the time stationary, of course, that car will lose. Car 118, 2 second stop-go penalty. That's Simon Major. He's in 6th place, leading the trophy class in the Cupra. So that'll be for a short pit stop, I think, the 118 car. Have we got any other penalties coming into us? Car 721, Chris Murphy's BMW, 1 second stop-and-go penalty. So quite a few penalties being dished out for, mostly for short pit stops. There is our second place man, that is Adam Smalley. It's under 7 minutes of this race to go now. Opener for the Britcar Endurance Championship, supported by Goodyear and Rowe Motor Oils. It's all looking good for Steve Gambrell and Dan Lloyd. Steve Gambrell's first race in the category along with Dan Lloyd, the British touring car star, among other things. He was also the very first driver, I remember, to win a race in TCR UK, so he's very much a star of touring car racing. Smalley up there in second place, rose through the ranks of Ginetta Racing into the likes of British GT. There are the Cunninghams. They've been racing Porsches for many years now. Up there in third in their latest acquisition. Now Chris Bingham's actually got through into third place there, ahead of the Cunninghams, so Peter Cunningham has dropped to fourth, but it'll be irrelevant once that penalty is applied to Chris Bingham. Ash Muldoon is 5th, then we've got Simon Major, but he's got a penalty to serve as well, so he might lose the lead of the trophy category, although he is quite a way clear of the Wilsons in the Ginetta, who are 2nd in that division. Love the livery on Chris Bingham's car, the Rothmans-Williams look-alike. Always like that livery, being a Damon Hill fan in my youth. The other class leaders, the TCR class is led by number 14 of Hayes and Reed. It's Jamie Hayes driving that car in the 2nd stint. They're in 8th place. Marco Anastasi leads the Ginetta G55 Supercup class in 9th overall. Further back, the Cup class is now led by Asher Silver and Bobby Trundley in the Team Brit BMW after the demise, sadly, of Scott Sumpton in the Peugeot with that radiator damage. We've lost the Stephen Fresnel and Simon Green Ginetta into the pits. Callum Bates has dropped out as well. And of course we lost the Ferrari of Grimes and Molan with that rear damage. Less than 5 minutes to go now in the sunshine of Silverstone. Jamie Stanley kicking up a bit of dust there in the background after serving that penalty there. That car down in 7th. Flashing the lights there at Simon Major. Well, he's up to 6th now because that wasn't lapping the Cupra, that was for position, because the Ferrari of course dropped back with that extra stop to serve the penalty. Simon Major still leads the trophy class ahead of the Wilsons and Alex Turnbull's Ginetta. They're further back down the order. Treble 8 has got a drive-through penalty for a pit stop infringement. That's Andrew Dauber and Nathan Wright's BMW. Nathan Wright will have to take a drive-through penalty. There's the number 14, that's the leader of the TCR class, the Cupra, or JLC Group Motorsport. Have our lunch break coming up after this race, of course, and then resume about half an hour or so lunch break, and then we'll resume with the Citroën 2CV Championship, the Classic 2CV Racing Championship. There's number 114, that's another of the Seats, that's the Cup class pace setter now, the number 114. No, my correction, sorry, that's a 2nd in class. It's Team Brit, of course, leading the Cup class, my apologies, the number 4 BMW. So Chris Hayes is 2nd in that category. Is the number 68 McLaren for Team Brit, Aaron Morgan and Paul Fullick. It's Paul at the wheel for the 2nd stint. Of course, they'll swap over for race 2. Drivers that went 2nd in this race will start race 2. Make things a little bit more interesting. There's the number 47, that's Marco Anastasi. He's the Ginetta class. He's got the GT guest class runner Harry BARC behind him in the BMW. The McLaren for Team Brit, which is 2nd in the GT class behind Chris Bingham. We'll have to see how far Bingham drops back when the penalty's applied as Barton goes through at the club. 36 laps completed by our leader. Number 8 Porsche is heading for victory. There's Chris Murphy, number 721 in his BMW, 4th in the trophy class. He's got Alex Turnbull just behind him there. They're battling for 3rd place in that category. In fact, the BMW has taken 3rd from Turnbull. Raced Ginettas with Britcar for a few years now. Just behind them, the number 7, which is 3rd in the TCR class, the reigning trophy champions Rob Ellick and Finn Jones. Their Cupra. Simon Major has been into the pits to serve that stop-go penalty. Still leading the trophy class, I think. Jamie Stanley's just done another fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 4.439 for the Ferrari. There goes our leader. A couple of laps to go now. Comes up to lap 1 of the BMWs. That's Jazz Sapra's car, number 40. Van Lloyd clear of the Cunningham car. I think he's a full lap ahead of the Cunninghams now. Chris Bingham has pulled into the pits, so serving the penalty right at the end of the race. waiting for Adam Smalley to come through. Yeah, 33.3 seconds now the gap, so Peter Cunningham is a lap down. We're going to finish with just the 2 Porsches on the lead lap by the look of things. There is Adam Smalley taking over from Don Malone, long-time Amspeed racer in BMWs. 1 lap to go this time for Dan Lloyd. Oh, what a start to his career Stephen Gambrell has had. He was second in his first ever race here in March in another series. It was the CSCC Slick Series on his debut with this Porsche. Then he went on to compete in a couple of other races at another event on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit and had a couple of wins there. Now sharing with Dan Lloyd. It really is something special indeed. Started from pole, only briefly lost the lead during the round of pit stops. Got a few back markers ahead of him here to negotiate. As long as he doesn't trip over any of them, Dan Lloyd is going to bring the number 8 Toro Verde GT Porsche 991 home for victory. Out of Stowe, along the Vale. Just got to negotiate club corner now, and through the long right-hander. The first Britcar Endurance Championship win of the season will go to Toro Verde GT. There is the checkered flag. Stephen Gambrell and Dan Lloyd take the victory in their Porsche. Well ahead of Dominic Malone and Adam Smalley. It's a Porsche 1-2. The rest of the classes battle their way home. Jamie Stanley will take 5th after Chris Bingham had to pit in the Ginetta. Harry Barton across the line, he'll be a class winner. Confirm all the class victories very shortly. Simon Major, I think, will win the trophy class despite that stop-go penalty. He's well ahead of his opposition. Marco Anastasi comes home to win the Ginetta class. There's our 2nd place car overall, the Malone Smalley Porsche. Nearly 40 seconds down on our race winner in the end. Jamie Stanley comes over in 5th behind the Cunninghams and Ash Muldoon in his Porsche. Now the GT class, after Chris Bingham had that long penalty stop, goes to Aaron Morgan and Paul Fullick for Team Brit in 9th overall. They take the GT class. The Hayes and Reed Cupra TCR wins the TCR category. And further down the order, looks like the Cup class is going to go to Bobby Trundley and Asher Silver in their BMW. They come across the line. Bobby Trundley brings home the BMW. We've lost 114 Chris Hayes out on circuit somewhere late on there. The Seat hasn't come through. Provisional results of that one then. Gambrell and Lloyd take the victory by almost 40 seconds, completing 39 laps. The only other car finishing on the lead lap, Dominic Malone and Adam Smalley in their Porsche. Porsche's taking the top 4 places in the end, with John Seal and Jamie Stanley's Ferrari in P5. Simon Major, an excellent 6th overall in his Cupra Leon to win the trophy category. 7th for Harry Barton's BMW to win the GT guest class. The Ginetta G55 class goes to Anastasi and Cilio, and behind them Aaron Morgan and Paul Fullick take the GT class in their McLaren 570S for Team Brits. Another class winner just behind them, Hayes and Reed, take the TCR category in their Cupra. Further down the order, 28 cars out of the 35 that started went the distance in that one. Perhaps the highest profile demise there, Bon Grimes and Johnny Molem in the Ferrari, which was on for an overall podium until that rear damage pitched Johnny Molem off at Stowe. Okay, let's head down to Parc Fermé then, where Ian Waterhouse will be with Steve Gambrell and Dan Lloyd to join the celebrations.
Yes, here we are, first Parc Fermé of the year for the Britcar Endurance Championship, and New Dawn and Dan Lloyd taking it over to take the checkered flag, a return to endurance racing. But I tell you what, it was made in the first stint, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah, 100%. Steve did a mega job at the start of the race. Made my life easy, give me a bit of a cushion. But yeah, like I said to you before the stint, it was just really good to be back and exciting to have a teammate, doing the driver change, and yeah, had a good stint. The car was mega. Traffic obviously is the biggest challenge, but felt like I did that well, and yeah, just mega to get a win.
You've got to be careful in these endurance races. Anything can happen. You've just got to keep going, haven't you? And you did that. And do you just focus on the lap times, or do you just have something else going on in your head?
Yeah, I knew I had a gap, and you've always got to be a bit cautious, but actually sometimes when you're too cautious, that's when you can run into trouble. So it's important to keep pushing, just keep it in the back of your head. You don't need to go for every move. Yeah. But if it's on, it's best to do it. But yeah, like I said, mega happy for Steve. He's done a mega job, putting it on pole. Been coaching him for the last 2 or 3 months, and yeah, glad he asked me to race this weekend.
Top man. Dan, congratulations. Maybe more of the same later. You never know as well. Let's jump over here for third place, of course, Mark and Peter Cunningham. The Cunninghams going well indeed. In fact, by my reckon, it's a 1, 2, 3, 4 for Porsches. So there you go. Porsche watching. It's been a good day for you guys here at Silverstone.
Very good. If I can get out of this.
No, we'll let you get your helmet off first. Although the sun is shining out. It was bitterly cold this morning. Although I imagine it gets pretty toasty in these cars, doesn't it? So yeah, let's just get the earplugs out.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Quick way of getting out of the vehicle.
It gets pretty warm, I imagine, in there.
Pretty
for,
warm, yeah.
For 20 minutes or so.
Yeah.
How was it for you guys?
We were very surprised with that result. We came testing yesterday, and we'd been only once before in the car, and it went very well, and we assumed we would come and put the car down and it would go really well, and it didn't. I think it was a bit of a Red Bull moment or something. Anyway, we've played with it overnight, and the car went superb today. Not quick enough for these boys, but we're very happy with what we've achieved.
So, endurance racing, anything can happen though, can't it?
Well, that's it. I was chasing the Ginetta down, which I'd burnt the tyres a little bit, my fault, and he just pulled off, and I don't know why. So.
Right, time to do the podium. I'm afraid you're going to have to go do the podium. Right, let me just see if there's any other drivers around. We'll quickly see who we can grab a quick word with, shall we? Let's just find out how the race went. How was that?
Really, really good fun, thank you.
Nice to be back.
It was great, yeah. Started from right at the back after disappointing qualifying with some breakdowns, and came back and went through the field. Marvellous fun.
Sometimes, is it a bit more fun doing it though? I know it's not ideal, you don't want to start at the back, but when you do, you've almost got nothing to lose, have you?
You haven't, no, and you know, I do this for fun. It doesn't really care where I finish actually, but if I can have some fun overtaking, chasing, racing, that's what we're here for. So thanks to Britcar, great day so far.
Top man, I think it might be time to do the podiums. Gary James is going to head on over and do those. In fact, just stay with us a little bit longer. We do go into lunch breaks, so don't worry, you're not going to miss any racing. Of course, the 63 Ginetta, we were down here at Parc Ferme, and just over at the other side is where they come in if they've got to serve a penalty. The 63 Ginetta, of course, it was running in third place. That penalty then, unfortunately, ended that one. Let's just grab a quick word here as well. Porsche Motorsport hat, and actually I make it the top 4 cars are all Porsches as well.
Yeah, it's a car to have.
How was it out there?
Really good. I mean, that was our first race in the car.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
It can be a bit of a baptism of fire, but have you learned a lot from this race that you can bring into race 2?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we certainly started on the wrong pressures. I know that because it just started the rear left, just started to go off. So we'll take that into the next race for definite. Maybe won't push it quite as hard, maybe, but give that a better car at the end. But no, learned a lot in one race.
Excellent. Well, enjoy race 2 a little bit later, won't you? Indeed. I think Gary James is going to go do the commentary, but we could probably stay live. Could we stay live for the podiums? I think we can. So we'll let him go and do that. Let's see if we can grab. Oh, we've got Adam over here. We didn't actually catch up with these guys. Congratulations. That was a good race.
Yeah, cheers. That was good. Obviously, first of all, well done, Tom. Well done, mate.
Well done.
Fantastic job. No, it's good. Obviously, it's pretty busy with traffic out there.
Yeah.
But no, sort of first weekend in this, Dom had a good drive, maintained our position, and then I took over and finished the race. But yeah, it's good. Pretty happy with that. Can't complain too much.
What can you do about that red Porsche in front in race 2? Is there anything you can do about it?
I think it's just on the straights. They've just got too much. Obviously, very well driven as well. But yeah, they've got quite a bit more grunt. I think we'll struggle probably to. Maybe Adam can do something spectacular, but yeah, no, I mean, great drive from them, and obviously great drive from Adam. So yeah, super pleased.
What can be better, eh, chaps? Sun's finally decided to come out and shine. We're at Silverstone, and we're going racing. Pretty good, eh?
Yeah, it's not a bad way to spend the weekend. Obviously, thank you for Dom to give me this opportunity. It's a cool weekend, and yeah, as you said, what can he do? Ran the outside at turn 1 and then defended for the whole race.
Excellent stuff. Right, we're going to do the podiums. I believe we can probably stay live for these. I'll just pop the microphone under Gary James's mouth as well, so we can hear. So stay with us whilst we do the podium ceremony. There's Claire Headley over there on the right as well, of course, in charge of the Britcar Endurance Championship. And we're just going to go through the classes as well. Of course, there are a number of classes in the Britcar Endurance Championship as well, so it could take a while, but 2 CVs will be heading out next, I believe. And there we go, we're just getting the hats and the trophies.
And in second place, the 74 car of Don Malone and Adam Smalley.
There we go, I just spoke to both Don Malone and Adam Smalley, they're just off there. So let's give them a round of applause, everyone. Woo! Don Malone and Adam Smalley there in second. Probably won't be spraying champagne, I've got to go home and do it all again a little bit later. So.
Oh, sorry.
Dan Lloyd's just nicked one of the Goodyear hats. He's not happy with his barnet. And of course we're about to do our overall winners, of course. Steve Gambrill and Dan Lloyd. Great drive, great car. 4 Porsches in the top 4, boys. That's pretty good, isn't it? That is.
Okay. And the winners of the opening race today, the 8 car, that's Steve Gambrill and Dan Lloyd. Woo, woo, woo.
There you go, great race by the boys. So will they make it a double bubble? A little bit later, another Britcar Endurance Championship race, 45 minutes coming up a little bit later as well. The timetable's slightly delayed. If you did tune in a little bit earlier wondering why there wasn't any racing, there was a radio issue here at Silverstone, so we're delayed by about an hour. Qualifying didn't actually get underway until about 10 o'clock. Didn't get underway till about 10 o'clock. So we've got some time. Let's go chat to some of the other drivers as well whilst we're here. Look, there's beautiful sunshine. We've got plenty of time. Good to see a lot of old faces and good friends again, and new faces as well. Let's just got the old water bottle on the go. How was it out there?
It was very hot, so it was, yes.
Yes.
A lot hotter than it was this morning.
It was freezing this morning, wasn't it?
It was very cold, yeah.
Look, track conditions pretty pristine, I imagine.
Yeah, for April it's magic. Couldn't do any better.
Now, endurance racing can be quite tricky. Do you go in with a particular tactic, or do you just when you need a rest, just go in?
Keep out of everybody's way. We'll let the fast boys go past and try and hang on.
Top man, thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. A lot of people around as well. Let's go see who else we can talk to, shall we? Ezra and I believe we probably owe an apology to Jimmy Broadbent. Commentator's curse, of course. We spoke to Jimmy Broadbent. He had a 15-second lead. No word of a lie. 30 seconds later, I've got my producer in my ear going, the Broadbent car is slowing down and they retire. So sorry, guys. Maybe we'll stay away from that end a little bit later. Oh, Team Brit signaling is over. Let's go have a chat to Team Brit. So that's Paul.
Hello, you. Long time no see.
Long time no. Well, it's been a long winter, hasn't it? Well, and Aaron as well. Yeah. Sister watching.
Aaron. Of course she is.
You've got a message for her.
Yeah. Thank you, Hayley, for the support, bringing us all the luck in that race. It was a tough one, but we managed to do it. So grateful to all the team, my personal sponsor CDW for putting together such an amazing car, and such a great result with Paul.
Yes, Paul. Yeah, it was a great result.
It was a good result. To be honest, I didn't know the result until 2 laps before the end, and the team told me. I thought we were not P1, so that was quite a shock.
Are you the kind of guy who we see in Formula One sometimes? They're like, "Don't talk to me on the radio." Are you that kind of guy? You were like,
No, I have a good old chat, but they just keep the important information for me, like what you're doing. They were just like, maintain this pace, you're good. I thought we were P3, I think, at the time, and I'm happy with it.
Talk us through the car, guys, because it's not your standard car, is it? You use hand controls. How does that work?
Yeah, so the hand controls I use in the car. So the paddle behind the steering wheel on the right hand side does the accelerator, the paddle on the left hand side does the brake, and then we've got buttons inside the steering wheel that go up and down gears for us.
Now, a couple of years ago, I was here, funnily enough, at Silverstone, and was offered a drive in the 1 Series, the 1 Series with the hand controls. I got in the car, sat there, I was ready to go, and gearbox broke.
Oh no, you
haven't. And I was slightly relieved, scared but relieved.
You've got to come have I don't know if they let you have a go in the McLaren, but come back and have a go in one of the cars with hand controls, because it's such a cool system.
I think they might have taken the gearbox out on purpose to stop me from going out of 1 Series. I don't think they're going to trust me in the McLaren.
I'm saying nothing. Maybe.
Guys, we'll see you later. Anyway, catch up in the garage a little bit later. Good stuff indeed. Right, we are going to go find some of the 2CVs. We've got the Monoposto first race coming up as well. Single-seater action. 2 more Superkarts races as well. 1 more of these 45-minute Britcar Endurance Championship. It's different. It's a new era for the Britcar Endurance Championship, and I think we can all agree I think that was a bit of a huge success. A thumbs up, 35 cars in total, hurtling around Silverstone International. Good stuff indeed. We're going to go find some of the 2CVs, and we'll be back very shortly. I'm going to hand you back to Dave Goddard. More racing action coming up soon. It is the lunch break, but it's shortened due to that delay a little bit earlier. Dave, back to you.
Yes, thanks Ian. Great to hear from so many of our drivers down in Parc Ferme. We're going to take just a few minutes break for lunch now before we bring on the Classic 2CV Racing Championship. Slower pace than we saw in the previous couple of races, but no less enjoyment. Huge fun, the 2CVs. They really embody the mantra motorsport should be fun, and we'll be bringing on the 2CVs for the first of their 2 races in just a few minutes from now. Thanks for all your comments on the stream as well. A few too many to read out today. It was very busy during that Britcar race. It's Hayley Morgan, we mentioned there, Aaron Morgan's sister, is watching. She's commented, come on Team Brits. Another fan of Team Brit is Chris by Flanker. Thanks to Steve Crompton, James Berry, and all the rest of you for your comments today. And yes, the 2CVs are standard cars, as we can confirm. If you're asking about the 2CVs, they're standard 600cc engines, and we will be bringing them on in just a few minutes' time. It was originally scheduled for 1:25, but with the timetable running late after that slight problem prior to qualifying, they'll be on track in about 10 minutes, I think, from now. Okay, following a quick break for lunch there, the Classic 2CV Racing Championship now out on track. And Ian caught up with a couple of the drivers a little earlier on ahead of their first race.
Right, but it's almost time to go racing for the Classic 2CV Racing Club, and I absolutely love these cars. Now I'm here with Matthew and Richard Hollis. Now, chaps, you guys are sharing the car today, so how do you decide who goes first?
Matthew's paid the money up front and I owe him, so he goes first.
You get to go first.
Yeah, I mean, we tend to take it in turns, so sometimes I let Richard go first, so yeah, there's no squabbling.
Does that add a little bit more pressure than being first out?
Yes. Yeah, I suppose so. I don't really want to break it, but yeah, it's always we just try and take it easy and you know, make sure that the other one gets a race.
Now look, I'm looking at the car here. We've got 2006 team champions, 2007 race winners. How long have you guys been involved with the 2CV Racing Club?
Since 2001 is when we first bought the car, and we were pretty good when we were younger, but we've just got to get better again. I don't know where the form's gone.
The 15-minute sprint race. How fast do you get going in one of these around here?
I think with the wind in the right direction, you could probably get up to about 90.
Yeah.
I think what's really interesting, you wouldn't think necessarily that this circuit is great for 2CV racing, but actually it produces really good racing because of the slipstreaming effect, and most of the corners we're pretty much sort of full throttle, right on the edge sort of thing, so it's good fun.
What do you love most about these 2CVs?
Just the fact how close you can race with the other guys. So you might be 3 abreast into a corner and you'll go through 3 abreast. So it's just, you could be 8th on the last lap and you can win. So it's all to play for. And we're going to win today, maybe.
It's all to play for. They're going to win. It's time to go racing. Classic 2CV Racing Club. Let's go, lads. Come on.
Well, it is almost time to go with our first Classic 2CV Racing Championship race of the day. Qualifying took place earlier this morning, and in pole position for race 1, former champion Chris Tovey in the SL Racing car, not his regular car, so it'll be interesting to see how he gets on today. Alongside him, another former champion, number 89, Nick Crispin in the P2W Motorsports car. Second row, 92, Brian Heary, and 76 of Andrew Bull. Then on row 3, Seb Jones-White, number 13, and 55, Julie Walford. Her husband Steve will be driving that car in race 2 later on, because sometimes you get 2 drivers share a car. Rob Dawson, number 20, starts alongside the 79 of Sam Archer on row 4. Then Ethan Sparrow, of course, the Sparrow name very famous in 2CV racing, on row 5 alongside number 42, Martin Sunderland. On the 6th row, we have Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown. That's the Team ECAS 2CV parts car, alongside 40 Chris Yates for Muffin Motorsports. More on them a bit later. 81 Simon Turner alongside 72 Matthew Hollis, who we just heard from. Colin Etchells, number 67, alongside 44 John Widowson. And Martin Ryman, hopefully, is there. His car broke down in qualifying and didn't set a time. So hopefully the Classic 41 factory racing car is there at the back. I think it is. The grid has been cleared. And it is Chris Tovey in the SL racing car, sharing with car owner Lawrence Broadhurst today. They set off for a green flag lap then. And these are standard Citroën 2CVs, 602cc 2-cylinder engines. And those engines, you can change one in about 15 minutes with a team of mechanics on the job. We've seen it happen during an endurance race at Pembrey. And talking of endurance racing, these cars, believe it or not, have a 24-hour race every year on August Bank Holiday weekend at Snetterton in Norfolk. It really is a very special event indeed. That is something very different in British motorsport. But it is Chris Tovey on pole. We've seen him champion in 2CV racing before, but not in this car, as we say, sharing with Lawrence Broadhurst in the SL racing car. It'll please David Marsden, who's on our comments thread. He's been a mechanic for SL Racing at the 24-hour in the past. Alongside him, number 89, Nick Crispin in the P2W Motorsports car. Of course, a lot of the team names quite amusing in 2CV racing. We've got 3 cars run by the Tête Rouge team, translates as Red Head Racing. Brian Heary is run by, that's the blue and green car. That's the Crisis at Tête Rouge car. Brian Heary used to race MGs and Rovers back in the day. Alongside him will be Andrew Bull in the Habitable Leisure at Tête Rouge, because Tête Rouge running cars on behalf of a couple of other teams and drivers. Team Lion are here as well, the team Pete Sparrow won so many championships for. Sam Archer driving for them today in car number 79. I think that's the car that David O'Keefe used to compete in. And Martin Ryman's dropped back again there. I noticed the orange car, so perhaps more issues for him. The blue and white car of Chris Tovey on pole position. Nick Crispin in the Dayglow red, number 89, will be alongside him. Look out also for Seb Jones-White. He was quick in qualifying for race 2, so watch for the Podium Motorworks number 13 car from the third row of the grid in this one. Number 44 there towards the back, that's John Widowson, ex-sidecar racer, and has been a safety car driver for the 2CVs as well in the past, in one of Steve Walford's cars. His wife Julie out in this one in number 55.
So Nick Crispin's there.
Make their way into position then.
Number 48.
Now Chris Tovey not in his usual car today.
He's actually the runner-up, so he came second in the championship last year.
Second in the championship behind Alex Cockhill last year. Alex not racing today. This should be a pretty open 15-minute race for the Classic 2CV Racing Club, their first race of the season. Green flag is displayed at the back of the grid. It'll be a standing start this time, unlike the rolling start for Britcar and Superkarts. And this should be a rather slower paced race, but as we say, by no means any less entertaining. A lot of slipstreaming we will see here. We get underway then, the 2CV racing season is go. And off they go down towards Abbey for the first time. Nick Crispin in the number 89 gets away well from second on the grid, the inside the front row, pole position on the outside here at Silverstone. It looks like it is going to be Crispin who's just got the nose in front as they head through Abbey for the first time. Side by side with Chris Tovey. Brian Heary, it looks like, has just edged third place over Andrew Bull, and Seb Jones-White, the white car with the gold stripes, in fifth position. Look at Andrew Bull up the inside as they go into the right-hand village. I think Chris Tovey has got the lead in the SL racing car. There's number 42, which is Martin Sunderland for Infinite Improbability Racing. And up on the curb there, Matthew Hollis in the blue and orange Hollis Motorsport car. It is Chris Tovey who leads out of Chapel onto the Hanger Straight. Now the slipstreaming is going to start. Nick Crispin's on the grass. Bit of ploughing there. Well, the design brief of the 2CV was that it could drive across a ploughed field laden with eggs without breaking any. I don't think these cars have got any eggs inside them though. Brian Heary's gone up into second. It's 3 wide for third. Seb Jones-White, there's a chunk bitten out of his front mudguard there, I know. Just been a bit of contact off the grid, I think, as they make their way around the opening lap here at Silverstone. There's the number 44, the Steve Walford Motorsport car of John Widowson, the newcomer at the back. It looks like Martin Ryman may have pulled into the pits at the end of the green flag lap. I can't see the number 41, the ex-Fiat Racing champion, out there. Seb Jones-White up to second under braking for Club. They're splitting into 2 groups here. There's Sam Archer in the grey and red, number 79, the Team Lion car. They swing their way through. So Nick Crispin trying to gain those places back again after he ran wide coming out of Chapel. He's 3 wide with Brian Heary, Seb Jones-White in the middle, and Andrew Bull is side by side. I think that's Ethan Sparrow, number 46, in the grey car. Crispin back up the inside is going to take 2 places at Abbey. Or is he? Because Seb Jones-White fighting back. Here comes Andrew Bull as well, the turquoise number 76 car, the Habitable Leisure car. It's going to be like this. If you've not seen 2CV racing before, this is going to be like this for the whole race. They will just slipstream each other constantly. Julie Walford rather, in the number 55, coming up to the back of this draft, and the number 40 of Chris Yates for Muffin Motorsport. Now that team used to be known as Team Blueberry Muffins. Is there a shortage of blueberries or something? Swinging across to the inside now, Nick Crispin in the P2W Motorsports car. Second group being headed up further back by Matthew Arrowsmith Brown in the yellow fronted car. That's the ECAS 2CV parts machine. Anybody going to pull out of the slipstream here down towards Stowe. It's still Chris Tovey in the 48, the SL racing car that leads the way. Slightly damaged car of Seb Jones-White in second now. I think he's qualified fastest for race 2, so he'll be one to watch here. They make make their way towards Vale and Club. Tovey from Jones White. Third is Brian Heary in the number 92. Running up wide there, the race leader just gathers it up again. Nick Crispin next in, Bull, Sparrow, Julie Walford, Chris Yates at the back of this group. You can see the muffin artwork on the back of that car. Here comes Seb Jones White. He's going to have a bash for the lead here down into Abbey. He's being pushed along almost by Brian Heary. Bump drafting. This is 2CV racing, not NASCAR. Then the second group is headed by Matthew Arrowsmith Brown. Who's he got in behind there? That's the number 81 car, Simon Turner. And in behind him, I think, was the number 42 of Martin Sunderland in a car that looks like Sandro Proietti's old car. Oh, there's contact there. Ethan Sparrow and Chris Yates. They bounce off each other. They've kept it going, though. Bit of damage to Chris Yates' car. They're still going side by side. Notoriously robust little machines, the 2CVs. Meanwhile, Seb Jones White has taken the lead and Chris Tovey's been shuffled back to 4th place. So Brian Heary's come through, Nick Crispin in 3rd. And of course Tovey's got to slipstream his way back towards the front now. Ethan Sparrow and Chris Yates dropping back from this group after that bit of rubbing, and Ethan Sparrow's car twitching about there. Brian Heary to the inside in the Crisis at Tete Rouge car. Crisis used to be an independent team, the car now run by Tete Rouge. Here comes Nick Crispin. They can't go 3 wide into Club, surely. They're going to try it. They're going to try it. Look at this. Into Club corner. Nick Crispin's gone. He's gone round the outside of both of them. That's brilliant. Show me another car you can do that in. Round the outside of 2 cars into the Club complex. And he's taken the lead from Seb Jones White. Heary down to 3rd. And Chris Tovey's down to 5th position behind Andrew Ball now. This is fantastic. Brian Heary back to the inside. You can see them getting into the slipstream, ready for Abbey. So Brian Heary's got the inside, but Nick Crispin is going to try and close the door into the right-hander at Abbey. Jones White and Bull now side by side. Chris Tovey trying to keep up. Of course, not in his own car, so may not be used to the SL racing machine, but he's going to have a go at the inside of everybody here into Village. That's brave. Might win in 1 or 2 places. And they're just going to continue like this for the rest of the 9 minutes of this race. Next in the order is Julie Walford in 6th position. Ethan Sparrow still going well next in that group. I was right about Martin Ryman. He did pull into the pits, but I think he's got going again a couple of laps down. Despite that bit of damage, Chris Yates still going well. And now Nick Crispin is going to have a go for the lead down into the right-hander at Stowe. In the P2W Motorsport car. Crispin retakes the lead. Seb Jones White's going to have a go on the inside as well. Tovey's back up into 4th place. Isn't really time to draw breath despite the relatively lower pace of these cars. Well, Dan Lloyd's fastest lap in the Britcar race we saw before lunch was 1 minute 4.7, I think it was. The fastest lap of this race so far is by Seb Jones White, number 13, 1 minute 40.813. Only the matter of about 36 seconds a lap slower. Speed is not the essence, it's close slipstreaming and close racing in 2CV land. 5 cars line astern for the lead as we come towards halfway. Chris Yates being reeled in slowly but surely by Simon Turner. Next in the order behind him is Sam Archer in the Team Lion car. Then we've got Matthew Arrowsmith Brown. Martin Sunderland next in the number 42. That's the Liquimolly Bacon racing car that used to be from the Proietti family. Now racing elsewhere this weekend, I think. Next through we've got the number 20, which is Rob Dawson, the other Podium Motorworks car, and Matthew Hollis back there as well. Swing their way through towards Chapel. Here come your leaders. 5 of them nose to tail down towards Stowe, and Brian Heary's going to have a go on the inside. With the relatively lower speed of a 2CV, you're flat out for virtually the whole lap around Silverstone. You don't tend to touch the brakes. You corner like Nick Crispin tried to there. That didn't work though. Oh, it nearly went off. So he's now lost all the momentum. He's going to have to get back at the back of the queue and start all over again up the order. The driver's absolutely loving this. So Chris Tovey's now back into second place. It's Andrew Bull into third. And now Nick Crispin, recovering that bit of lost momentum from running wide, goes to the inside of Seb Jones-White, who kicks up a bit of dust. And Crispin through to fourth. These five have changed order on every lap so far. Julie Walford coming under fire from Ethan Sparrow for P6, a little bit further back. Top five covered by 2.3 seconds, and Brian Heary's in the fastest lap, 140.001 for the Crisis at Tête Rouge car. Side by side for third. Up the inside comes Nick Crispin at Village, takes third from Andrew Bull. Up on the curb, he's not giving way. This could let Seb Jones-White through on the inside. There's somebody kicked up some dust there. I think that was Bull. Yes, he goes out way wide. He was heading for the national circuit there. There is another event taking place on the national circuit. You may have heard the cars in the background during the lunch break. The Vintage Sports Car Club have an event on there. Meantime, I've had a change for sixth. The grey car there, that's Ethan Sparrow up into sixth position. Chris Yates has been caught. Simon Turner's got ahead of him and a couple of others. Chris Yates might be suffering a bit from that bit of damage sustained in the early laps. In the background there, Colin Etchells comes out of Chapel. He's in 15th. As to the inside goes Sam Archer in the ex-David O'Keefe Team Lion car, attacking Simon Turner. Then the number 20 of Rob Dawson. See the damage to the mudguard on Chris Yates's Muffin Motorsport car there. If the team have brought any muffins with them, that's something for Ian to investigate in the pit lane. Meanwhile, we've had a change for the lead. Chris Tovey has taken Brian Heary at club, and the SL Racing car back in front. SF Mason asks in our comments, do these guys ever need to touch the brakes at Silverstone any time? No, they don't. You just lift off the throttle on some of the corners and just let the car slide in like Nick Crispin did earlier on, although he slid a bit wide on the exit. So Tovey leads, Heary second. Still Crispin, Jones, White and Bull the top five. Sparrow is about 9 seconds further back, so it's between this quintet for the victory. Here's the battle further back. Rob Dawson attacking Sam Archer. Simon Turner's in there. Sunderland. 33 of Arrowsmith Brown. It'll be Glenn Oswin who takes over that car for race 2, the number 33. Chris Yates is definitely dropping back. To the inside goes Brian Heary. Retakes the lead again at Stowe. Or does he? Chris Tovey back around the outside. They almost lean on each other. Here comes Nick Crispin. Crispin and Tovey, both former champions. And it's going to be 3 wide. Look at this, into club once again. Brian Heary's going to be squeezed in the middle. Seb Jones-White up the inside. Heary fights back. Excuse me, he says to Chris Tovey. And somehow they've all got through there okay. It doesn't get much closer than this. 5 of them over the line, and what's the gap between the 5? The 5 of them covered by 0.78 of a second as they cross the line there. Here comes Nick Crispin on the inside in the red and black car. He'll take P3 from Seb Jones-White. The first 2, if anything, have broken away very slightly there as a result of that little contretemps through club. We've got 2 minutes 40 seconds to go. Any one of these 5 could still win it. Andy Bull's going to have a go up the inside now. Can he take P3 into Village? They're 3 wide through there. Here's the battle further back, headed up by Sam Archer, Simon Turner, Rob Dawson. Matthew Hollis making a move now as well. This is an amazing race. Drivers loving every second of this as much as we are. Pick up our leaders in a moment, but there's just as frantic a battle going on further back for 8th position, which is this trio. Dawson now ahead of Turner and Archer as they head out towards Chapel. Here are the leaders into Stowe, and Chris Tovey up the inside retakes the lead once again from Brian Heary. Seb Jones-White under fire for fourth from Andrew Bull. Swing their way out of Stowe corner. Here comes Brian Heary again. What can he do into club? Goes for the inside. Is he going to get alongside? He's done it. Great pass by Brian Heary. Can Chris Tovey fight back? Will it be a win for SL Racing or crisis at Tête Rouge? Andy Bull's dropped away a little bit there in the other Tête Rouge run car, the Habitable Leisure car. Over the line they go. This will be the start of their final lap. Now, it's a bit like Caterham racing. You've got to know exactly where to position yourself to make your finishing move, as it were, and be in the right place. It's going to be interesting into club for the last time, to say the least. There's Ethan Sparrow in 6th, ahead of Julie Walford. Now, is Chris Tovey biding his time? These two have pulled slightly clear of their opposition. They were a second clear at the line of Nick Crispin. Here's the second group, Turner, Dawson and Archer together. Side by side there, the 81, Simon Turner for Tête Rouge and Robert Dawson for Podium Motorworks. The leaders will be making their way down towards Stowe. Who is it going to be? Will it be Heary? Will it be Tovey? Here they come into Stowe corner. Brian Heary has the advantage on the inside, the green and blue number 92 car. Nick Crispin is waiting in the wings. He's closed back up again slightly, if anything. Andrew Bull's dropped back a bit, so it's between 4 for the win as they come down towards club for the last time in our first race of the season for the Classic 2CV Racing Championship. Chris Tovey goes to the outside. He's going to try and position himself on the inside for the longer right-hander into the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. Can he get up on the inside of Brian Heary? I don't think he's quite going to do it. Here they come towards the checkered flag. Our first 2CV race of the season. A fantastically close run affair is won by Brian Heary in the 92 car, ahead of Tovey, Crispin and Jones-White as quickly as that. And Andy Bull takes 5th position. 0.83 of a second covered the top 4 at the line. So Brian Heary, our first winner of the season, and these three still at it. 6th will go to Ethan Sparrow ahead of Julie Walford just ahead of them. Dawson and Turner still side by side. And who's going to be 8th? Turner's going to try and go around the outside. Archer's there on the inside in the 79. It's going to be Dawson who gets there for 8th place. And it's a photo finish, I think, for 9th. 26,000 to the second in it in favour of Simon Turner. Then came Hollis, Sunderland and Arrowsmith Brown. Chris Yates has pulled into the pits, I can tell you, with that bit of damage from earlier on. So Colin Etchells and John Widowson will be the final finishers. Here they come. Over the line they go. So it's a couple of non-finishers there, Chris Yates and Martin Ryman, whose problems from qualifying still persisted. And they'll get ready for race 2 a bit later on. But what a fantastic affair that was. Well done, Brian Heary. Just about hanging on ahead of Chris Tovey, who will now hand his car over to Lawrence Broadhurst for race 2, so we won't see Chris in the second race. My voice is running out already after that one. Goodness me. Provisional result then, Brian Heary for Crisis at Tête Rouge takes the win by 0.2 of a second ahead of Chris Tovey for SL Racing. Nick Crispin third for P2W Motorsport ahead of Seb Jones-White for Podium Motorworks. Andrew Bull completing the leading group in the Habitable Leisure at Tête Rouge car. Ethan Sparrow a fine 6th in the 46 for SCA Racing ahead of Julie Walford. And Rob Dawson topping his huge fight with Simon Turner and Sam Archer to complete the top 8. Turner 9th, Archer 10th. Then Hollis, Sunderland, Arrowsmith Brown and Etchells, the final finisher being John Widowson. Fastest lap going to Brian Heary, 1:40.001. Well, that was fantastic, I'm sure you'll agree. Well done indeed to all of our Classic 2CV racers. They have another race later on. A few of the cars, about 4 of them I think, will be changing driver. And we will get ready for something a little bit quicker. Single-seater racing. The Monoposto Racing Club will be out shortly. Just waiting for the cars to head round into Parc Fermé. It takes them a little longer to get round, of course. Slightly slower cars to Parc Fermé, where Ian will be waiting to greet them shortly.
Too fast for me now. Now I'm an old age bench.
And let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ian now.
Get a good race. Got a break, obviously, when Nick had a bit of a sideways moment, and then just kept the others at bay. Yeah.
Yeah, hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé. We're just trying to dodge in and out of the 2 CVs there. Let's go back. We've got Chris here. Chris, I'll tell you something, they're not the quickest machines, but the racing's pretty close, isn't it?
That was a really close race. That was a hard-fought race. You wouldn't believe that a track as wide as Silverstone, a 2CV can block the entire track.
I think it was 0.4, just over 0.4 separating the top 3. That's fantastic, isn't it?
In the entire, over the race?
Yeah, over the line.
It's just fantastic racing all the time. It always delivers good viewing and visual fun.
What is it you love about these cars?
Just the quirkiness, to be honest. Like every time someone says, I tell people I'm going racing, and they're like, oh, what are you racing? I'm like, 2CV. And they're just like, oh. It's the look on people's face, and they just think that
I think it's the coolest thing ever.
Well, some do, some don't. Some people just envision door handles rubbing on the floor of 2CVs going across fields, but they're very different to that.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Chris. P2 in this race. What can you do different for the next one?
Well, I'm handing the car over to the actual owner.
Oh, okay. So you're done then.
I'm a stand-in driver. For
you can spray the champagne now.
I can indeed. I can go and have a beer. That's right. Actually, no, I can't. I've got to drive home. Bugger.
Yeah, no, definitely got. Chris, thank you so much. I did want to find Brian if he's around, the race winner. But I can't see him anywhere. So what we will do, we will grab a quick word with Nick as well if we can. Let's jump in. Nick, just before you disappear, you've got to do all the media duties to finish on the podium, but a close race, wasn't it?
Do you know what? I was just saying, there aren't many series where you can see the first 3 within hundredths of a second, first 5 within a second. And to provide entertainment like that. Yeah. I mean, yes, I would have liked to have done better. Yes, I had a terrible moment. But, do you know what? I'll take that. First run out of the season. Good to get it under the belt.
You've got to go again a little bit later, though. So are you saying that we're going to swap this hat for a first place one later?
It would be nice. Obviously, Seb is very quick. Brian has done a tremendous job. It must be all the years on him that gives him the knowledge of this track. I don't know. But, yeah, we'll try and go a couple of places better next time. But, to be fair, at the end of the season, reliability and good points pays dividends.
At the end of the day, look,
you don't get anything for winning all the races, do you, Chris?
Yeah, maybe we should make that something new. Look, nobody loses taking one of these out, do they, around Silverstone? So.
No, I mean, we love it. It's not a great track for 2CVs, to be honest.
Where's the best place to go then?
Croft is a great 2CV track. Pembury, Lyddon's a great track for 2CVs. Yeah. Short and twisty is much better for us. It's no good having these massive, great long straights, and it's nice to have the occasional flowing corner, but you're not really doing anything with the car or yourself. And a lot of the time it's, if you get stuck behind another car and you've got a long straight like that, you can either try and get past, which takes probably a straight twice as long, or you work with someone and get a shove to get that little bit more speed and then get past. Yeah. But no, I mean, we're here, it's a showcase circuit, but bring me Croft, places like that.
Bring your Croft. Look, thanks so much for talking to us. Well done, congratulations. Just stick around a little bit if we can, because up next we have the Monoposto, first race of the season for them and Dave. They're just lining up now in the pit lane, as you can see. So I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard. He will take you through the action. Enjoy.
We certainly will. Thanks, Ian. Yes, we'll kick up the speed in just a moment. The Monoposto Racing Club, a very long-established racing club, this one. Founded way back in 1958 and caters for a whole variety of single-seaters. We've got Formula 3 cars, Formula Ford, Formula Renault, Formula Vauxhall even. Remember those from back in the 90s? And some smaller motorcycle engine machines as well. Ian caught up with some of the drivers down in the paddock a little earlier.
Right, everybody, I popped down to the wing. I'm in the garages. We've got the Monoposto Racing Club here, and I'm with a very good friend of mine. Carol Glenn is here. But Carol, you're here for something very special this weekend, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm wearing a different hat this weekend. I'm not an official.
You are wearing a different hat.
Yes, I'm wearing a new hat as well. I'm now a new team manager, owner.
Wow, how does that feel?
Yesterday quite surreal. Still can't quite believe I've got it. You know, we're here, and I think I'll wake up on Monday morning. I think it's all been a big dream.
Right, we've got two gentlemen here. Of course, you're driving. Please introduce them, Carol.
Okay, so we've got Isaiah.
Isaiah, good to meet you. How are you? All right?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
How are you feeling? Are you a bit apprehensive, or are you ready to get going?
Mixture of both. It's been a steep learning curve. I just want to try and get dialed into the car, dialed into Silverstone, try and find myself at one.
Fantastic. And Carol, we also have...
And we've got Emmanuel.
Right, Emmanuel. Now, how does it feel knowing you're about to take to the track at Silverstone, the legendary Silverstone?
I mean, it feels like a dream to me. I mean, growing up watching it on Formula One on TV, seeing Lewis Hamilton race around here now, I'll be going out with Isaiah. It's just an incredible experience, and I'm just so excited for it. I've got to thank Carol and Isaiah, and obviously for making this all possible. For sure.
Isaiah, what does it mean for you to be part of this team with Carol as well?
Oh, it's a milestone. I think in the history of British motorsport, and I dare say motorsport in the world, to have such a diverse team that reflects the real world at Silverstone, which has always felt distant, like a distant dream, and to be here, I don't think any words can really articulate this experience right now.
You both look happy, you both look ready to go. What's the expectation for the race?
Just want to finish, bring the car home in one piece, because this is all about a learning curve for us. It's all about figuring out how the car reacts in a race condition, in qualifying, practice, everything. So I think as long as you bring it home in one piece, then it'll be a good day for us.
Fantastic. Good. Best of luck, guys. We are, of course, going to be watching on the live stream as well. Carol, just quickly, how do we find out more about your team?
Yeah, I'm just so happy. I just want, like they say, I want to bring the car home, and let's see how we get on.
Fantastic, there you go. That's to find out how we get on. It's time to go racing for the Monoposto, the single-seater racing. This is sensational. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Dave, over to you.
So good to hear from a couple of our drivers there. Now we've got a massive grid to get through. 38 cars set to start this race. Whole mixture of different single-seaters, and they line up with some of the Formula 3 cars having qualified at the front. Front row, George Lyne, number 51, and number 9, Tony Bishop, both long-serving drivers with the Monoposto Racing Club in their Dalaras. Second row, Andrew Pryke and James Williams. Then we've got a pair of Jedis, the 1000cc motorcycle engine machines, Dan Clues and Matthew Houghton. James Hills, another Jedi in row 4, alongside the Dalara of Tom Wheatley in the F3B class. Row 5, Felix Baggett, who ended up in the gravel at the end of qualifying. He's there on row 5, though, alongside Mark Harrison in the number 93 car. That's a Mono 2000 class Dalara, the older Dalara with the 2-litre engine. Row 6, Kevin McClurg in his Dalara, alongside Malcolm Scott, who's been racing that Dalara F305 for many seasons now. Row 7, a pair of Jedis, Nigel Davis and David Tagg. Neil Harrison on row 8, alongside Terry Clark. Neil Harrison, the ex-F3 Cup race winner. Row 9 is Mike Hatton. He used to race a Formula Vauxhall Lotus with the Monoposto Club, now in a Dalara F3 car, alongside Thomas Hill. 10th row, Chris Levy. He used to race in historic Formula Ford 2000, now in something a little bit more modern, the 90s Dalara. And Andrew Wheels, who's in the Dalara 305, which has a 1340cc motorcycle engine. That's in the Moto 1400 class. Row 11, we move on to Matt Jordan, number 99. He's in a Van Diemen RF99, that's one of the Mono 2000 cars, alongside Julian Hoskins in his Vector. That's a Formula Ford car, running an 1800cc engine. Row 12, Paul Hudson's Jedi Will Cox in a Rolt RT3. That's the first of the 2000 classic category cars for the older cars. Richard Biles in his Formula Vauxhall Lotus starts alongside Jim Spencer in his 1988 Reynard. Row 14 is Kirsty Mansell's Dalara. She starts alongside Jamie Malloy in his Tatus Formula Renault car. Row 15 is Anya Garner and Jamie Tanser in the number 29, his PR3. I think that's possibly a home-built machine. On to row 16, we have Phil Chappell, number 52, in his Vauxhall Lotus, alongside Tom Dackins in a Formula Ford 1600. We don't have what car type that is, actually. Damon Bland, who's been racing single-seaters for decades now in his Van Diemen, used to race with the 750 Motor Club, I remember, in their Formula 4 division, alongside Emmanuel Bradley, who's out in race 1, I think it's Emmanuel in this race, but we'll confirm that. I'm not sure whether it was Emmanuel or Isaiah Iguagu who was scheduled to drive that Van Diemen in this race, but Emmanuel appears on the grid sheet. Row 18, Carl Wallace in his Formula Renault alongside David Spencer's Reynard, and Jack Squires and Joe Goodwin round out the grid. Cars being brought into line then. Now the Monoposto Championship, as you mentioned, dates back to 1958, founded by Frank Tiedemann, who was one of the first champions of the club. And over 60 years later, still puts out some of the biggest single-seater grids in the UK. Everything from a Formula 3 car downwards, and cars from the mid-2000s or older are allowed to race with this club. There's no overall champion in the Monoposto Racing Club. It's all based on classes with the different engine sizes, and the top 3 cars overall were all within 1 point of each other last year, because on 176 points you had Alex Bagnall in the 1600 class, Will Cox in the 2000 Classic division, and a point behind them was George Lyne, the man on pole position here in Class F3A. But it's all class-based, the Mono Championship. I don't think there is an overall champion crowned. Look at the size of that grid. We've got one driver with a hand in the air there, the number 32 that is. So possibly somebody with a problem there. That's Terry Clark in the Van Diemen. Number 48 moving into line there towards the back. Maris Schulte, the German, in his Van Diemen. Maybe 1 or 2 more cars out there possibly who weren't on the grid sheet for this one. As the green flag lap gets underway. I didn't see Maris Schulte's name on the grid sheet actually. So has there been an amended grid issue? Well, anyway, it's almost time to go racing at the end of this green flag lap with the Formula 3 Dalaras to the 4 on the grid. The blue car with the yellow flashes there. George Lyne in pole position, the Langford Line Motorsports car. He's in Formula 3 Class A. Was the class champion in that division last year. Yeah, the 32 of Terry Clark hasn't got away, so he'll have to be pushed off the grid by the marshals. He's in the Mono 2000 category for 2-litre engine cars. The classes, mostly based on engine size, 1600, 1800 or 2000. There's the 2000 Classic division for the older cars, Class F3, A and B. And then there's the motorcycle engine classes, M1000 for the 1000cc Jedis. You can see 2 of those cars weaving around there, the little ex-F1000 cars, which may be small, but they absolutely fly along. And there's one M1400 car as well, for the smaller capacity. There we can just see Terry Clark's car being pushed back into the pit lane through the gate. 1 or 2 of these cars, it is a little tricky to see the numbers, so apologies if I misidentify any of them. One car pulling into the pits, I think that's Felix Baggett, the car that went off in qualifying, so maybe some damage there that he hasn't picked up on. Still recovering my voice after that 2CV race, to be quite honest. Another car pulling into pit lane. And that was another of the Fern GP cars. Was that Kirsty Mansell pulling in the 27? I'm not sure.
He should have been on the 5th row of the grid. So there's a bit of drama going on.
The entry was in fact oversubscribed today. There were 4 reserves listed after qualifying that won't get to start if the grid is full capacity. 28 Kaylee Cole was one of them. 42 was another. That's Alex Bagnall. Ah, that's why 48's on the grid. Maris Schulte was a reserve. That's why he wasn't on the grid sheet, so he is out there.
Starlight marshals earned their free lunch, because
so had some reserves brought in, perhaps.
But firm in this situation.
So George Lyne and Tony Bishop on the front row of the grid. Then George Lyne, the yellow and blue car. Tony Bishop, the darker blue car on the left with the yellow flashes. Tricky to see some of the liveries in the bright sunlight here today at Silverstone. It's a breezy but very fine day. Here on BARC TV we get the last of the cars into line. Green flag now waves, waiting for the red lights to come on. First round of the Monoposto Racing Club Championship for 2025. Have the marshals spotted a problem there? Yes, I think there's been a problem spotted. Thought we got the all clear, but no, the grid is not fully into line at the back. Bit of confusion here.
Waiting for the red light to appear on the starting gantry. Oh no, I can see people walking around at the rear of the grid. They're not.
It's a Formula Ford car, the wingless car there.
Because these cars have gone through the pit lane. It's rather confused some of the drivers who've got a marker to fit into, and then suddenly they find there's a gap, and then it all gets a bit confusing. Oh, and we've got people right now.
There's a Formula Ford car going off the grid. Ah, is that Murray Schulter? So maybe he shouldn't be out there. Yeah, he's a reserve from qualifying. He's on the list of reserves. Was he trying to do a Hans Heyer then? Yeah, he's been taken off the side of the grid, so the start is aborted. Of course, these cars can be a bit temperamental. We just heard one of our circuit PA commentators saying in the background there. So the officials back out onto the grid, so a slight delay here. And I imagine they'll do another green flag lap, because most of these cars on slick tyres. Get some heat into them. The 66 car there, that's Jamie Malloy in his Tatus Formula Renault car on the right of the picture. 52 next to him is Phil Chappell with his Formula Vauxhall. Back in the 1990s, Formula Vauxhall Lotus was one of Britain's top single-seater formulas. And this Monoposto Racing Club has become something of a home for cars from redundant one-make series like Formula Renault and Formula Vauxhall. We even had some Formula Vauxhall Junior cars out here, remember those? Gary Paffett used to dominate them before he went on to DTM and to become McLaren test driver. We've also got the little Jedi 1000cc cars, most of them Honda motorcycle powered.
Cars are quite complex. I remember once going to see an Alpine that was for sale, Formula 3 Alpine, and it was gorgeous. It was just such a wonderful car, but you could see it was going to be so much trouble to actually run it. It's going to be so complicated. And that is the thing with some of these Formula 3s. They are complex bits of kit.
You can see the lights flashing on the gantry. That means the start has been aborted. Thanks to Aaron McGrath, who asked, do the cars have to stick to their old homologation in their respective classes, or can they be modified? Modification is certainly allowed. I mean, we've got Formula Ford cars I've seen in this series before, which have wings on them. Formula Ford 1600s can be fitted with wings. You can run almost any single seater you like in this series. John Mitchell says good luck to Will Cox in the Rolls RT3. Josephine Egan supporting Kirsty Mansell, number 27. Hi to Alina Verowska, who's marshalling on the Hanger Straights today, over on the back straight. Hello to Andy Duckering as well. Josephine Egan watching from Florida. Thanks to have you tuned in. Let us know where you're watching from. Get spectators from all over the world on BARC TV. Give the stream a like as well. How many likes have we got so far? 274. Great to see. Thank you very much. And over 850 of you watching, according to our YouTube at the moment. Well, close towards 900, in fact, as I refresh the stream. Wonderful to have you all along here at Silverstone today, our second live stream of the season. Next one is next weekend, 2 days at Snetterton over in Norfolk on the 300 circuits, where the Caterhams kick off their season. Yes, Caterham Motorsport with all of their championships. So mini challenge of the MG Owners Club in support as well. A couple of spectators from South Africa watching on. So Brett Metcalf and Grant Moore. Ethan Dance, one of our regular viewers. Leo's World, watching in Germany. Brenbo Spins asks, can Formula 3000 cars race? No, they can't, unfortunately. I think the highest class you can have with the Monoposto Racing Club is F3. Formula 3000 cars, you see one or two of them racing on the continent in the Euroboss Formula. It's only for big open single seaters where you get quite a few ex-Formula 1 cars in action. Fish Forever, watching from Detroit. DMT Sports Media, watching from Ballarat, Victoria, Australia. Michael, watching in Birmingham. His son is pit crew for car 51, George Line. In New Jersey, USA. James Boyle watching from near Cadwell Park up in Lincolnshire. I'll say very best of luck to everyone competing in the Alan Healy Memorial Rally at Cadwell Park tomorrow. A couple of friends of mine competing in that. Young Wolf watching from Ontario, Canada. Tighten the Noose watching from Oxford. Deskelder watching from Germany. A short delay to the start here because of a bit of a problem towards the back of the grid. A couple of cars having to be pushed off the grid, so start delayed, and the cars will do another formation lap very shortly. One spectator watching from Greece, Nick C, that is. James Olson in Chicago. Lewis Tiger, 5898, watching in the south of England, sitting on the beach. Bart in the Netherlands. Spuddens watching in the Netherlands as well. Richard watching in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Quite a few fans watching from Germany. Now, when I mentioned the MG Owners Club, and Richard McDermott says there's only one Steve McDermott. Yes, the multiple champion. John Mitchell watching in Wiltshire. Sally Bransom says, I'm watching from Norfolk but missed watching my son earlier on. Don't worry, Sally. Brian will be back out in his BMW later on. Spectator from Bosnia Herzegovina. Quite a few from Ireland as well. All over the world. Okay, so the car's heading off for their second green flag lap then for the Monoposto Racing Club, headed by the four Formula 3 Dalaras. George Line, Tony Bishop, Andrew Pryke and James Williams. Big hello to Jamie Peters-Ennis as well. Pit reporter and photographer on various motorsport events. He's watching with Team Brit today. Hello to you, Jamie. Weave to warm up their slick tyres. Less powerful cars towards the back, including the Formula Ford 1600 class. 22 there, Jack Squires with his Van Diemen. 83 back there as well, that's David Spencer in the Reynard in the Classic division. Number 4, right at the very back, is Joe Goodwin for Oldfield Motorsport in his Van Diemen 95. So that's a Formula Ford with wings fitted. Certainly modification allowed.
Marshals at the front of the grid, just reminding the drivers this is a standing start and they need to pull up into their allotted grid spaces.
Second attempt then for the first race of the season for the Monoposto Racing Club. A couple of gaps on the grid further back. Watch for Dan Clues, the light blue Jedi there on row 3. Blue and orange machine of Matthew Houghton for Perpetual Motorsport alongside him. Red light comes on then. We get away this time. The first race of the season for the Monoposto Racing Club gets underway. One car a bit slow away in the midfield. It's a good start by both the front row men, Line and Bishop side by side. Looks like it is Tony Bishop who's got the lead into the first corner. This huge grid of single seaters, almost 40 of them, surge their way towards Village for the first time. At the inside, George Line will take the lead from Tony Bishop. The rest of them go charging through behind. It's a great variety of different machinery. Formula 3 cars largely towards the front of the field, the larger capacity cars. It is George Line, car number 51, who leads the way down the Hanger Straights for the first time. Tony Bishop tucked in behind him, and a good start by Matthew Houghton at the wheel of the blue and orange Jedi. He's going through into third position into Stowe corner for the first time. Play up the inside there, past a couple of the Formula 3 cars. Spin there for one of the Jedis. Who's that facing the wrong way? The 777 car of James Hills has spun it at Stowe. The Londoner facing the wrong way. Hopefully he can get that 1000cc motorcycle engine restarted. Across the line they go. Line from Bishop. Houghton in third. It's Andrew Pryke in fourth position in his Dallara. Coming up the top 5, Dan Clues in the second of the Jedis. Pick up the class leaders as they come through in the progress of the race as well. Number 87 going through there. No, 67, sorry, that's Andrew Wheels, the only Myo 1400 car out there with the larger capacity bike engine. He heads towards Village. He's running down in 15th place at the moment, as out front it is George Line, extending his lead slightly over the number 9 of Tony Bishop. Houghton in third place, Pryke is fourth. Then Dan Clues in the light blue Jedi is in 5th position. The 89 of Williams is in 6th place. 77 Nigel Davis, a real veteran of this club, follows through behind. No passing at Stowe though. I imagine there's yellow flags out there because of the spun car. Yes, there's a green flag on the exit in the background. Spun car of Hills, number 93. That's one of the older F3 cars, Mark Harrison. That's actually running in the Mono 2000 category. A white Red Bull livery. Where have we seen that before this weekend? One of the Jedi's waving somebody through there now. 96 battling it out with Mark Harrison there. The 96 of Kevin McClurg, a real single-seater veteran. Seems to be slowing up here. Is the safety car out? Yes, it is. I wondered if we'd see a safety car for that spun car of James Hills down at the exit of Stowe. There it is, facing the wrong way. The driver's out, he's okay. Safety car is deployed. Pick up the race leader George Line, number 51. Built up a lead of just over 2 seconds over Tony Bishop, but that will be wiped out by this safety car period. His first flying lap was a 1 minute 2.858, the fastest lap we've seen today. Then only a couple of seconds over the outright circuit record. There is James Hills from London, out of the race, out of his car. Talking to a couple of our marshals. Big thanks as always to the Orange family. He could not go racing without them.
Decision has to be taken as to what they do to restart the race, because
Houghton in the blue and orange car third, then it's Andrew Pryke, Clues, 89, which is James Williams for Team Fox Racing, based at Thetford near Snetterton. Marshall clear the stranded number 777, the Jedi Mark 6. Moto 1000 category. Discussion taking place on the best course of action there. Let's take a look at the class leaders, and in fact the red flag is going out. Just come up on the timing screen. Yes, the race is being stopped. 9 minutes 52 on the clock. I think it's partly because of the sheer size of the field. The marshals aren't getting a big enough interval, because a lap only takes just over 60 seconds in these single-seaters. And the marshals aren't going to have the time to get the car moved, even with the safety car train going past them, because there's so many cars out there. So the red flag is thrown. They do have a second race coming up later on, the Monoposto Racing Club. This car seems rather stranded at the moment. They're trying to steer it away. Now they've got it rolled. Now the telehandler now moving in. And the car's stopped on the grid. There's the number 13 car we can see. Here's Kyle Wallace in his it's a Formula Renault. We don't know what chassis that is, unfortunately. Starting towards the back of the grid. It's one of the old 90s Formula Renaults by the look of things. Lovely looking cars they are. 83 is David Spencer's Reynard Formula 3 car. Number 43 is a car driven by one of the young guns we heard from before the race, Emmanuel Bradley and Isaiah Igwagu sharing that car. So the 777 car is stretched off. Hopefully they can repair that car for race 2. James Williams just ahead of the 56 of Tom Wheatley, the 2001 Dallara. There are the leading cars. 51 car George Lyon, that's the race leader. Quite a few back markers in front of it when the safety car brought them to a halt.
Notice it's 5:15. Your Superkarts finished, so I think speak to the guys who make it run through to about 6. Yeah.
So no news of yet on what's going to happen with the remainder of this race.
Yeah. Talking sunlight, what a absolutely glorious day, isn't it? Well, yeah, I'm looking across.
Thomas asked in our comments what kind of cars are these. They're a whole mixture of single-seaters, Thomas. Formula 3 cars, Formula Renault, Formula Ford, Formula Vauxhall, Formula Jedi as they used to be known, became F1000. Formula 600 when they first started, and had the smaller capacity engines. Basically a whole mixture of small single-seaters, Formula 3 downwards.
I thought you were going to say, are they sitting under pickup umbrellas?
So only 3 laps completed by the...
I think the 83 car being pushed off there of David Spencer.
Before the red flag was thrown.
Well, the good news is it now says race will restart. Does that mean they grid them original grid positions possibly?
It says race will restart on the timing screen. We don't know
Set new grid positions.
the duration of the restart
The
yet.
other thing they can do, which speeds up the process, is they start them in single file behind the safety car. The safety car leads around 1 lap and then peels into the pits.
And the marshal's pointing towards one of the cars immediately behind the safety car there. Now, are they telling them to go back around and line up so we can have them back in grid order? We shall wait and see.
Start in the order that they finished. Lap 2. Was it 3 full laps before they went?
No, only half the field got 3.
Right, okay, so we've always got back 1 lap. Yeah, red flags. That'll be 1 lap completed. Yeah. I think it would probably be just too much work to try and get a new grid sheet out, just to use the old grid sheet, get them into position. Let's get going. But of course they're not in order. Grid, aren't they?
Mechanics back onto the grid.
No, because the safety car picked up mid-grid now, so safety car seems to be moving. What's going on? Safety car is moving off. A couple of cars are following it. Possibly it's going to lead them round to the back because these are the ones that...
Well, certainly there seems to be a bit more activity on the Superkart grid.
Just a reminder, we are back in action next weekend on BARC TV from the Snetterton 300 circuit over in Norfolk. Caterham Motorsports open their season with their championships, Road Sports 270R, 310R, Caterham 7 UK Championship as well. Sport from the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy, won by Harry Hickton last season, but he won't be defending his title. He's moved up into the JCW category, and the MG Owners Club are there as well. The timing screen has now changed, in fact now says race will not restart. So the cars, I think, are being led back to the paddock. So a little unclear over what is going to happen with this race, but we might see just one race for the Monopostos later on, because of course we were running behind time anyway because of those technical issues before qualifying started with the radio systems here at Silverstone. We can only apologise to those waiting to see the Monoposto Racing Club out in action. Hopefully they'll get their second race later on. Possibly due to time constraints on the timetable, they're being led back to the paddock for now. And next out we should see most likely the Superkarts, because they're next on the timetable. Race halted with 3 laps completed. At the time of that stoppage, George Lyne was leading in the 51, ahead of Tony Bishop and Matthew Houghton. remainder of the schedule this afternoon, we're due to see the Superkarts out next, followed by our second Britcar Endurance Championship race, the 45 minutes pit stop race. Classic 2CVs, the Monopostos for their second race, and then a third Superkart race. If the Superkarts are out next, we'll give you the grid if we see them appear. And the grid for this one decided by lap times from the first race. William Morley, our race winner, starting from pole, he got fastest lap in race 1. Big explosion of noise from the other circuit there, the national circuit here at Silverstone, the Vintage Sports Car Club in action there today, with their pre-war cars.
Safety car, which the race ended under. We also had a good performance from Ronan McClintock in 26, who started 47th on the grid and ended up.
So while we wait the Superkarts to appear, let's see what Ian's been up to down in the paddock.
Right, race 1 finished for the Supercars. Not too long to go until race 2. I'm here with class winner Paul Platt. Paul, how was it out there in race 1?
It was lively. First race of the year as well, isn't it? It was all frills and spills, safety car, the lot. I got my head down. I just did my own thing. Just got my head down, kept plumbing in the lap times and just trying to pull away and pull a gap. And then once I've got about 2/3 of the way through, I had a quick look back and I had a decent gap, so I thought, just keep doing these same lap times, we should be okay. Then it's in the accidents coming into, I think, the last corner here. And I was like, oh, and I think since safety car, so I thought, hopefully this will be to the end now. Because if it was to restart and then, you know what I mean, all that hard work's gone.
Exactly, yeah.
So,
yeah, well, it works out in your favour in the end, didn't it? So what have you learned from race 1 that you bring into race 2?
So we was on the back foot yesterday. We tried some different settings and we had a bit of understeer. We changed something overnight. We had a late night, thanks to all the team. We found a lot more better pace in qualifying this morning. I went like 6 or 7 tenths faster than I was yesterday. There's a little bit more to come out of the engine and a few more little tweaks around the car. So thank you very much to the sponsors. Hoosier Tyres, absolutely fantastic. They're consistent throughout the race. Same with the engine. It's absolutely rapid. And to the Red Speed team, to the Platinum Racing team, all me and my lads, we had a big journey, big time. No, so not much time, but he had a strip down, take all the pea shingle out from qualifying because it was in the kitty litter.
Paul, I've got to say, I don't know how you guys did. You're super brave, the lot of you, unbelievable. Well done, congratulations,
Cheers,
best of luck for race 2. That's coming up now. Dave, over to you.
So as we get ready for the Superkarts to join us on track for the second time today. I'll bring you the grid fairly shortly then. It was Liam Morley who came through from 43rd on the grid to win the opening race. Of course, with lap times being used to determine grid positions, there were a couple of big names that didn't complete a flying lap in the first race, so they will have to start from the back. Matt Robinson, number 84, being one. Ross Witherow from number 55 being another, the Northern Irishman. Quite a few visitors from Northern Ireland here as part of the programme today. Atmospheric shot there of some of the drivers getting ready in the paddock. Great atmosphere here at Silverstone. '47 there, that's Aaron Mayle. 26 alongside him is one of our 450 national runners, Ronan McClintock. There's the 93 now, despite the yellow number plate, that's Marco Haig. That's an F125 open kart with a rather different body style, it has to be said, on there. So they now head out to line up for the rolling start. There's Matt Robinson, number 84, one for him coming through. Grid reads like this: Liam Morley at number 24 will be on pole, with Lee Harpham, the British champion, number 1 alongside him. Second row, 85 Ross Allen will be joined by Richard van der Nes from the Netherlands, number 21. Row 3, 87 Jack Tritton alongside 140 Aaron Newell. Fourth row, Andy Gulliford, number 6, and Carl Hume, number 5. Row 5, 68 Mark Edwards, who started from the back in race 1. For him this time, starts alongside 48 Brian Jones. Row 6 will be 83 Paul von Gerard and 29 Chippy Westermail. Row 7, 31 Sam Moss alongside 15 Andy Waite. Now he ended up in the gravel at Club Corner in the first race, so looking to make amends here. Then we've got the leading 250 mono runners, Lee Plain 101 and 18 Kurt Catamore. So on lap times they outpaced Paul Platt in the first race. He's on row 9 alongside the American Johnny West. Row 10 Kostek Aritzis and Sam Hempsall complete the top 20. Row 11, 92 Ben Arden and number 15 John Busby. Row 12, 57 Mark Pass and John Reader. Ella Stevens, the leading 125 runner, starts alongside Michael Carr on row 13. Aaron Bale on row 14 alongside the first of the 450 runners, that's Ronan McClintock. Row 15 Daniel Gerard and Richard Connick. Row 16 is Ollie Holmes, number S3, alongside 53 Alan Crossan. Then Nick Flint and Aston Baker on row 17. Toby Vincent and Andy Powell, row 18. Marco Hager, we've just seen, alongside Alex Dudley on row 19. Terence Dudley and Marty Baker on the 20th row. Then Oliver Ridout, number 11, and 17 Gary Popkins, another driver who went off in race 1. Richard Scott on row 22 in number 40, alongside the first of the drivers that didn't finish the first race, 55 Ross Witherow. Then Fletcher Hearn and Matt Robinson on row 23, and Daniel Lanson at the back of the field. As the red light goes out, they get underway, and it's 5 wide almost down towards the first corner. Now, who's going to come through in the lead? Looks like it is Lee Harpham who has taken the early lead, picking up as they come through towards Village for the first time. It is Harpham ahead of Morley. Ross Allen is in third position, everybody else trying to be fourth. They swing their way through Village and up towards Chapel for the first time. There was one car going very slowly, I noticed, off the rolling start. Didn't see who it was. And 84, is that Matt Robinson running wide there through Chapel? I think he's elbowing his way through the order already. So the number 1 of Lee Harpham leads from Morley, Allen. Jack Tritton is in fourth, the blue and yellow karts. They make their way through Stowe Corner for the first time. So quick, our cameras can hardly keep up with them. Flying down towards Club for the first time. The 21 running wide, Richard van der Nes in 5th position. 3 wide there through Club Corner behind the white car. That's Paul Platt making his move towards the front of the 250 mono division. Somebody slowing up there as well. We've got one cart off the road to the left. In fact, there's a couple of them pulled over there, so we'll pick up who that was as and when we can. Chippy Westmail is one of them, I think, and Andy Waite is another, so more problems for him. 92 goes through there, which is Ben Arden. Towards Chapel they go for the second time. Lee Harpham leads by just under a second at the line there, ahead of Liam Morley. Ross Allen on the red cart staying with them. Then we've got Jack Tritton, and then a gap back to Van der Nes. Brian Jones is in behind him. There's the 143 off in the gravel trap. That's John Reader. Another cart pulled over. I think that's Chippy Vesmail's cart pulled over against the pit wall. It was him we saw slowing up as Liam Morley to the inside takes the lead into the club complex. Nicely done as they slowed there to go into the left-hander. Now will try and put as much clear air between himself and Lee Harpham as he can. Got it done just before the yellow flag zone there as well. Tritton fourth. They make their way towards Abbey for the third time. Fastest lap of the race by Liam Morley, 102.506. Could we see a hat-trick for Liam to start off his season in style? Inside there, Andy Gulliford attacking Carl Hulme as they make their way through Village. the battle for 7th place. Out of Chapel. Down the Hanger straight. Take a look back at the class leaders. It's Kurt Catamol leading the 250 mono class. KZ's led by Ella Stevens. 450s by McClintock, and the 125 open class by Ollie Holmes. There's Paul Platt on the O plates. Has he taken Kurt Catamol there? Yes, he has. So he's moved ahead of the number 18. We have a new leader in the F250 mono category. Kurt Catamol trying to fight back. Closest action today so far has been in this class. F250 mono class with the white number plates. Side by side, just ahead of them there. Staying ahead of one of the Division 1 cars there, Mark Edwards on the 68 machine. Liam Morley continues to lead, almost 3 wide there into Village Corner. There's a little battle going on here. The 41 of Fletcher Hearn on the attack failed to finish the first race, all over the back of Mark Pass in the 57. Fighting it out further down the order at the moment. That's for 21st place. So Fletcher Hearn making his way through from the back. 55 of Ross Witherow likewise. He's got ahead of Paul Platt, so the quicker Division 1 Superkarts making their way towards the sharp end of the field. Liam Morley's done a 1 minute 1.9. Incredible lap from Liam Morley. 1.37 seconds clear of Lee Harpham now, with Ross Allen still third. When you consider they're doing these sorts of speeds of 140 or so miles an hour in a straight line in these little carts with the driver barely an inch or so off the ground, they are certainly braver than I am. Leaders lap the number 40, which is the 125 of Richard Scott. Liam Morley starting to extend his lead now. He's been there, seen it, done it and won it in Superkart racing. He's a multiple European and British champion, multiple British Grand Prix winner as well. Not just in Division 1 but in the 125 class as well, he was hugely successful. Makes his way through club to the Sir Lewis Hamilton straights. It's over 9.5 minutes of this race to go. Leads Lee Harpham by 1.8 seconds. Ross Allen still pressing on in third in the number 85. Now he's closing in a little bit on Lee Harpham now. We've got a battle developing for 2nd place here. Lee Harpham, the British champion in the number 1. British Grand Prix winner last year. French and Dutch Superkart Grand Prix winner as well. Phenomenal year he had in 2024. We'll lap the number 62, which is Andy Powell. The way through Stowe Corner. There's the number 11, which is a very picked machine of Oliver Ridout in the 125 KZ category. Loses out there to the number 24 of Liam Morley as he laps it. Ross Allen having a look for 2nd place as they go into Abbey. He's not close enough to make the manoeuvre though. See the speed differential to some of the 125 runners here. Through Village. Up towards Chapel once again for the 7th time. The gap is over 2.5 seconds now. Liam Morley is tearing away at the front. Just like one of our 450 national runners. That's Nick Flint, the KTM powered machines with the much more bassy sounding engine. Bigger capacity machine as opposed to the buzz of the 250s and the 125s. So this battle for 2nd place goes on. Ross Allen trying to put Lee Harpham under pressure for that 2nd place. Oh, and they've got a backmarker right in front of them. They nearly collided with the backmarker there, Lee Harpham. Ross Allen's going to take advantage, go to the inside. He's going to take 2nd place away into Abbey. Or is he? No, he's not. Lee Harper keeps his foot in. He had to lift off coming out of club there to avoid the back marker. That's what we said about the speed differential between these karts. A yellow flag out there, I think, at Village. I think somebody had a spin. Liam Morley is hidden in the back markers up ahead. Further back, Paul Platt now leads the 250 mono division. 125 KZ is still led by Ella Stevens. 125 Oaken Barley Holmes, and the 450 class by Ronan McClintock. Scrap further back in the order, the 161 kart of Richard Connick coming under fire from the 47, that's Aaron Mail. They've got the 26 and McClintock up ahead of them. So this is towards the lower reaches of the order. 25th overall. Change for the lead in F250 mono. Lee Plain has taken Paul Platt as they go through Stowe. The battle is joined here between these two, just as it was in race 1. 41 in behind them, that's Fletcher Hearn. Lee Plain hanging on to the lead. Paul Platt dodges up the inside wall, is bouncing off each other there. Excuse me, says Paul Platt. Diving for the inside there, and I thought they were both going to go flying off into the gravel. Lee Plain will be fired up as a result of that. He'll want to fight back. Fletcher Hearn's got past both of them on the quicker Division 1 supercarts. Somebody else out of the race. Oh, that's Nick Flint, the 450 national runner. Nick's auto repairs will be needed to fix that kart, I think. KTM powered machine out of the race. Liam Morley laps one of our 125 runners. I think that was Ella Stevens he just lapped. There's one driver with his hand in the air there in the background. I think that's Fletcher Hearn. I think he's hit problems again. Now these two have swapped places again. Lee Plain has taken Paul Platt back again. As the fight for the F250 honours continues, and Platt lining up for an attack as they close in on Andy Powell on the 62, I think that is. In the club, this is where they almost came to blows earlier on, a lap ago. Plain runs wide, and he just about holds the place. Liam Morley leading now by over 8.5 seconds from Ross Allen. Our eyes are on the F250 mono battle. Still with the lead is 101 Lee Plain. And the man from Exeter in Devon hang on. Number 31 Sam Moss, retirement earlier on, still running this time. Just over 4 minutes of this race still to go. 10 laps completed by Liam Morley now. As Fletcher Hearn has pulled into the pits. So quite a few retirements this one. We've lost Sam Hempshaw, we've also lost Costa Kavitsis into the pits, and we've lost the 55 of Ross Witherow. Now there is Matt Robinson. I thought I saw him slowing up earlier on, but he's still there in P7, the 84. Ronan McClintock, number 26 with the red number plate, still leads the F450 class. He's the only runner in that class now, with Nick Flint having dropped out. There's Robinson, the 84. Carl Hulme up ahead of this group in the number 5. Battles everywhere you look in this race. One of Richard Connick closing up on Carl Hume. It's the fight for 8th position. And whilst Brian Jones has got ahead of this group now, the 48. Another car that was parked on the left-hand side of the road there down the straight was number 95, Daniel Lansom. Morley leads by over 9 seconds now ahead of Alan Harper, Jack Tritton. There is Liam Morley. 101.782 his fastest lap now.
This is 2 hey, 2.
Over the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight he goes. Only a couple more laps to go now. Reeling his way through the back markers. Lead up to 10.5 seconds. Now he's gained near enough another second on that last lap. More than that, near enough a second and a half. Jack Tritton still holding off Richard van der Nis for 4th position. Paul Platt has retaken the lead in the 250 mono class. They're about to be lapped by the flying Liam Morley, who'll have lapped everybody up to 14th place once he's passed those two. It's pretty impressive for a 45 kart grid. Over the line to complete his 13th lap. Towards Village once again. It's the number 20 of Johnny West, the American, from Illinois in 15th place. I think Sam Moss may have hit a problem, he didn't come through on the last lap. And now the battle is joined again between the F250s in the background there. Lee Plain moving to the inside on Paul Platt. Can he retake the lead of the class? They've been lapped by Liam Morley, and yes, Plain is through. There's over 30 seconds left on the clock, so this will be last lap time for Liam Morley. Comes up on the number 34 of Daniel Gerard to put him a lap down. Onto the final lap goes Morley. The main focus now is that battle for the 250 honours between Lee Plain and Paul Platt. Plain has it at the moment. Through Abbey they go for the final time. Well, Liam Morley pulling away at the rate of almost a second a lap over the last few laps from Ross Allen. He's going to take the overall and the Division 1 victory. Who's going to win the 250 mono class? They're there in the background. Will it be Plain or Platt? It's Plain who has it at the moment. Morley into Stowe for the final time. It's going to be 2 out of 2. One of the most successful superkart racers of recent seasons. Comes up on one of the 125 runners. Number 98 of Marty Baker goes a lap down. And Liam Morley comes in to make it 2 wins out of 2 here at Silverstone. Checkered flag is out, and Morley takes it by a very clear margin. Now, who's going to win the 250 mono category? Over the line they come, and it's Platt at the line. Paul Platt has got it, I think. Ross Allen comes over in second overall. And Lee Harpham will complete the podium. Tricky to see the numbers coming through in the sunlight there. One kart slowing up on the left. I think that's Matt Robinson. Yes, he's quite slow over the line there. But it is Paul Platt who snatches on the last lap the 250 mono class victory in 13th overall. He beats Lee Plain by a quarter of a second. We'll confirm the other class winners in just a moment. I think we may have lost Andrew Gulliford on that last lap as well. The 6 hasn't come through.
Because he's already crossed the line to complete his 14th lap, but he's not come through at the end here.
Yes, Andy Gulliford's gone missing somewhere.
The dreaded triangle appears beside.
We'll confirm the provisional result in just a moment. Liam Morley taking the win. 12.4 seconds his winning margin this time, completing 15 laps ahead of Ross Allen. Good drive to battle past Lee Harpham, the British champion, for second place. Richard van der Ness, the Dutchman, fourth. And Jack Tritton, Brian Jones, good result in sixth. And Aaron Newell, Matt Robinson, Mark Edwards and Carl Hulme complete the top 10. Now, Andy Gulliford didn't come through to take the flag on the final lap, so he's gone missing somewhere. Paul Platts won the battle of the race with Lee Plains, take the 250 class. Further down the order, Ella Stevens won 125 KZ. Ronan McClintock won the 450s as the only finisher, sadly, in that class. And 125 Open, that once again went to Ollie Holmes. We can head down to Ian Waterhouse in Park Fermate to catch up with our race winners.
Yeah, a bit of a case of deja vu, although Liam, we were just having a quick chat off camera there. It's never straightforward, is it? But that one a little bit more so.
Yeah, there's not 42 karts to come through before we take the front this time. But yeah, we had new tyres on, so we knew it would be a bit sketchy for the first couple of laps. But Lee made a bit of a mistake coming out of Stowe, and we capitalised on that and just pulled out the lead from there.
So with the tyres, you said you got fresh ones on. How long will they last? Will you keep them on for the next race, the next weekend?
I'll see what condition they're in when we get back to the garage. If I've killed them, no. If they're all right, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. Look, do you think you can make it a hat-trick of wins?
Provided we have no gremlins, mechanical issues or anything like that, I don't see any reason why we can't take 3 wins.
Liam, congratulations, mate. Great stuff so far. Two from him. We actually don't have... There's Jack. We spoke to him a little bit earlier as well, didn't we? We're still waiting. There's Lee. Let's go grab a quick chat with Lee again, shall we? It's been a tough weekend, I suppose, so far, even though you've been on the podium twice.
Yeah, we made some changes for that one. See if we can gain some, but obviously it went the wrong way because we actually lost pace. So we'll try something else for the last one.
What are you going to try? What can you do?
We changed a bit of the aero setup, just see if we can get it nailed a bit more through the faster corners, but it's took the top speed off away because we've just got too much downforce on it. So we'll try something else. See how we go.
Top man, best of luck for race 3. Appreciate you talking to us. Big congratulations as well to Ross Allen, who he's up there. Let's go grab a word with him. Stick around just a little bit longer if we can. Ross, quick chat if we can. That was a good race.
Yeah, I enjoyed that race. It was hard to wear Lee down, but I had a little bit more pace than him at the end, so it was good, but a bit exciting through all the back markers.
What are you expecting from race 3 later?
I've got a new set of tyres for race 3.
Okay.
And need the brakes to be a little bit better in the second half because they started to fade a lot, so yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Top man, well done, congratulations, best of luck for race 3. Right, time to get going. We've got to get ourselves actually onto the start-finish straight because it is time for the second Britcar Endurance Championship race coming up very shortly. 45 minutes of on-track action. It's going to be a cracker. Dave, back to you.
Thanks, Ian. Well, a couple of karts to be recovered from around the circuits. First of all, we can give you the provisional lineup for our second Britcar Endurance race. Another 45 minutes race with a mandatory pit stop in that 9-minute window. So everybody will be making their pit stops very close together. We'll give you the lineup, which is based on the results of the first race. They line up in the order that they finished race 1, so the grid will be a little bit more mixed up. And this time, if the driver went second in race 1, they go first in race 2. So the driver pairings are reversed to make things a little bit more interesting. We'll work out the pit stop additional penalties as we go through the grid as well. So let's bring up the results of race 1 on my laptop. So the top 3 in each class gets extra seconds to serve at their pit stop. If you win your class in race 1, you get an extra 15 seconds added to your pit stop time for race 2. Second in class is 10 seconds and third is 5 seconds. That can make all the difference, believe me. So the grid will see race 1 winner, the Toro Verde GT Porsche on pole, number 8. It'll be Dan Lloyd who will start the race this time, and Steve Gambrell will take over, and they will of course have a 15-second penalty because they won the challenge category. Alongside them will be the Porsche of Dominic Malone and Adam Smalley. Adam Smalley going first this time. They will have a 10-second penalty at their pit stop, and Peter Cunningham starts the number 32 car from the second row. That will have a 5-second penalty. Alongside him will be Ash Muldoon. He drives solo, no penalty for that car because the top 4 cars are all in the same class. Likewise, no penalty for the Ferrari on row 3, which will be started by Jamie Stanley. Expect to see that car making a bid for the lead early on, the Ferrari. Alongside them will be the Major Motorsports Cupra Leon of Simon Major. Great result with 6th overall in race 1. And he will, of course, have a 15-second penalty for winning the trophy category in that race. On row 4 will be Harry Barton's BMW. He'll have a 15-second penalty, won the GT guest class, as will the car alongside him, started by Marco Anastasi, this time the Ginetta class winner in race 1. Row 5 will be another class winner from race 1, which is started by Jamie Hayes this time, 15-second penalty at the pit stop for the TCR car. Alongside them will be Adriano Medeiros in his Ginetta, which will face a 10-second penalty, as will the car on row 6, Ash Woodman's Cupra, starting alongside Chris Bingham. We've got that penalty in race 1. He won the GT category even with that penalty, because the 68 car also got penalised in race 1. So Chris Bingham wins the class, gets a 15-second penalty in this one. Row 7, the Wilsons in number 22. It will be Ian Wilson going first this time in the Race Car Consultants Ginetta. They have 10 seconds added to their pit time. Alongside them is Paul Fullick, will be starting the Team Brit McLaren this time. They've got 10 seconds added to their pit stop as well. Row 8, 721, which is Chris Murphy. He'll have 5 seconds extra at his pit stop in the BMW. And Alex Turnbull alongside him will have no penalty. He was 4th in class. Row 9, the Ellick and Jones TSR Performance Cupra. Finn Jones will start this time. They'll have 5 seconds added on. No penalty for the BMW alongside, which is started by Jasvir Sapra. Row 10 will be Martin Addison's GT4 Aston Martin. That'll have 5 seconds added on. Lee Goldsmith alongside. No penalty for the BMW M2, 6th in class. Likewise, the Hyro Motorsport Ginetta on row 11. And starting that car will be Steve Harrison, sharing with James. Noah Cosby will start alongside them in the number 38 McLaren. Then it'll be Derek McMahon Racing's Alfa Romeo. Barry McMahon at the wheel today, the Alfa Romeo. And alongside them the number 24 car, which is started by Richard Avery. Row 13, Nathan Wright starts the BMW for Brookspeed alongside Team Brit's BMW, which is started by Bobby Trundley. They'll have 15 seconds extra to serve because they won the Cup class. And alongside, and on the next row will be Johnny McGregor. Hopefully he's there with the Mazda RX-8 alongside the Story and McCullough BMW 1 Series. Dennis Story will start that car this time. They'll have 10 seconds extra, having finished 2nd in the Cup class. Then it's on to the cars that failed to finish the first race. Chris Hayes in his Seat Leon Super Copa. Watch out for fireworks and towards the back because Johnny Molem is starting the Ferrari from row 15 of the grid. Next will be Callum Bates BMW. And Stephen Fresel will start the Ginetta G55 Super Cup shared with Simon Green. Row 17, hopefully we'll see the Peugeot back out. Scott Sumpton will be starting this time, alongside Mark Jones in his Audi TT. And from the back of the field, hopefully the Audi R8 GT4 has been repaired. If it has, Will Powell will take the start. I've just been told that the Audi will not be starting. Thank you, Steve Wood. And sadly, because of the damage in race 1, the Peugeot of Scott Sumpton and Jimmy Broadbent is also unfortunately a non-starter. So we won't see the Peugeot out there or the Audi R8s. So a couple of cars missing, but still a quality field to tackle this 2nd Britcar Endurance Championship race of the day. Been with the extra seconds, I reckon a few would bet against Dan Lloyd and Stephen Gambrell here.
Next row we get 32, which is the Cunninghams, and it's Peter Cunningham starting, and Porsche next to him is 18, which is another Porsche, Ash Muldoon. Then on to the third row, we get the first on the Ferrari. So the first 4 places are Porsches. Then we get 55, which will be James.
Looks a bit smoky on the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. Not sure what that's all about.
I did say what would have happened if they hadn't have had that pit stop problem. Well, we're going to find out now.
It looks like the grid is all there, so...
Jamie Stanley is starting the 55 from the third row. Next to him is Simon Major.
I think it's about time to go down to Ian Waterhouse on the starting grid, soaking up the atmosphere.
Then on the fourth row we get 11, which is Harry Barton starting that BMW.
Yes, hello everybody, welcome back to this start-finish line here at Silverstone, right in front of the wing. You can see all the cars just coming past. We're going to do our best not to get run over, but thought we'd grab a quick chat with Nathan Wright here. Oh, that's very kind of you, Nathan, to open the window for us. What are you expecting from this race? What's the target?
Well, it's to be honest, it's a solid, clean finish. It's quite a new car to us, first used in the championship.
What have you made of it so far, Nathan?
Well, it's been amazing. We've had a shaky start with qualifying and a few mechanical issues, but yeah, overall, racing's been great, and yeah, good day for it as well.
So as you get used to the car, you expect to just get quicker and quicker and quicker?
Yeah, we still have a lot of setup to do, quite frankly. We inherited a setup on the car, but we're making good progress, myself and my
Top man, look, best of luck for the race. I really appreciate it, mate. Thanks for opening the window as well. It's very nice as well. Let's just move on as well. We've got Barry here too. I wonder if we can... Oh, he's around the other side. Let's just jump in with Barry in the Alfa Romeo here. Hey, Barry, how's it going? You all right?
So far, so good, yeah.
Everybody's been really nice by opening up the windows for us. What's the expectation for this race?
Well, we're still trying a few different setups. So ultimately, we've changed the tow setting. So we're trying to get this big beast to turn in a little bit better.
So, mate, we'll better let you go anyway. Thanks, Barry. We're being told to get off. So there we go. Time to go racing. Don't get much time on the grid, do we? It'd be nice to have a little bit more, but there we go. Safety first indeed. So it's time to go racing for race 2 for the Britcar Endurance Championship here at Silverstone. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Which is Ian and Elliot Wilson in their Genetic.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, not too much time on the grid today with the programme running a little behind schedule.
And that's Paul Fulling sharing
to get the full 45 minutes of our race in here. Okay, 4 Porsches on the front of the grid then. The Toro Verde car on pole, which will lead them away. The red car alongside the white Amspeed car. Started by Adam Smalley this time.
Round 9 sees number 7 TSR Performance, that is Finn Jones in the Seat Cobra Gen 1 TCR. He shares with
I say 4 Porsches there, I can only see 3. Where is Ash Muldoon? I don't think the 18 car is there. Take a look down, is he at the back? Or is he starting from the pit lane? No, I can't see him there, unfortunately. So Ash Muldoon in the Amspeed car, I don't think is there. Jamie Stanley, as we say, will be one to watch in the opening laps here in the 55 Ferrari, the M-Tech car. There's the Seat Superkarts, that's back out, so having failed to finish race 1, but no, Ash Muldoon is not there, unfortunately. The gap on road 2. Watch for Johnny Molem in the Ferrari from towards the back of the order. It won't take him long to charge through this lineup, I don't think. They start to form up 2 by 2. Great effort by Simon Major in that Cupra to get up on the 3rd row. Marvellous mix of cars once again. Ginetta's down there at the back, 43 SGM Motorsport car. Started by Stephen Fresel. So the pace car has pulled into pit lane. Dan Lloyd and Adam Smalley, that is some front row in their Porsche 991s. Here we go then, up towards the red lights. 45 minutes for the Britcar Endurance Championship here at Silverstone on the international circuits. The red lights are on. Power begins to pick up, and away they go. Here we go, straight away Johnny Molan towards the back, tries to charge through the middle of everybody. It will be Dan Lloyd who leads in the first corner, and Jamie Stanley up into third place in the Ferrari. Look at the way Johnny Molan's coming through, zigzagging his way through the pack of slightly slower cars towards the back of the field. But it's Lloyd that leads, Smalley in second place. They start to sort themselves out further back. Twisting in the sun here at Silverstone, 3 wide there. Further back in the back, that's the number 10 BMW of Callum Bates, caught in the middle there. He was well involved in race 1 as well. The 24 of Richard Avery. They start to weave their way down the hanger straight, trying to get some heat into those tyres early on. Jamie Stanley with a good start as expected in the Ferrari. He's up into second place. He's got ahead of Adam Smalley. Pro drivers going first this time. Dan Lloyd leads the way in the Porsche, Ferrari, Porsche the top 4. Expect to see those 4 pull away as they did in race 1. Peter Cunningham running a little bit wide there. Then it's Simon Major going superbly again in the Cupra. Then Adriano Medeiros in the number 3 Ginetta. He's made a great start. Jazz Sapra up behind Chris Bingham's Ginetta. Across the line they go for the first time. Bingham looking to make up for that disappointment in the first race when he got that penalty. Simon Major under fire from Medeiros in the number 3 and Harry Barton in the number 11 up there as well. Oh, and one car sideways, that's one of the team, but McLaren's going off the 68, wallop straight into the tyre wall. Oh dear, the 68, that's Paul Fullick. And that I think will be the end of his and Aaron Morgan's race, sadly. So Paul's okay. He's got a wheel onto the grass there coming out of Farm Corner and spun it across into the tyre. Well, luckily nobody near him to tag him. That could be a safety car. This is the car, as we heard earlier, fitted with hand controls for Paul Fullick and Aaron Morgan to race. So Dan Lloyd leads, Jamie Stanley giving chase in the Ferrari 488 Challenge. Completing their second lap, and Stanley does the quicker lap, 104.432, just a few thousandths of a second quicker than Dan Lloyd. And these 3 already clear. They've dropped Peter Cunningham already. Adam Smalley in third place, then it's Cunningham, then the rest of them queuing up behind, and there already at the end of lap 2 is Johnny Molan. He's up into 8th place from near the back of the grid. Now will we see a safety car for Paul Fullick's car? It's off here at Village. The yellow flags are out, green flag on the exit though, so racing continues for now. 14 car going well, that's Jamie Hayes in the TCR Cupra. Somebody kicking up a bit of dust there. I think that was Peter Cunningham, and here comes Molan down the inside. Takes Harry Barton, takes Adriano Medeiros, takes Simon Major. He's carving through the pack as if they're standing still. He is one of the most experienced and quickest drivers in this field. The next target is Peter Cunningham, and then he'll be into the top 4. What he's trying to do here, Johnny Molan, is build up as big an advantage as he can to hand over to Bon Grimes. Well, I think I saw a yellow there coming onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. So no passing at Abbey. Is the safety car coming out, I wonder? I can see a light flashing there. Yes, we've got a course car on track, so that will be safety car as well. Just checking on Paul Fullick there. Hopefully that's just a precautionary thing. We hope Paul's okay. Race neutralised behind the safety car. So the pit window won't open for another few minutes yet. I think we've got about 13 minutes until the pit window opens, but we've got one car in the pits already. It's another car from Team Brit. It's the number 4 of Bobby Trundling. Ambassador for Racing for Autism. Sharing with Asher Silver. They debuted a BMW 1 Series a couple of years ago. Problems for that car, looks like it was changing a wheel there. So the race neutralised as a precaution with the medical car out on the raceway on the circuit. We hope that Paul Fullick is okay.
So 4 laps completed. Chris Bingham is up to 10th in the 63. Jazz Sapra doing well in the number 40, he's up to 12.
The safety car has picked up a couple of cars ahead of the leader there. And the red flag is being shown. The race is being stopped.
There's a few more support vehicles gone out.
So in the interest of safety, the race is stopped while the incident at the exit of Farm Corner is dealt with. So our second Britcar Endurance Championship race of the day here at Silverstone is red flagged. 39 minutes 21 on the clock following an accident for Paul Fullick in the Team Brits McLaren 570S on the exit of Farm Corner. He's got a wheel onto the grass while looking spun into the barriers. So as a precaution, the race halted while the officials check on Paul. We hope he's okay. We'll wait to see what the decision is with this race. Cars being stopped on the grid on the entry to the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straight in the shadow of the Silverstone wing. We will get hopefully back underway as soon as we can.
Racing nearly every weekend, so what's the priority championship this year for you? Is it Britcars or are you doing lots of other stuff as well?
No, well, Jazz will probably do everything, but I'm going to try and sort of rein it in a little bit this year, to be honest with you, to keep it to, you know, sort of CSCC and Britcar.
Thanks to all of you. Our chat as ever.
Great stuff, well done, thanks Ryan, cheers.
We're to Tim Morgan, Mark Tucker, Stephen Bryant, Dan Hughes.
Yes, if Jazz isn't on an entry list when you look on the Thursday before a meeting, he's usually a late entry on the Saturday, isn't he?
That's what I was going to say.
And then everyone else watching today around the world. Peter H says it's ice cream o'clock. Pretty warm in our commentary box in the sunshine of Silverstone today. I could do with an ice cream right now, actually.
P2.
So leading the race at the time of the stoppage was the Porsche of Dan Lloyd, shared with Stephen Gambrell. Jamie Stanley and John Seals' Ferrari 488 Challenge in second, and Adam Smalley and Dominic Malone's Porsche in third. Johnny Molem, putting in the drive of the race so far, was up to fifth from the back of the grid. There's a selection of our cars from a little further down the order. The number 70, that's Lee Goldsmith's BMW M2. Used to race an E36 M3 in bright orange. Behind him is the Alfa Romeo. The Alfa Romeo Giulia Quadrifoglio of Barry McMahon, the Irishman. The McMahon family have been racing Alfa Romeos for many years now, and Barry used to race a 156 GTA, a turbocharged one, very heavily modified. He won the Alfa Romeo Championship in that a few years ago. Almost a super touring spec car he's got in his stable as well. Number 10, the BMW of Callum Bates, got in a bit of a collision in race one and eventually retired. Chris Murphy just behind him there. Chris was Britcar champion a few years ago in an Aston Martin, now switching to BMW power. You've got Stephen Fressel behind him in his Ginetta, and the number 24, which is Richard Avery in his Cupra TCR. Richard Avery, the ex-Porsche Boxster champion.
That fastest lap is quite a bit quicker than the first race, and full tank as well, so it's a good effort from Dan Boyd.
Well, the screen's got back to 0, so and 100% in terms of complete. So
I think so, yes, Steve. The days when we used to have 2 BARC races at the times together is no longer. So I think they'll either be gridded as they were, or gridded in the regular. That was the
Marco, how you doing? Just come this way a bit. It's alright, we'll get to it. Okay, so just taking up this year rather than the second time. So how's it going so far?
175 it is.
Under the red flag here at the Silverstone International Circuit on BARC TV in our second race of the day for the Britcar Endurance Championship. The officials just checking on Paul Fullick after an off in the Team Brit McLaren at Farm Corner. We'll be back underway as soon as we are able here at Silverstone. Thanks for all your comments once again. Hello to David Penlington. Joshua Morton, he's cheering on the SG Racing Porsche. That's Mark and Peter Cunningham, says they let him sit in the car. Lucky you, Josh. David Penlington cheering on Adriano Medeiros. He's in car number 3, the silver Ginetta. And Timeless Soda, who's cheering on Chris Murphy, number 721, the Woodrow BMW. You can see him on the right of your screen there. There's 189. That's Martin Addison in his Aston Martin GT4. Quite a step up from what he used to race very successfully, a Peugeot 106. saloon car events. The family have also raced Caterhams. We'll bring you an update as soon as we know any more on Paul Fullick. Martin Addison, the 22 car, that's the Wilsons. Ian Wilson in the race car consultants Ginetta. As we say, the race currently halted for an incident for Paul Fullick. Spun into the barriers coming out of Farm Corner. We'll update you when we hear any news. We'll be back underway hopefully as soon as we can. One or two of you asking as well, there is an event on the national circuit taking place as well. You may be able to hear in the background. Yes, Journeyman in our chat saying, where are the engine sounds coming from? The Vintage Sports Car Club have an event on the national circuit today with their fine selection of pre-war cars. That's what you can hear. Both circuit layouts in use at Silverstone today, and tomorrow there's another event using the full circuit, the Grand Prix circuit. Talking to a few of our drivers, the treble 8 there, that's Nathan Wright, his BMW in the old M Sport colours, sharing with Andrew Dorber. Keeping an eye on our timing screen as well. The clock has reset to 45 minutes, so whether we're going to restart over the full distance we shall hopefully see soon. Thanks to Kevin Clark, who says good luck Woodrow Motorsports with Chris Murphy and Callum Bates out there in their BMWs. Those are two of the cars you can see on the right of the picture at the moment. Where we can see the scene of the incident, the McLaren being placed on the recovery flatbed. Paul Fullick, I can tell you, is being taken to the medical centre for a check-over. Thankfully no serious injury by the look of things there, and a repair to the tyre wall going on as well. So thank you marshals, medics and recovery crew for their excellent service as always. Hi to Tom Davies, says he's marshalling here at Silverstone tomorrow on the Grand Prix circuit. Elena Viraushka, one of our marshals, watching on as well. I think I mentioned earlier she's over on the Hanger Straight. Big thanks to all our marshals and other volunteers here today. So all the best to Paul Fullick of Team Brit, who's been taken by the medics for a checkup. And the McLaren will not be restarting. It's been taken back to the paddock. Thankfully no major damage by the look of things. More of our cars are waiting to restart. There's the other Team Brit McLaren, the 38 car. Noah Cosby on board, sharing with Caleb McDuff. 60 is the Cupra of Ash Woodman for Full Throttle Motorsport, one of several Cupra TCR cars in this race. And 162 Alex Turnbull's Ginetta. The GTA model for SVG Motorsport. Big name teams, big name drivers in Britcar Endurance. Britcar Endurance moves on from here. They're back in action on the 3rd of May on the Grand Prix layout here at Silverstone. Then the end of May they go to Snetterton. Then Thruxton at the beginning of July will be in attendance for that one. Donington on the 9th of August. That's part of the Convoy in the Park meeting alongside the British Truck Racing Championship. And I think they're with the trucks again at Snetterton in September as well. Alton Park in October. And then they go to Brands Hatch on the 8th of November for the Into the Night races. That's going to be something special indeed. Yes, David Marsden says thank you to the Orange Army. All our sentiments exactly, David. Drivers are shortly going to be told to go to the grid. Or are they? The timing screen is showing checkered flag after only 4 laps completed. So we'll wait confirmation on what's going to happen here. There we are, just awaiting a further update on what's going to happen with our Britcar Endurance Championship race, supported by Goodyear tyres and Rowe Motor Oils. And as soon as we have any news on if there will definitely be a restart, we will bring it to you. Okay, the timing screen has now gone back to saying red flag and the clock is set to 20 minutes. So whether that means we're going to get a restart, we'll confirm as soon as we can. Okay, so prompt has just come up on our timing screen, 1 minute till restart, and the clock is now showing 25 minutes. So the race will restart behind the safety car, and it will be 25 minutes duration.
Well, the news we've got is that we're just a minute away from the restart, and it's going to be a safety car restart, which makes sense, of course, because they'll go round behind the safety car, and then that will zip into the pits, and we'll be racing. It's going to be a 25-minute restart.
Now, with a 25-minute restart, I'm not certain what the
owners can take over, because obviously you've got the professionals.
rules on pit window will be. Obviously, we'll see the cars change drivers. They have to make their mandatory pit stop, but we'll wait and see what the pit window is, if at all there is one. That does change with reduced race distance. Okay, the safety car is out then, and leading the field away, with Dan Lloyd in the number 8 Toro Verde Porsche in the lead. Ahead of Jamie Stanley, Adam Smalley and Peter Cunningham. Johnny Molem next up. This has helped him to catch up in the Ferrari. Clock started running as the safety car moved off, so this is going to be more of a long sprint than an endurance race for the Britcar Endurance Championship. At least they'll get their race in. Oh, and that's Jamie Stanley. What has happened to the Ferrari? He's reversing into the pit lane.
New pit window will be advised to teams via a bulletin or the championship WhatsApp group. So refer to Steve on that one to see if anything's been put out.
He's got his phone ready.
Well, the WhatsApp group says the last information I heard was that all cars must take the restart before they. So they can't come in now, they have to do one lap and then come in.
So it looks like we are back underway then. Don't know what happened to Jamie Stanley's Ferrari there. More trouble for the M-Tech team. Their penalties in race 1. We are back underway with the Britcar Endurance Championship second race of the day. We'll await confirmation on what is going to happen here with the pit window, pit penalties and so on, because things will change with the reduced race distance. We are back underway under green flag racing conditions with Dan Lloyd in the lead. The car's pulled into the pits. That's Ian Wilson in the Ginetta. So the leader comes out of club towards the Hamilton Straight, and it is Lloyd from Smalley, 2 Porsches, already pulled clear of the rest of the field. Johnny Molem's up into 3rd place. He's got past Cunningham. In behind them, Adriano Medeiros at the wheel of the Ginetta G55. That's leading the Ginetta category. Then it's Major in the trophy category at Cupra. Harry Barton is next, and Jamie Hayes leading the TCR class. So we've got a whole line of class leaders. GT class leader Chris Bingham is behind them as well. There's the Ginetta. Rounding out the top 10 is Marco Anastasi. So we'll wait to see what's going to happen with pit stops in this one, with the reduced race distance. 2 Porsches have pulled away already, from Johnny Molim in 3rd place in the repaired Ferrari. Full credit to Red River Sport and FF Corsa for repairing that car in the interim. Harry Barton being chased by Major. Then it's another of the Cupras, number 14 of Jamie Hayes, towards the Vale, then into Club. There's 3 wide in there. Chris Bingham has a look at the Cupra of Hayes. Behind him is Anastasi. Hayes holds the place. Now Adriano Medeiros putting Peter Cunningham under pressure for P4. Harry Barton up in the 6th place, fastest lap of the race by Dan Lloyd, 103.943. That's quicker than in race 1. Fine scrap of 5 cars further behind. 2 Cupras, 2 Ginettas. Here's Medeiros in the silver Ginetta, trying to make a move on Peter Cunningham. Almost got alongside there coming into the Hanger Straight. 20 minutes of this race to go. Martin Addison has come in with the Aston Martin. He's gone into the pits. McGregor's come in as well with the Mazda RX-8 too, so well, that's another problem, unfortunately.
That was one of the amendments that Steve gave us.
Battle going on between
good scrap here in the midfield.
And Adriano Medeiros.
2.75 seconds the lead gap between Lloyd and Smalley. Now it's side by side through Village. That's McGregor who's being lapped. He's been into the pits, so this midfield scrap has got to fight their way past him. And we can hand down to Ian Waterhouse down in pit lane.
Right, I'm in the garages here. We've had a bit of a delay, of course. I'm here with Ian Wilson here. We were just having a bit of a laugh, weren't we? Because you haven't really done much racing, have you, in your stint?
Not in that stint, no. But we had a good first race. Yeah. But yeah, that was mainly sitting enjoying the sun on the circuit.
Did it get pretty hot out there? I imagine it did.
Well, we have the exhaust right by our legs, so I had to open the window, otherwise I was going to be roasting in there. Yeah. But I think we might have done something quite sensible there. We pitted as soon as we could, whilst the safety car was keeping the other cars slow. I know we're at last at the moment, but when it shakes out, I think we might have jumped.
So you've actually sacrificed your race for the good of the team.
Well, and my son's quicker than me, so I wanted him to have more time on the road. Yeah.
That's all, man. I appreciate it. Ian, thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Best of luck for the race, and we'll see how it pans out. Could work out well. That's all, man. Dave, back to you.
Well, there is the car that Chris has handed over, that Ian has handed over rather to Elliot Wilson, the number 22. We just caught a glimpse of there. 11 laps completed by our leader Dan Lloyd. The Cunningham car has pitted as well. Just looking for info on if there is a pit window or they're just leaving it open throughout the event. I've seen that happen before in shortened races. Yes, because Johnny Molim has come in and the Cunningham Porsche has come in as well, so I think it's open pit lane throughout the race, quite possibly. If I get a correction on that, I will let you know. Johnny Molim has pitted to hand over to Bon Grimes. Just over 3 seconds in it now for the lead between the 2 Porsches. Medeiros going superbly in his Ginetta share with newcomer Nick Casey. Then behind him is Harry Barton, then Jamie Hayes. This battle with Chris Bingham and Simon Major. They've got Marco Anastasi behind them, and then Johnny McGregor, who's a lap down in the Mazda RX-8 after a pit stop. Finn Jones has come in to hand over to Rob Ellick in the Cupra. Speed increases by another half a second, that time through for Dan Lloyd. Of course, they've got that extra 15 seconds to serve at their pit stop if the penalties are being applied. We don't know if things have changed with the shortened race distance. Side by side, Chris Bingham has a lunge at the number 14 of Jamie Hayes, goes through. It's up into P5, so the GT class leader takes the TCR class leader. Simon Major, the trophy class leader, in behind them. There's Medeiros in the box 3 Dayton Motorsports Ginetta, third overall. Gaz Sapra has pitted to hand over to Brian Branson. Nathan Wrights to hand over to Andrew Dorber. Just being kicked up in the background by Simon Major, I think that was. Team Brick BMW is just running wide to keep out of the way of the opposition there. There's Harry Barton leading the GT guest class, the Barton Racing BMW M3. Up to 4th place overall now. Then here's the fight for 5th. Bingham, Hayes, Major, Martin Addison in behind them. I think he's a lap down. Headed to the pits early with the Aston. Marco Anastasi making a move on the number 4 car from Team Brit. Car 189 has been given a 1 second stop-go penalty, Martin Addison's. Well, that was an infringement when he came into the pits earlier on, I'm not sure. There goes Bon Grimes now at the wheel of the Ferrari. There is Bon Grimes in the 16. Got behind Harry Barton now. Adriano Medeiros has come in to hand over to Nick Casey in the number 3 Ginetta. The 47 is in as well. Maurizio Cilio will take over from Marco Anastasi. They were leading the Ginetta class in 5th overall. We can hand down to Ian Waterhouse once again in the pits. He's at the number 43 Ginetta squad.
Yeah, buddy, welcome down to the pit, mate. Get very frantic as you might expect in a shorter race with Simon. I wonder if I can just, Simon, can I just grab you very quickly for a quick chat? We didn't catch up in the first race, but because it didn't quite go to plan, what happened?
I had an amateur mistake and spun, and then when Steve got in the car, he got T-boned by a car lapping him, bent the rear suspension. So yeah, unfortunately didn't get a finish.
We're going to make amends now, though.
Yeah, lad fixed it, and he's back in out and having some fun.
Top man, but it looks like you're about to get ready, so I'll let you go. Stay with us a sec, because I wonder if Jas could just have a quick. It's good to see you again, mate. It really is. Of course, you spent a bit of time sat waiting, but when you got your legs going, you really went for it.
I had a good start from the beginning. Not the restart weren't too bad either, but obviously Ferraris and Porsches and that, you know, so we ain't doing too bad.
But you're back with Brian again for 2025.
Yeah, we are, yeah, hopefully. That all goes well.
One of my favourite teams. Thanks for talking to us, mate. You take care. Yeah, let's just stay with us a little bit. Let's go out into the pit lane. Like I said, the shortened race means the pit stop is going to get frantic. It's still a mandatory pit stop as well. You have to come into the pit stop, as you will get a penalty. So plenty of action going on down here. I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, and we'll put the camera on the cars.
Yes, thanks Ian. The pit's getting busy. The leader is in. We can see at the top of the pit lane there. We just got a glimpse of the leading Porsche which Dan Lloyd has brought in to hand over to owner Stephen Gambrell. Nice little bit busy battle here with the second place car, well, the de facto race leader now, Adam Smalley, trying to make his way through some of the back markers. That's Ash Woodman, he's just lapped there. Bit of trim hanging loose from, I think that's Simon Major's Cupra there. One of the wheel arches a bit loose. He's got Mark Cunningham up behind him now. As Mark came in earlier on, took over from Peter. Car 16 has a 1 second stop-go penalty, which is, oh, that's the Ferrari, Grimes and Molan, 1 second stop-go penalty. They must have been slightly short on their pit stop time, and we've lost one of the BMWs there at Chapel, number 10. That is Callum Bates, that's pulled over the Woodrow Motorsports car, so he's out of the race. That's a second retirement for him today. Gambrell and Lloyd having to spend longer in the pits this time with a success penalty for winning race 1. The car dives into the pit lane. The Cupras, I think that was. Less than 10 minutes of this race to go now. Leader has now come in, so Adam Smalley has brought the Porsche in to hand over to Dominic Malone. Now, who will this make our current race leader? The Hayes and Reed TCR car has come in, leading the class. We actually had 5 different class leaders in the top 5 places overall until a moment ago. Well, there's the Porsche going for its double, which has rejoined in what is currently 11th place, Stephen Gambrell. Last lap was a 1 minute .43, but that of course without lap using the pit lane. It's a slightly shorter lap than using the full circuit. 1 minute 3.943 is Dan Lloyd's fastest lap.
So they did get the 1 second.
As Gambrell cuts past a couple of back markers. So with Adam Smalley and Dominic Malone's Porsche having pitted, it now makes Harry Barton the race leader in the BMW ahead of Chris Bingham by about 1.5 seconds. They're your pace setters on track at the moment. Simon Major's come in. Jamie Hayes comes in to hand over to Alex Reed. There's Harry Barton. So at the moment, this car is leading the race. He's yet to stop. Bingham in second is yet to stop. The Cosby McDuff McLaren is next in the order that has yet to pit. Behind them, Ash Woodman's Cupra. Won't be able to establish the definite order until everybody has made their stops. As the pit lane goes, Chris Bingham in the background, so that's the second place car pitted. There's Barton, but there's distance between him and Cunningham behind. They're on different laps, of course. So Harry Barton continues. Mark Cunningham will go past him in the Porsche. I think that's to unlap himself. Now, let's look down the orders of the cars that have stopped. Yes, it is Stephen Gambrell ahead of Mark Cunningham by about 14 seconds on track at the moment, the 2 Porsches. We'll wait to see where Dominic Malone slots back in the white Porsche. We can hand down to Ian in the meanwhile. He's talking to Bobby Trundley down at Team Brit.
Right, now we're live with Bobby Trundley. How was it out there, Bobby?
Interesting. We had a little bit of an issue on the front left, the vibration. It didn't turn out to be a puncture, but something wasn't right, so we had to box, and then obviously the red flag came. I mean, it was fun seeing at the bottom for 30 minutes, cooking in that thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite frantic, isn't it? I suppose that will change your tactics, won't it, for pit stops?
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously they changed everything and I've got rid of the pit window, so I've got it to, that's what I've been told anyway. So, but yeah, the car, we're doing alright, I think, considering that. You know, we're a lap down, but we're just going to pick up where we can, play for another safety car, so fingers crossed.
Top man, Bobby, thanks for talking to us. Stay with us a little bit if you can. We go round here. It looks like it's Caleb McDuff who's just getting into the car. So yeah, we can just, let's go around and let's watch him get strapped into the car, shall we, onto this McLaren. Look at this, fantastic stuff. So McDuff is in the car now. Bobby's just, in fact, we've got Noah. Stay with us a little bit longer, actually. Noah, how was it, mate?
Oh, that was much nicer to come back and do that after my first race.
Yeah.
Finally feel like I've got back into the season. It was definitely a rocky start at the beginning. It's still working some things out from testing, but you know, finally, that's why it's so nice having 2 races in the day, to be honest.
Do you obviously learn an awful lot from the first race of the day that you bring into race 2?
Oh, massively, because as good as testing is, it's never the same as a race situation. So yeah, getting over the things and the time in between both races has been a massive help, and now finally we're getting the race that we deserved.
Oh, it's great to see you again, mate. You take care, won't you? Nice one. Right, let's get back into the action, shall we? There's only a few minutes left of the race, and the McLaren about to head out. Let's watch it go. There it goes. Look at that. Oh, raw. Right, Dave, let's go back to you to take us to the checkered flag.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, just about everybody, I think, has now made their mandatory pit stop. Yeah, the last cars to come in were Ash Woodman's Cupra and the Story and McCullough BMW 1 Series. It started from the back in the first race. So everybody has now made their stops, and we'll soon be able to establish an order. It looks as though, despite the penalty, Stephen Gambrell and Dan Lloyd are still leading. And I think Dominic Malone has slotted into second, but he's nearly 7 seconds down on the red Porsche. 2 cars showing above them on the timing tower. Harry Barton and Chris Murphy are both in the pits. They were among the last to stop. There is the Porsche, headlights ablaze. Now let's look back and see if we can see the white Porsche behind. There it is. So that is technically your lead gap right now, and it looks good for Stephen Gambrell to overcome the pit stop penalty if it indeed had to be served with the revised pit rules on this shortened race. We didn't get notification if they were still having to serve those success penalties, but whether or not, it is Stephen Gambrell out in front ahead of Dominic Malone. The Cunninghams in third. The Ferrari is showing as I think in de facto 4th place, having served that stop-go penalty. It was only a 1 second stop-go penalty, and the number 4 car has got the same now. That's Bobby Trundley's car, unfortunately. The car shared with Asher Silver, the BMW, is going to have to serve a 1 second stop-go, or a short pit stop, I would think that is. So the gap is just over 6.5 seconds. Dominic Malone, the ex-BMW racer. Cunningham's third, then Grimes and Molan. Well, we'll wait to see where everybody else slots in. I think it's Chris Bingham's Ginetta in 5th place. There is the Team Brits McLaren. That's the number 38 of Cosby and McDuff. Bodywork flapping on the rear corner there, with Caleb McDuff at the wheel. Story and McCullough car was the last to make its pit stop. It's now in the pits. Yes, the Trundley and Silver car is now back in for its penalty. That's about the 3rd stop that car is making, according to the screen. In terms of class leaders, well, Gambrell and Lloyd lead the challenge category. GT is led by Chris Bingham in 5th place. The Mazda RX-8 is up there in 6th. Johnny McGregor going well. Good contrast to race 1. That's leading the trophy class. Anastasia and Celio are leading the Ginetta category. Ash Woodman's Cupra leading the TCR class, and the GT guest class led by Harry Barton. Of course, he has to serve a longer mandatory pit stop, being a pro driver driving solo. And And the Cup class is being led by the Story and the Colour BMW 130, number 79. So less than 2 minutes on the clock now. A couple of laps to go for Stephen Gambrell. Across the line he goes. What's the lead going to be this time through over Dominic Malone in his Porsche? Look back now for the Porsche. The gap has increased. It's 12.3 seconds now over the last couple of laps. Well, the last lap alone, Gambrell pulled out 3 seconds. They have dominated proceedings today. There's Chris Bingham. He's had a good day at the wheel of the Ginetta G55, barring that penalty at the end of race 1. He's looking good to take a top 5 and win the GT category, the GT4 cars. And in behind him is Johnny McGregor. He said earlier that RX-8 is quick but fragile. Johnny, who used to race the Tyrannus sports racer, I think he competes in time attack with that car now. He's on for a good finish here and a class win. 22, that's Elliot Wilson's Ginetta.
I think Gambrell will get
Spoke to Ian Wilson earlier, they're running 16th.
9 seconds on the clock as he crosses the line, so another opportunity for Mark Cunningham. They're just getting into club now, so we'll get an update of the gap between Malone and Cunningham in a few seconds' time.
Only 10 seconds on the clock. It is going to be checkered flag this time, and it's going to be a double win for Stephen Gambrell and Dan Lloyd. Britain potentially has a new star of GT racing. Stephen Gambrell. He's only about 4 or 5 races into his motor racing career with this Porsche, but he's already looking like something special. He nearly won on his racing debut here at the start of March here at Silverstone on this same layout. He had a couple of wins on the longer Grand Prix circuit 2 weeks later, and he's going to be a double winner here today alongside touring car star Dan Lloyd. Here he comes. Brilliant day for Stephen Gambrell. There is the checkered flag. It's a double for the Porsche of Toro Verde GT. Behind him, well done Johnny McGregor, class winner in the trophy class and an excellent 6th overall. 2nd overall is going to be the Porsche of Adam Smalley and Dominic Malone. Dominic bringing the car in 2nd, 15 seconds down on the race winner. And the Cunninghams complete the podium. It's a clean sweep for Porsche in both races here at Silverstone today. Pick up the other class winners shortly. Looks like we're going to finish with just 5 cars on the lead lap. There is Bonamy Grimes in the Ferrari. Car started by Johnny Mollem, overcoming a stop-go penalty to take 4th place. And the GT class is going to be won by Chris Bingham as long as he appears out of club corner. In the Ginetta, making up for the slight disappointment of race 1. There is Chris Bingham, comes over in 5th position and wins the GT class. Last couple of cars make their way across the line. Stephen Gambrell's gone round again. Don't think he saw the checkered flag there. But he'll be very happy indeed with his day's work. Brilliant day for the Toro Verde team. It is a double win. 25 laps completed in the revised 25-minute distance for Stephen Gambrell and Dan Lloyd. They take the win over Dominic Malone and Adam Smalley by just over 15 seconds. The Cunninghams in 3rd and Grimes and Molem's Ferrari 4th. Class wins go to Chris Bingham in 5th, wins the GT class. The trophy class to Johnny McGregor's Mazda RX-8, a fine 6th place. The Ginetta class went to 9th place Marco Anastasi and Maurizio Silio. TCR class to Ash Woodman in his Cupra Competizione TCR in 12th overall. 1 place behind them was Harry Barton's BMW in 13th. He won the GT guest category. And the Cup class further back, that went to number 114 of Chris Hayes in the Seat Leon Supercopa. Just a couple of retirements on that restart. Obviously, we lost Paul Fullick and Aaron Morgan. We hope that Paul will be okay. He's just a bit shaken up after that shunt. We lost Callum Bates' BMW, and of course the Ferrari, sadly, of John Seal and Jamie Stanley pulled off on the restarts. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé in just a moment.
Yeah, welcome down, everybody. The sun is shining. We've got some very happy people down here as well. It's a case of deja vu as well. It's 1, 2, 3 again for Porsche, and it's Dom Malone there coming home in second place. In fact, it's the same top three we had in race 1, but of course it was an interrupted race. There was a lot of work to be done. Let's grab Dom for a chat. He's just going to get his water, well deserved as well. And I'll get that to Claire. Thank you. Tom, congratulations, double podium day for you, eh?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the best we could ask for, really. You know, great result. A bit of short and sweet stint there for me. Adam did all the hard work. So no, really good. I hope everyone's okay in the McLaren.
I guess it's got to be quite hard because you've got to think on your feet about strategy there, don't you?
Yeah. It kind of everything goes a little bit out the window. Obviously, with the long pit stop penalties and things, then it adds lots of other people into the mix. But no, I think went pretty well for us, which was great.
Congratulations, great weekend. A pair of second places indeed, fantastic stuff. We actually don't have our. Shall I just shut that there for you? I don't want to break anything. Let's go over here as well and grab once again the Cunninghams, because it's been a pretty good day indeed, hasn't it? A double podium for you as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not have expected that today. I would take that hands down today.
What was your expectation coming into this weekend?
A finish.
I love when people say that.
But no, generally just, well, I suppose in the back of your mind you hope we had a good test with the car, and which went well, so I think we had in our mind we should be okay. It's obviously clear with the other Porsches that we still got a little way to go. We've got a little bit of something to find, but you've got some really experienced boys driving these cars, so at the end of the day, to do what we're doing, I think we're doing all right.
You're a match for them. That's what you are. Well done. Congratulations. Great weekend. Let's move down, Lewis. See if we can actually find our race winners, shall we? Of course, Dan Lloyd and Steve Gambrill again. Let's go for a little walk, see if we can find them. There we go. There's some of our lads there as well. They're all the way down here. Let's go down and grab a quick word with them. Chatting to Gary James. Of course, Gary James is here on behalf of BARC and Silverstone, and what can I say? It's been a pretty good day, hasn't it, for you?
It has. It looks so. Yeah. We brought it home. Dan did his job, I did mine, and we're here again.
What does it mean to get the win? 2 wins as well.
It's mega, man, mega. We come into the weekend thinking, if we can be somewhere around the top, do okay. Let's see how we fare up, and it's been. I couldn't ask for nothing more.
So now you've made a perfect start to the season. Are you staying for the entire season?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll see it through, and we'll see how we get on for the championship.
Fantastic. I think you need it. There you go. Top man indeed. Right, come out with me a second, guys, if we can, because next up, the cars are just lining up. We have the second 2CV Racing Club race of the day coming up as well. Remember, in race 1 a little bit earlier, the top 3 were separated by 0.4 of a second. That is it. Then it might not be the quickest cars, but the racing is absolutely on point. I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thanks very much, Ian, and well done to all our drivers in the Britcar Endurance Championship today. All credit to them for putting on a great show. But to describe the Classic 2CV Racing Championship, I think that's spot on from Ian there. May not be the quickest cars, but the racing always on points. Just waiting for the recovery vehicle to head back to the paddock, having picked up Callum Bates' BMW from the Hanger Straights. Not been a happy day for him. 2 retirements, sadly. And now we await Citroen's finest. Separate qualifying session for this one, of course, because some of the cars will have changed drivers. And to go towards the 24-hour race at the end of the season, it's the car and the team that scores the points, not the drivers. There is a championship for the teams as well, which ends at the 24-hour race, because there it's the team that scores the points, because drivers from different cars may combine in one to do the 24-hour. That's why you see some of the cars in this race with 4 or 5 different names on the rear window of these cars. While we await the track to be cleared and the 2CVs to line up, Ian caught up with some of the drivers a little earlier.
Right, race 1 was an absolute thriller for the 2CV Racing Club. In fact, just 0.4 of a second separated the top 3. More of the same expected in race 2. Let's just have a quick chat with some of the drivers, find out how it went. Chaps, let's have a quick chat with you. How did your race go?
Apart from coming last, it went really well, thank you.
Do you know what, though? I said before, nobody loses taking these 2CVs out today.
No. I nearly caught my friend here, but I did catch him this morning and I went off all over the place. Okay. There you go.
What are we expecting from yourself in race 2?
I hope to finish a couple of places higher. I made a couple of mistakes in that race. One on the last lap where I lost a place to Matthew, who stood behind me, so I definitely need to get that place back next race.
What's it like taking a 2CV out round Silverstone, and why a 2CV?
Just great fun, and it's a great club. So everybody literally clubs together. It's like a family atmosphere. Everybody helps each other out, and it's just a great club to be a part of, to be honest.
They look a lot of fun. Are they a lot of fun?
No, that's a lot of fun. Yeah. I started with road 2CVs, and then Richard Hollis from Hollis Motorsport, he offered me a drive, so I drove with them for about 6 years.
Oh, wow.
But I've been off now for a few years and trying to make a comeback.
Back with a not a bang. I don't want to say a bang, but you're back anyway. Guys, thank you so much. Enjoy race 2. The sun is finally decided to come out, and it's nice and warm. It's a beautiful day.
Thank you.
Right, time to go racing for race 2 for the 2CVs Racing Club. Dave, over to you. Enjoy, everyone.
Cars on their way to the grid then for the second Classic 2CV Racing Club event of the day. And quite a different grid, including a few different drivers, because some of these cars being shared by 2 drivers, as we heard earlier. So this time it's Sebastian Jones-White, number 13, who moves up into pole position alongside race 1 winner Brian Heary in the number 92. Second row, we will see 89 Nick Crispin and number 20 Robert Dawson. Good qualifying effort from him. Row 3, Andrew Bull, 76, alongside Ethan Sparrow in the 46. The 33 car, that was Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown earlier on. Glenn Oswin is driving that car this time. He starts alongside Steve Walford, who takes over the 55 car from his wife Julie. Row 5, 81 Simon Turner and number 40 Chris Yates, who dropped out with a bit of damage in the first race. They complete the top 10 on the grid. Row 6 is 79 Sam Archer and the 42 of Martin Sunderland. Row 7, 72 will this time be crewed by Richard Hollis, taking over from Matthew. Alongside him, the 48 car. Chris Tovey drove that earlier on. And this time around, it will be Lawrence Broadhurst, the car's owner, at the wheel. On the 8th row, we will see 44 John Widowson and 67 Colin Etchells. And 41 Martin Ryman has hopefully cured his gremlins from earlier on. The ex-Fiat Racing champion will start from the back. Still got his Fiat 127 race car. Last few years he's brought it out at Mallory Park on Boxing Day for the Plum Pudding meeting. 2CV will be a bit slow in that company and an open saloon car grid. We did see a 2CV in the Race of Remembrance at Anglesey at the end of last season among their hugely varied grid, but that one was a rather special 2CV with a BMW motorcycle engine in it and was rather quicker. Pole position on the outside then, Seb Jones-White, the white car with the gold stripe, alongside Brian Heary. I think they'll get a green flag lap first of all. And it will be a 15-minute race. Saying the highlight of the season is the incredible 24-hour race at Snetterton on August Bank Holiday weekend. A great social occasion that is as well. You get a lot of teams from the continent come over to compete in their own class, and we normally get 1 or 2 minis to bolster the grid as well. Marshals clear the grid, the green flag is waved, so there will be 1 green flag lap. many years now, this championship pretty much dominated by the great Pete Sparrow, arguably the all-time great of 2CV racing in the UK. Last year it was a newcomer, Alex Cockhill, who won the championship, but not out today. There is a point scoring race after the bank holiday weekend. That's at Alton Park in October. Thank you, David Marsden, for that one. The season does not end with the 24-hour race. It's Pete Sparrow, a 7-time champion, we're told. There's the 67 of Colin Etchells. I love the eyes on the headlamps. Martin Ryman back out. Hopefully the car won't let him down this time. Charlie Reed says he reckons that Nick Crispin is going to win this, the 89 car. We'll wait and see. He is a former champion. Brian Heary, I remember seeing him racing the likes of the Rover Turbo Cup back in the 90s. He raced in the MGF Cup as well. That's put in British GT for a time. Got a few cars with eyes on their headlamps. Really is such a fun championship, this is. Colin Etchells' car with a rather sad expression on its face. Well, Chris Yates looks angry, the number 40 car, must be because of that damage in race 1. Much for Martin Ryman coming through if his car holds out. A very successful saloon car racer in the 90s and early 2000s before switching to 2CV.
Then we get Nick Crispin, who was third in the championship.
Bring them up to the grid then. White car of Seb Jones White on pole alongside the blue and green of Brian Heary. Nick Crispin and the Dayglow red and black car, number 89 on row 2, along with the black and gold of Rob Dawson. Good to see him well up on the grid. Row 3, Andrew Bull in the turquoise car, alongside Ethan Sparrow's very dark grey machine. Then we've got 33 Glen Oswin, the familiar colours of ECAS 2CV parts. Back in the 90s, that was the most dominant team in the 24-hour races. Just hold the 24 hours at Mondello Park in Ireland.
The countdown, waiting for those red lights to come on, and this 15-minute race.
So about to get the all clear from the marshals to get this second race of the day for the Classic 2CV Racing Championship underway.
And the red lights come on.
Reds begin to rise from these 602cc 2-cylinder engines, and away they go. Now, are we going to have another slipstreaming Classic one? Nick Crispin's not hanging about from the second row, moves across on Rob Dawson. He's going to try and take the lead on the run down towards Abbey for the first time, and he's done it. Nick Crispin from the second row into the lead ahead of Brian Heary. Rob Dawson's gone down into third place, and Seb Jones White was rather caught napping there at the start. He's gone down to about 6th position. Here we go up towards Village for the first time. Seb Jones White watching on the left of the picture, going for the inside, trying to recoup that lost ground. He's recouped some of it. Andy Bull is in there. Challenge for the lead from Brian Heary in the 92. So I think Seb Jones White is back up into 4th position. Ethan Sparrow in that battle as well, and Glen Oswin. Leaders go out wide through Chapel onto the Hanger Straight. It's Nick Crispin, number 89, who has the lead, the man from Harrogate in Yorkshire, chased by Brian Heary. He's from Bolton, so it's Lancashire against Yorkshire for the lead. Richard Hollis doing a bit of ploughing further back. Steve Walford has had a moment, I think, somewhere. He's at the back of the field, the red number 55 car. Brian Heary on the tail of Crispin. It's Dawson third, then Bull, Jones White and Ethan Sparrow. 4 wide, look at this back in the pack there. Simon Turner gets through there in the lead ahead of Hollis in the 72. Richard Hollis this time. Martin Ryman's car seems to be up to full speed this time as well in the pack there. It's Crispin from Heary as they go into club. Andrew Bull is through into 3rd place ahead of Jones White. Ethan Sparrow up to 5th. Rob Dawson's been shuffled down to 6th place. And there's Lawrence Broadhurst in the car Chris Tovey raced earlier on, the 48s. No disrespect at all to Lawrence Chris Tovey, the quicker of those two drivers, the former champion. And you see Lawrence share the car with George Broadhurst, who's put in an impressive performance on the national layout here at Silverstone a couple of years ago. Nick Crispin is who leads the way this time into Village for the second time. There you can see those angry eyes on the headlamps of Chris Yates' car, but he'd be even angrier now because he's just lost out to Simon Turner in the 81. Here comes Richard Hollis as well. Tries to get through on the run towards Chapel. Has he got the place? Yes, he has. Not quite as much slipstreaming so far amongst the leaders. Crispin from Heary, Andy Bull having a look in the 76, then Seb Jones-White in 4th place. Martin Ryman on the tail of the 42, which is Martin Sunderland in the ex-Bacon racing car, now with Infinite Improbability Racing. With the club come the leaders. Nick Crispin for P2W Motorsports leads the way. Crisis at Tete Rouge. Brian Heary, no crisis for him so far today, winning the first race. Andrew Bull, another Tete Rouge run car, run with Habitable Leisure. Here comes Brian Heary. He's going to have a run for the lead as they go into Abbey. Still side by side. Crispin keeps his foot down. You keep your foot down all the way around here, and look at this, it's going to be 3 wide towards Village. Look at Andrew Bull. He's going to have the inside line for the right-hander. With a bit of luck, he could get the lead here. Seb Jones-White trying to make it 4 wide, and Bull's done it. Oh, superb. Andrew Bull takes the lead in the 76. Now here comes Seb Jones-White in the number 13. Nick Crispin's having none of it, squeezed him out. Ethan Sparrow's joining in with this as well in the grey car. 5 of them now for the lead. They all run out wide. Rob Dawson trying to make it 6. And in 7th place on his own is Glenn Oswin. He's got nobody to slipstream with. Behind him Turner, Hollis and Yates. That's your top 10. Here come the leaders. Andrew Bull in the 76 car. The Propolis sponsored number 76 machine in this intriguing mint green livery leads the way. Brian Heary in 2nd place. Crispin trying to win the lead back again. Chug their way towards Club. Brian Heary's going to try and make it 3 wide again. He's going for the inside on Andrew Bull, and I think he's going to be close enough this time. Through the right-hander, and Seb Jones-White closing back up again, taking Ethan Sparrow with him. Andrew Bull was a little bit slower out of Club there and has allowed Brian Heary to latch on. You're going to see some slipstreaming on this lap. We're only a third of the way through this race. There's Glenn Oswin on his own in 7th place. Bit of smoke there. Is that coming from Chris Yates possibly? Maybe he's got the oven going and he's baking those muffins. And the Muffin Motorsport car. Here come the leaders into Village once again. Lap 4, fastest lap of the race recorded by Seb Jones-White, 140.009. Just 8 thousandths of a second off Brian Heary's time from race 1. 6 of them line astern. You must call it a 12 CV, couldn't you? They're reeling in Glenn Oswin further back, Simon Turner in the red car, then Richard Hollis, Chris Yates, then a gap back to Sam Archer in the Team Lion machine. Martin Ryman, Lawrence Broadhurst, Martin Sunderland, then a gap back to Steve Walford, then Etchells and Widowson. Everyone's still running. Make their way down the Hanger Straights. There is Sam Archer in the ex-David O'Keefe car. Teammate to Pete Sparry, because he's got the novice cross on the back. Leaders have already gone through club towards the Hamilton straight. Here they come. We have a change for the lead. I think Andy Bull may have run wide coming out of Stowe there, because Brian Heary's back in front. And who's this coming through into second place? Ethan Sparrow, the 46, is up into second. They've split into 2 lines of 3 here. Formation racing. Andy Bull back up the inside. He's pretty daring in this race, isn't he? Back into the lead at Abbey. Heary second, Crispin third. Now who's going to go for the inside line? Nick Crispin could move up here with a bit of luck on the inside at Village. You've seen Andy Bull do this. He's going to try and go for the inside now, but Brian Heary holds him off. Sparrow was briefly second at the line. Side by side now for fourth with Seb Jones-White. Rob Dawson hanging on to their coattails behind. The 6 of them run through and running a little bit too wide there. Andy Bull kicks up a bit of dirt. Down the straight they come. Glenn Oswin's been reeled in the background. Keith Oswin was a rallying journalist for many years. Glenn Oswin in 7th, further back being caught by Simon Turner. Now here comes Brian Heary on the inside of Stowe, just keeps his foot in, slides the car through into the lead. It's under 7 minutes to go, so we're just over halfway through the second race of the day for the Classic 2CV Racing Club here at Silverstone. Bull on the inside, down towards Club Corner. Nick Crispin on the outside. They squeeze Brian Heary. We've been here before in race 1. And Bull emerges with the lead. Is he going to lead for a whole lap? It's quite unusual in a 2CV race for a car to lead a full lap. But I think Bull has managed it. Yes, he leads at the line.
And then Jones White in 4th.
Took the lead into Abbey last time through, so not quite a full lap. He didn't lead down the Hamilton straight, so it doesn't quite. Seb Jones-White in 4th. Dawson chasing him now, and Sparrow's been shuffled back to 6th. Simon Turner heading the second group. Still Seb Jones-White with the fastest lap of the race. To Village. First 2 breaking away by a couple of 2CV lengths. Brian Heary looking for his double. Bull runs very deep there into Chapel. Just about pulls it back in front of Brian Heary. He's leaving himself open to be slipstreamed here into Stowe. They queue up behind him. More like Caterham racing, isn't it? But just a slightly more sedate pace. Brian Heary's got the inside run. He got the slipstream there. You saw him dart out from behind the 76, and Nick Crispin's going with it. Here he leads. Now Crispin cuts to the inside on the exit of Stowe. He's not going to go around the outside at Club Corner, surely. Seb Jones-White in there as well. He could get up into second here. I think Crispin, no, he didn't need to wait till Club Corner. He's already out-dragged Brian Heary and will be in position for the right-hander. They both go very wide on the exit. Seb Jones-White missed an opportunity there to dive to the inside. Stays on the bumper of the 89 of Nick Crispin. Bull's been shuffled back to 4th position. Sparrow and Dawson having their own fight for 5th. 3 wide for second place, but it's Crispin who now takes up the lead. Andy Bull's going to try his move down the inside again. 4.5 minutes to go. Crispin holds the lead now. Andy Bull at the inside. Another Yorkshireman from Barnsley. Seb Jones-White, fairly local man to Silverstone, from Corby in Northamptonshire. He's in there side by side with Bull. Heary down to 4th. Then Sparrow and Dawson, and Seb Jones-White's forced to go a little bit wide there as he battles with Andy Bull. Over towards the right-hander at Chapel. They go again, and well, I said Andy Bull always runs wide there. He did that this time, but with Seb Jones-White on the outside of him. And Seb Jones-White was nearly sent home to Corby there. Meantime, Glenn Oswin's got 7th place back, I can see in the background from Simon Turner. That little schmozzle coming out of Chapel has allowed Nick Crispin to escape slightly. Here he's second, and who's this coming through on the inside? That's Ethan Sparrow. Andy Bull runs wide again. He's all over the place in that 76 car. He's loving this. Big lock-up there from Bull. You don't see lock-ups like that very often, mainly because these drivers don't use the brakes very often. Is Andy Bull having some handling issues, perhaps? He's down to fourth. He's got Seb Jones-White behind him. 3 minutes to go. Off, over the line they go. A couple of laps left. 20 of Rob Dawson hanging on in the tail of this group as well. Any one of 6 could still win it, but has Nick Crispin escaped just enough there from his pursuers? There's definitely smoke coming off that car of Chris Yates in 10th place. This is the second group, headed by Glenn Oswin in the 33. He's got Simon Turner behind him, then Richard Hollis. Hollis family have been racing 2 CVs for many decades now. Chris Yates rounding out the top 10. Then side by side behind, Sam Archer and Martin Ryman. Broadhurst is 13th, then Sunderland, Wolford, Etchell and Widowson round out the runners. Purple and yellow colours of ECAS 2CV parts, which carried the great Roy Eastwood to many of his 2CV successes over the years. Now here come the leaders down into Stowe once again, and Brian here, he's got a run on Nick Crispin. They've caught him back up again. Said earlier, for one car to escape is very rare in 2CV racing. Here come the 6 of the best down towards Club Corner. They'll be coming through to start their last lap this time. Crispin still leads just. Very tight turn in there by Seb Jones. What, 5 of them almost on top of one another. Goodness me. How did they all get round there? Ethan Sparrow has to go wide. Crispin has somehow still got the lead ahead of Heary. Well, I'm not going to read out the full order because by the time I have it, it'll have all changed again. Andy Bull could still win this. Here he moves across on him though in the crisis car. Side by side, they're almost touching wheels. They are touching wheels. Terrific stuff. Bull's going for the inside line again. If he keeps it there, they're going to be 3 wide into Village again. Oh, don't look now. Brian here, he's caught in the traffic in the middle. Nick Crispin's moved across him, and Bull's going to take the lead back again. Where did he come from there? Sparrow's gone through in a second. Oh, Nick Crispin's been tagged by Brian Heary. There's more contact. Heary goes off. Jones White goes off. It was a crisis for the crisis car there, nearly. They've managed to gather it up again. Now, what order are they in now? Bull leads. Sparrow second. Robbie Dawson could get onto the podium here in the number 20. We're on the last lap now, heading down towards Stowe in this brilliant second race for the Classic 2CV Racing Championship. Now, Ethan Sparrow can sense victory here. Rob Dawson can sense a podium if he can catch Nick Crispin. It's all going to be at Club Corner. The two of them absolutely together. I couldn't even see the leading car there. They were so close together. There it is, Andy Bull, as they come down into Club. What can Ethan Sparrow do on the final corner? Is the Sparrow name going to get back on top in 2CV Racing? Here they come out of Club for the final time. I don't think Ethan Sparrow is going to do it. What a cracking race that was. There's the checkered flag. Andy Bull wins it in the 76. He's elated. Sparrow second, then Crispin, Dawson, Jones White and Brian Heary sixth. Wow. What a cracking race that was. Simon Turner will take 7th. He was battling all race long with Glenn Oswin. And here comes Sam Archer for 11th place ahead of Martin Ryman. But a bit of a day to forget for Martin with problems with his car early on. Richard Hollis beat Chris Yates' slightly battered car home to complete the top 10. Then Lawrence Broadhurst in 13th, holding off Sunderland and Steve Walford. A quiet race for Steve there. And the final 2 finishers should be Colin Etchells and John Widowson. There is John in the Steve Walford Motorsport Run car. Colin Etchells just ahead of him. Can we have this championship at every meeting, please? That was brilliant. I enjoyed every second of that. I hope all of you did too, race fans, and I'm sure the drivers did as well. That was fantastic. Andrew Ball it is who takes the win, ahead of Ethan Sparrow by 0.4 of a second. Nick Crispin in third. Rob Dawson nearly getting onto the podium, which I think would have been his first ever. He has to settle for fourth though. And Seb Jones-White and Brian Heary, after a near tangle on the last lap, end up fifth and sixth. Second group headed up by Simon Turner in seventh, getting past Glenn Oswin several times. Richard Hollis and Chris Yates complete the top 10. Then Sam Archer, Martin Ryman, Lawrence Broadhurst, Martin Sunderland. Back in 15th was Steve Walford, then Colin Etchells and John Widowson completing the finishers. Pretty much exactly 1 minute covering the field there. And Seb Jones-White got the fastest lap, 1:40.009. Well, still a couple of races to go here at Silverstone today. We'll have the second race for the Monoposto Racing Championship next, but for now it's down to Ian in Park Ferming.
Oh, you might not have just seen it on the screen, but Andrew Bull is absolutely delighted. This is going to be a great interview when we get a chance to chat to him. We're just catching up with Gary James in a minute. There's Ethan Sparrow coming home in second place. Let's just go through, because I've seen Ethan come through here. We'll grab Andrew in a minute. What another great race that was. And of course, Nick Crispin coming home in third place. Let's just run across, make sure we don't get ourselves run over. So we're trying to find Ethan. Where is Ethan? Where's Ethan? Where's Ethan? Here's his car. This is Ethan Sparrow's car here. Second place for him. Superb. So where's Ethan? Ethan, come over. Another man who looks very happy indeed. Ethan, another grandstand finish with these two CBs. What does that mean for you?
Oh, that's amazing. That's my first podium ever.
Oh, wow.
And
brilliant.
Yeah, I just want to say hello to my nan and granddad. I know they were watching from home. My granddad's got leukemia and he couldn't make it, but I'm just happy he's watching. So.
That one's for you, Grandad.
Yeah,
right,
that's one's for you, Grandad.
Who are all these people over here, are they?
This is my nan.
Nan. You proud?
Oh, so proud.
So proud. Mum is going.
This is what it's all about.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, that was really good. That was really hard fought.
It really was. Look, it's so close, these two CVs. And they might not be the quickest, but my word, the racing's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, they are really good. They are so good. There's nothing in between us all. And it's just like, you just do not know what's going to happen from one lap to the next. But
well done. Look, I can see you want to crack on and party at the Sparrows later. Well done. Let's go find Andrew Bull, shall we? If we can. He's just down here. Thank you very much. He came out of the car. He was thumping his roof. We haven't got too long to go because I believe the Monopostos might have even gone out on track already. Here he is. Yes. One of the best reactions I've ever seen coming out of a car. What does that mean to you?
That was a good old fight up there. It was so close. You could have been anybody on the last lap. I was in the right place at the right time, going over the start-finish line in third with the two of them just separating the air for me in front. And they had it coming together in the top, so pressure was off a little bit at the end of the straight. So that's where we really suffer with the slipstream. You get mugged into the last corners. So
how did it feel when you took that checkered flag?
Well, I've got a countdown clock in the car, and I'm thinking 3 minutes, right, 1.5, maybe 2 laps to go, and this is it. And then it all kicked off a bit, and I was just so relieved. So dead chuffed.
Well done, mate. Superb reaction. Well deserved. Yeah. Fantastic stuff. Right, we're going to have to hand straight back. Look, you probably can't see. I can see over the other side, and I can hear from the wall. The Monopostos are about to go racing. Just so you know, actually, the earlier race, they only finished 2 laps, so it doesn't actually count as a classified race. So this is technically their first race and only race of the day here at Silverstone. I'm going to have to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thanks, Ian. And oh dear, we have a car off already on the way to the grid. That will be weaving the car on cold tyres, and the number 96 of Kevin McClurg has unfortunately spun out. I think that's down at Stowe. We're going to have another delay here, unfortunately. What the first race does count for, it won't count for points, but what it does count for is setting the grid for this race, because the fastest lap for each driver in race 1 sets the grid for race 2, same as the Superkarts. So we will have George Lyne on pole. The grid is almost the same as the first race, I think. Kevin McClurg should have been lining up on the outside of the 4th row. Can he get going again? Yes, he can. He may have to start from the back, but I'll wait and see.
Well, there's been an incident, but thankfully it's just...
Slightly red-faced Kevin McClure gets his Dallara going again. George Lyne on pole in his Dallara alongside Tony Bishop. Second row Andrew Pryke and Matthew Houghton in the Dallara and the Jedi. Third row Dan Clue's Jedi, James Williams Dallara. On the fourth row Tom Wheatley and should be Kevin McClure if he can retake his place. Completing the top 10, Mark Harrison, the XF3 Cupman, and Mike Hatton, Monoposto veteran, in his Dallara. On the sixth row, Neil Harrison starts alongside Tom Hill, number 75, in his Dallara. Row 7, Nigel Davis, another veteran of the Monoposto Championship, won the Tiedemann Trophy, if I remember rightly, a few years ago. The end-of-season competition, in memory of Frank Tiedemann, who founded this club. Malcolm Scott alongside him. Then we have Andrew Wheels in the lone Moto 1400 car and David Tagg. Paul Hudson alongside Matt Jordan. Richard Biles and Will Cox in the Rods, rounding out the top 20 on the grid. Behind them, Chris Levy, 157, starts alongside 25 of Jim Spencer in his Reynard in classic category. Next row is Julian Hoskins in the Vector, Damon Bland's Van Diemen. Row 13, Jamie Malloy's Tatus and Jamie Tanser in the PR3. Terry Clark, who failed to get away in race 1, alongside Joe Goodwin, who started from the back in the first race. Tom Dackins and Felix Baggett completing the top 30 on the grid. On row 16, 83 David Spencer, who had a few problems ahead of the restart that never was in the first race. Alongside him is Kyle Wallace in his Formula Renault. And Kirsty Mansell and Anya Garner, Jack Squires and Phil Chappell. James Hills, who brought out the safety car in the first race, starts at the back along with Isaiah Egwagu in the car raced earlier on by Emmanuel Bradley. This change of driver, he has to start from the back. He didn't set a lap time in race 1. Green flag lap gets underway then. Now, is this race running to the full distance? Yes, it is, according to TSL timing. And hopefully this time we will get to see the full speed and power of this big field of single-seaters. This old established racing club, one of the friendliest clubs in UK motor racing, the Monoposto Racing Club. Mixture of those buzzing 2-litre engines, Formula 3 power plants with the screaming 1000cc motorcycle engines in the Jedis. PR3, a motorcycle engine car as well.
He drives for the Perpetuum team and also Andrew Wills. So there we are. Big thanks to
Heats into these slick tyres. The main championship over the course of the season, and then the Tiedemann Trophy towards the end of the year in memory of the club founder and I think the second ever champion in the Monoposto Racing Club, Frank Tiedemann. So George Lyne, the blue and yellow Dallara, leads the field up to the grid. Number 51, Tony Bishop, the darker blue Dallara with the yellow flashes on the nose, will be alongside him. Number 9, Andrew Pryke in the white, red and black car on the second row alongside Matthew Houghton's blue and orange Jedi. It's all about points in your class towards the championship. There's no overall champion declared, just the various classes have their championships. Yellow car in the background there, that's the Vector, number 61, Julian Hoskins. You didn't see many Vectors in Formula Ford. Justin Keane was one of their leading works drivers in the 90s, I remember, racing against the likes of Baz Linders and Kevin McGarrity, the Irishman. They drove for Swift and Van Diemen. Mario Haberfeld, who went on to race in British Formula 3 quite successfully, was a contemporary of them. There's not much time for nostalgia because the grid is almost formed. Big grid of some 38 cars you should see out there for this one. Formula 3 cars to the fore, along with the little Moto 1000 cars.
Being on the outside of the circuit, something which was pioneered by Ann Senna, actually, who decided that that was where you needed to be to get the line for the corner, so that's where pole position should be.
Marshall's onto the grid again. Don't tell me we've got more problems here. No, doesn't look like it. Mr. Marshall getting into position there. So the 5-second board has been held aloft. The revs will begin to rise. The Monoposto Racing Club Championship about to get underway here at Silverstone. The lights go out and they're away. One or two cars have stalled in there on the inside. Looks like everybody is going to miss them. Away we go, racing up towards Abbey and Village for the first time. A slightly reduced grid. Two cars missing from earlier on. It's side by side between the two Formula 3 cars. Tony Bishop takes the lead around the outside in car number 9. Plenty of chop and change in the pack early on. Two of the little Jedis in there. The number 70 of Paul Hudson, 95 David Tagg. As they race their way towards the Hanger Straight, it is Tony Bishop who has the lead in car number 9. Second is George Lyne. Up to third, the 24 of Matthew Horton in the motorcycle engine cars. Swing their way towards the right-hander at Stowe Corner for the first time. Well, the Formula 3 cars, I think it's got a bit of wing damage there, possibly on the inside. That's one of the Fern GP team cars, I think. It's the number 16 of Felix Baggett, possibly a bit of damage there. Will Cox there in his classic Rolt number 44. Tony Bishop leads the way then in car number 9. And the safety car's coming out again. What has happened? They can't catch a break today, can they, the Monoposto Racing Club? So safety car out again. Something has happened towards the tail of the field, quite possibly. Saw a couple of cars going fairly slowly out of Chapel, so is it something up there towards the top end of the circuit? I can't see where anyone has gone off. Who hasn't come through on the first lap? There's the answer. Oh, that's the 43. It's Isaiah Egwagu, our newcomer. That's a great shame. The car being pushed away there behind the barriers. Now hopefully we'll only get one lap behind the safety car here and the race can continue on. But Isaiah Egwagu out of the race. I noticed Mark Harrison didn't come through either, number 93 in his Dallara, the Magic Motorsport car, so it looks like he's out of it as well. Bishop leads it then, from George Lyne in second, Holton third. Dan Clues in his light blue Jedi in fourth position, running at the top 5 Andrew Pryke. Sixth position number 56, which is Tom Wheatley leading the F3B class. Did Kevin McClurg get going again? Just looking down, yes, he's towards the back of the field, spinning on the way to the grid. So just one lap behind the safety car to allow that car to be recovered then. The race about to resume. Pace picks up once again and away they go. Tony Bishop leads them off up towards Abbey for the third time. Side by side there in the pack, a couple of the Dallaras running together. It's the number 75 of Tom Hill moving through, the Revs Italia run car. Yes, Tom Hill, the ex 3 times Alfa Romeo Series champion, now switching to single-seaters, getting ahead of a couple of his rivals there. They make their way onto the Hanger Straight once again. That's Pryke running very wide, weaving about, trying to break the slipstream and prevent George Lyne getting past his Tony Bishop. He covers the inside line down into the right-hander at Stowe Corner. To third, that looks like which of the Jedis is that? It's Houghton, I think. Matthew Houghton ahead of Dan Clues. Pryke is fifth. Then sixth through is Wheatley. Number number 56 leading F3 Class B. Two leaders starting to pull away slightly. George Lyne's almost glued to the rear wing of Tony Bishop, who moves to the inside as they make their way down towards Abbey. Shirley going to squeeze through on the inside. Good move, George Lyne takes the lead. Good driving between these two. Matthew Horton up there in third position, leading the Moto 1000 category, ahead of Dan Clues, then Pride Wheatley, the 89 of James Williams, 75 Hill is next, and there's already back markers appearing ahead of the leaders here. Number 42 Alex Bagnall, I think that is possibly about to be lapped. He's pointed the leaders through to the right. 42 of Bagnall there. It says on the entry list that he's in a Formula Vauxhall. That looks like a Formula Vauxhall Junior to me. The non-slicks and wings car. I'd say it takes all sorts in this championship. We had hoped to see out there Edward Guest with the Anson SA4, the 1983 Formula 3 car designed by Gary Anderson, later to gain fame as the Jordan Grand Prix team designer. Of course, motorsports still mourning the recent passing of the great Eddie Jordan last month. The Jordan team was based here at Silverstone. Sadly, the Anson suffered some damage in qualifying, so not able to race. Still Lyne from Bishop by 1.5 seconds now. Horton is third, then Clues and Pryke. Plenty of battles all the way down the order, and there's contact there. A Jedi and a Dallara tangle up. That's at 68 and 95. The 68 car is Malcolm Scott, long-time single-seater racer in his Dallara, and the 95 David Tagg in the silver Jedi. Now, if he stops there, that could be a safety car again. Malcolm Scott's out of the race as well. There's the number 13. That's one of those classic Formula Renault machines from the mid-90s. I think that's a Van Diemen of some sort. It's the Kyle Wallace number 13 car. Lovely looking little cars they are. Leader diving through backmarker traffic, so is the second place man. Listen to the scream of those 1000cc motorcycle engines. Dan Clues going through there. There's Malcolm Scott's car parked up. Raced in 750 Motor Club Formula 4 for many years, until that championship folded. Along with the likes of, I think it was his daughter Jenny used to race with him in that championship, as well as Ollie Cyril and Johnny Weston Taylor. He had the US 2000 car, and that's another car in the gravel trap. Can't quite see the number on that one, unfortunately. There's our leader. George Lyne round the outside of the number 41 car, Damon Bland, another veteran of single-seater racing, based in Switzerland these days. Under 7.5 minutes of this race to go. Now coming up on the Formula Vauxhall of number 52, which is Phil Chappell. Drivers are all okay, just walking away. I think that's Malcolm Scott. Phalanx of back markers ahead of the leader again. He moves to the right down the hanger straight to get ahead of them. Tatus, the Formula Renault, number 66 is in there, one of them Jamie Malloy. Lead gap is over 2.5 seconds now. Took their early battle. It's now Lyne pulling away from Bishop. All about dealing with the back markers as deftly as possible in this huge field. George Lyne making it look fairly simple at the moment in the 51. Pick up the class leaders. Orton leads M1000 in third place. 56 Wheatley leads F3B in 7th. The Moto 1400 class is led by Andrew Wheels, number 67, he's 12th. Will Cox leads the Classic division, number 44 in 17th, one place ahead of the 61 of Julian Hoskins. He's leading the 1800 category. And behind him is 32 Terry Clark, he's leading the Mono 2000 category. Further back 1600s, they're being led by number 22, Tom Dackins, in his Formula Ford car. Here's the battle for third place. Horton and Clues. Horton to the inside as they head down towards Stowe Corner. Battle of the Jedis. The battle for the lead in Moto 1000 as well. Screen past one of the classic Formula 3 cars there. Just ahead of them, the number 99. That is Matt Jordan, the Team Fern Racing Van Diemen. It's a Formula Ford car fitted, Formula Ford 1600 or 1800 car, I think, fitted with wings and a larger engine. Horton holds that third place and the class lead. Less than 5 minutes to go now. After the problems earlier on, nice to be able to see these single-seaters stretch their legs around Silverstone. There's David Crichton, number 79. Andrew Pryke, I should say, sorry. This battle rages for third position. Fastest lap of the race recorded by George Lyne, 102.080. Still the battle goes on between the Jedis for third place. Terry Clark is lapped by our race leader and Julian Hoskins. There's the Vector, the yellow machine. It's a wonderful mix of engine notes for this grid. It's Bagnall there, yes, that is a Formula Vauxhall Junior. Of course, FVJ and Formula Vauxhall among the series overseen by the head of Vauxhall Motorsport at the time, Mike Nicholson, who sadly passed away recently as well. He lived and breathed Vauxhall in motorsport, was a successful rally co-driver for the dealer team Vauxhall in the days of the Chevettes and the Astras. And he was the co-driver in that infamous sequence from the 88 RAC rally with Derek Bell. Oh, Derek. I'm sure plenty of our spectators know the sequence I'm referring to. Yes, we sadly lost Mike Nicholson last week, and our condolences to all in Motorsports Union. George Lyne continues to lead. Over 8 seconds clear now of Tony Bishop. He's got this race in the bag, barring any mechanical problems. Closing stages now, just over 2 minutes to go. David Tagg's got going again after that tangle earlier on, as Dan Clues up the inside, the ex-F1000 racer, retakes third place. It's F1000, the one make series, these little Jedi single-seaters. Richard Mitchum was one of the stars in these cars, and I believe he still holds the outright lap record for Cadwell Park in one of those machines. To pick off the back markers. There's our second place man, Tony Bishop. Past one of the Formula 4s, I think that's Tom Dackins, who's leading the 1600 class. Running wide there, that's the Formula Vauxhall Junior of Alex Bagnall. Who's crossed, nearly clips one of the cars lapping him there. I think it's Paul Hudson's Jedi. Still the fight for third goes on behind them. Dan Clues and the 24 of Matthew Horton not giving an inch here. Lena has gone possibly into his last lap. Wait to see, it was touch and go as he crossed the line, whether there was enough time left for one more after this. To the lap, the treble 7 of James Hill's can't spun out of race 1. Delara, number 51, the F308s, Volkswagen power plants. Still mired in back marker traffic. He's made this race his own. A bit of bodywork went flying there. I hope that wasn't from the leader's car. Treble 7 not giving way there to our race leader, James Hills. He needs to be given the blue flag here by the marshals. We've got a tangle at club. The 76 car has gone off. That's Richard Biles with his Formula Vauxhall Lotus car. There was somebody else involved there. Didn't quite see who it was. Now, is it going to be checkered flag this time through? No, it is not. The clock counted down to 0 just as he crossed the line there, George Line. So we will get one more lap. Said it was touch and go last time around. Tony Bishop's at the back of this lot. So the last thing George Line wants, he's got another lap of negotiating traffic here. In the Langford Line Motorsport Dallara Volkswagen. Big pod on the side is the engine air scoop. To lap the 95, David Tagg, who had that off earlier on with Malcolm Scott. Who goes the more powerful F3 machine? It's going to be victory for George Line. So the earlier race, only 2 laps long, will not count for championship points, but this one certainly will. First official victory of the season for the Monoposto Racing Club will go to George Line in the 51. Well clear of Tony Bishop in second place. Looks like the gap is going to be over 10 seconds at the flag. What about our battle for third place? Where are the Jedis of Clues and Horton? Light blue car and the blue and orange, they come across the line. It's Clues who takes third by 0.4 of a second. Great fight between those two all the way through. Andrew Pryke is 5th behind them. Winning margin in the end, nearly 16 seconds for George Line. We'll confirm the results and the class winners as soon as we can. Car we saw off in the gravel halfway through, I couldn't identify. I think it was Carl Wallace, sadly, in that classic Formula Renault, which is a great shame. He failed to finish.
Well, good to get a reasonable amount of laps in for the Monopostos after the disappointment of their earlier race. For Gary, you're looking for 51, 9 and 53.
So we'll await confirmation of the result then, once everybody is in. I think we got 34 of the 39 starters home there. Win goes to George Line. He takes Class F3A ahead of Tony Bishop by 15.8 seconds. Battle of the race for the Moto 1000 win of the third overall. Dan Clues taking the win there over Matthew Horton. Andrew Pryke and James Williams were next home. Then it was Tom Wheatley, the winner of Class F3B. Behind him, Felix Baggett, good run through from towards the back of the grid for him. Thomas Hill was next home. Then James Hills also coming through from the back in his Jedi. Kevin McClurg recovered from that early spin. Well, spin before the start of the race, really, to take 11th position. And Mike Hatton, Chris Levy, Terry Clark taking the Mono 2000 class win in 14th. Other class winners, the 1800 class going to Julian Hoskins in the Vector. Moto 1400 going to Andrew Wheels in his motorcycle engine Dallara. The classic category went to Will Cox in the Roltar T3. And further down the order, the 1600 class going to Tom Dackins in his Formula Ford 1600. So a slightly problematic day early on for the Monoposto Racing Club. A good race they delivered there in their second race of the day. Shortly we'll be able to talk to one or two of the drivers down in Parc Fermé.
Yeah, welcome everybody down to Parc Ferme, and I'm pleased to say we've got a full Monoposto race in. Tony Bishop here, so make sure the car doesn't wheel away there. I still have a race to come up, of course, but once it got going, it was fantastic, wasn't it? Let's grab a quick chat with Tony now. Now he's out the car. Tony, nice to actually get a race in, eh?
Yeah, it was nice, yeah. Where's George?
Do you know what? Great question. Of course, George Line, you've parked at number 1. George Line was over the line, of course, in fifth. Is that coming in now? No, not yet. But second place anyway. Happy?
No, not really. Bit of a joke, really.
Half the track's bloody yellow flag.
Yeah.
Some
it was
people
into turn
listen to
one,
the rules,
wasn't it?
and some people don't.
one of those days. It's
yes. Big gaps appear if you don't take any notice of the rules.
Yeah.
So no, I'm not happy.
Okay, well look, I'll let you crack on there. Thanks for talking to us, do appreciate it. Certainly not happy. There's Dan, let's grab Dan for a quick chat. Came third. I've always spoke to Dan since his F1000 days as well. Dan, great to see you. I haven't spoken to you for quite a while. How was that?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
So I hadn't spoken to you for a while. It's good to see you again, but how's it out there today?
Second race was awesome, absolutely awesome. Yeah, really enjoyed that. I've not been in the car for 18 months. We've prepped it ourselves again now, so we thought we'd come out and have a play. And wasn't really expecting a result, but I'll take it. And a great scrap with Matt. Really enjoyed that.
Yeah, fantastic.
Really good scrap.
Congratulations, well done indeed. I did want to find George Line, number 51, but I think he might have just gone through. So let's keep making our way down. Show there's still one more race to go. Yeah, Monoposto's. It's been a tricky day to say the least, hasn't it? As if you don't mind just sticking around and following me all the way through if we can, because Superkarts are up next. One final race left to go. More cars, more action still happening actually here in the garages. The two CVs, they're just packing down. They're about to head off. Monopostos will start to head off home. One day only, of course, for BARC today here at Silverstone on the international circuit, but have a look down the Monopostos. They're packing themselves up into the garage. They are done. The Superkarts, I believe, are actually already on track. One final race left today. Don't go anywhere. The third and final race of the day for the Superkarts, and it's going to be a corker. Dave, over to you.
Yes, thanks Ian. One more race to go then. I think before we get underway from the rolling starts for race 3 for the British Superkart Racing Club Super Series, we caught it with a couple of the drivers earlier on.
Right, I'm here with Ben Arden. Ben, it's how would you say your day's been so far? Are you happy with how things have gone?
Yeah, considering how yesterday went in the practice day, we had a bit of a nightmare. Come out this morning, qualifying was a bit naff, but coming to the races, coming to our own, we've had all the grip and just been picking up places, and it's been going really well.
I appreciate the honesty about qualifying. Look, we've still got one more race to go. That's coming up very shortly indeed. What's your expectation?
If I can keep it in the top 5 of the class, I'd be pretty happy.
What's your expectation for the season? Are you doing the whole campaign?
Yeah, we're going to go for the whole season. If I just want to finish races, really, just get some seat time. I've not done a lot in the past 2 years, so it's more of a learning curve this season, and anything extra is a bonus.
Let's ask one thing as well. Do you guys have no fear whatsoever hurtling around Silverstone with no seatbelts in at 140 miles an hour?
Well, you've got to have a bit of that, haven't you? But you just got to pray that it holds on when it does.
Indeed. Ben, best of luck for race 3. Really appreciate you talking to us. Best of luck for the rest of the season. Dave, back to you.
So one race to go then. 15 minutes for the British Superkarts Racing Club. Lap times from race 2 set the grid for race 3, so it will once again be Liam Morley in pole position. We won't have time to go through the full grid for this one, unfortunately, because they're already coming through Stowe Corner. Liam Morley and Ross Allen on the front of the grid, Lee Harpham and Andy Gulliford on the second row, then Richard van der Ness and Carl Hilmral up on the... Oh, somebody spun there already at the back of the field. That's the number 34 kart of Daniel Gerrard. He'll have to start at the back. Paul Platt first of the 250 mono category. Ella Stevens and Ollie Holmes heading the 125 classes. First of the 450s is Ronan McClintock, but it will be Liam Morley and Ross Allen to lead the field away for our last race of the day here at Silverstone. Wait for the red lights to go out as the sun begins to set here at the home of British Motorsports. One final race to go then. Red lights are on. They go out now, and who's that charging down the outside? Looks like somebody's lost their nose cone in there. That was a rather messy start, to say the least. Liam Morley leads them off. There's a big cloud of smoke from somebody in the middle of the pack there. So a bit of a messy start. Somebody definitely lost a nose cone, I noticed, in there. But they've all managed to make it round okay so far. Somebody smoking under braking there. Are they locking up perhaps, or somebody spun it? That's the 87. That's Jack Tritton. That's one of the front runners in trouble. And the man from Norfolk is going to have to race his way back through the field. Liam Morley leads the way then. Now if Chippy Wesmail's out there, he started from the back because he didn't get away in race 2, so didn't set a lap time to set his grid position. Watch for him coming through. Morley leads. Through to second goes Lee Harkham as they go into Stowe Corner. He's Chippy out there. I can't see him further back in the order. There's the number 15 of Andy Waite. He's not had a good day so far. So there's Jack Tritton making up the ground. But it's Morley away and clear at the front, and surely heading for a hat-trick unless Lee Harkham can do anything about it. Carl Hulme in 4th position. Looks like it's 84 Matt Robinson rounding out the top 5 at the moment as they complete the first lap. It was, but Andy Gulliford's got ahead of him there. Britcar has stopped on the inside of the front straight there. It's the number 11, I think, from the 125's Ollie Ridhouse has stopped there. Sam Moss charging his way up the hill. Now he's had some mechanical problems today, the number 31, which have restricted his results. He's making his way through from row 7. Morley from Harpham. 85 of Ross Allen in 3rd position. To 4th now is Andy Gulliford, the number 6. Next Robinson in 5th, and Robinson charges for the inside, lunges through at Stowe Corner. They just know no fear, these drivers, at all. So where you see somebody attempt that move in a car, never mind one of these little carts. Liam Morley breezing away once again at the front of the field. Gap to Lee Harkham is 1.6 seconds. 1 minute 2.233 his lap time through. Robinson has got back ahead of Gulliford, then it's Hulme, Moss behind him. Then we've got Brian Jones, number 48, the Ulsterman. My side further back in the order, that's the 68 getting a bit of a twitch on, which is Mark Edwards, battling with the 21 of Richard van der Nest, the Dutchman. Races regularly in the French Superkart Championship was Richard. Looking at the class leaders, further back Paul Platt is leading the 250 mono class. Ella Stevens, the KZ category in 125, Ollie Holmes, the 125 open, and Ronan McClintock once again the 450s. Kostek Eritsis has retired into the pits, no finishes for him today unfortunately, and Lee Plain has pulled off as well, I can tell you, the 101, so one of the leading runners in the F250 class is out. 21 of van der Nest battling with the 55, that's Ross Withrow, he's been having problems today as well. Sam Moss reeling in Carl Hulme, the Superkart veteran in the number 5. Leaders starting to string out now. Liam Morley leads by nearly 2 seconds. From Harpham, Allen, Robinson in 4th position. 55 twitching a bit there, that's Withrow in 11th position. 2.035 is the lap time now for Liam Morley. He's getting quicker. 41, that's Fletcher Hearn. Had a pretty disastrous day with mechanical problems. There's a white flag being waved. That means slow car on the circuit. There's the slowing kart. Now, who is that? Can't quite see the number at the moment. I think that's the 68 of Mark Edwards. Yes, it is. 68 Mark Edwards in trouble, I think. There is Paul Platz leading the F250 category. Mark Edwards with more problems, he's not had a good day either. Fletcher Hearn trying to make up for... Is that Sam Moss pulling over again? It is. And another one, that's Brian Jones, I think. Dropping like flies in this final race of the day. Not that Liam Morley minds, he's over 2 seconds ahead now. Lee Harpham. There is Harpham in second place. Ross Allen in the red kart in third position. Matt Robinson is now to fourth. Then Andrew Gulliford is fifth. Sixth, Carl Hill. Brandon S is seventh. Now, Brian Jones was eighth, but he's now pulled up. Mark Edwards. Although Mark Edwards did come through on that lap, so maybe I called that wrong. Perhaps he is still going. Paul Platt, we know, is still leading the 250 category with the demise of Lee Plain. Butcher Hearn runs out wide. He's pushing hard in 12th position. Yes, Edwards is still there. In 68. So who was that slowing up then? Brian Jones has hit problems as well, and Sam Moss. Over 9 minutes of this race remain. There is the 161, which is Richard Connick. 26 Ronan McClintock, our 450 class leader. Hear the deeper buzz of his engine. 93 in behind him there, shaking his head. I'm not sure what at. Haig on the 93 kart. Liam Morley starting to sway his way through the back markers, lapping Nick Flint in the 59 there, the second of the 450s. That is our 125 KZ pace setter Ella Stevens. Very talented single-seater racer as well as karter. Swings her way through club. Ella on the Birell TM. The 95 kart slowing up as well. That's Daniel Lanson. He's had endless problems with that kart today, sadly. 50 John Busby from Staffordshire, running fourth in 250 national class, and there's smoke out of the back of the 161. Richard Connick in problems there. Maybe that's why 93 behind him was shaking his head, because his visor's getting coated with fluid and he can't see where he's going. That kart is leaking something. Daniel Anson walks away. A lot of retirements in this one, unfortunately. Oh, and that's our leader out. Just as I say retirements, the leader has pulled up. Liam Morley is not going to get the hat trick. He's out of the race. What has happened? That's at Village. And Liam Morley, there's smoke there in the background. Has his engine let go? What a shame for Liam Morley. Another one out. That's Jack Tritton pulling in. What's going on? So that makes Lee Harpham our leader, the number one. There he goes over the line. Ross Allen is in second. They're lapping the smoking kart of 161 Richard Connick. I can't keep up with all these retirements, so we lose our leader. Harpham from Allen. Matt Robinson, 84, is now third. The Marshals clearing Liam Morley's number 24 Anderson VM away. Yeah, they're clearing it using lifting the rear axle, so something seized in the drive line there. Either that or the drive chain has broken. There goes the number one of Lee Harpham from Grimsby in Lincolnshire, chased by 85 Ross Allen. There's broken down carts littering the Silverstone circuit. Just over 5.5 minutes still to go of this race. Now, if the circuit curfew is 6 o'clock, I make it 2 minutes to 5, so we may see the checkered flag go out early here. There's the 21, that's Richard van der Nes. He's in 5th position. Paul Platt still leading the 250s. KZ still led by Ella Stevens. There she is on the red and white cars. Ronan McClintock still on top in 450. And Ollie Holmes still leading the open 125 category. There's Paul Platt on the 0. He's got a clear advantage over Samantha Hempshaw in the F250 category with number 92, the man we heard from before the race, Ben Arden, 3rd in that category. Platt has very much been the king of the F250 national and F250 mono categories over the years, winning many titles. Current holder of the O-plate. Nick Flint there on the 59. Harpham Robinson now up to 2nd. Matt Robinson's got ahead of Ross Allen. 161 Richard Connick continues to smoke his way round. Andrew Gulliford is 4th, Richard van der Nes 5th, Carl Hume is 6th. Ross Holmes, I was saying earlier, apologies there, thank you for the correction in our comments. Ross Witherow is in 7th, then Mark Edwards, who is still going, I thought he was pulling up earlier, but he's still there in 8th. Ahead of Aaron Newell and Fletcher Hearn rounding out the top 10. Meanwhile, Matt Robinson, he's getting a 2nd win in this race. He's catching our leader. Now, whether the leader got delayed in back marker traffic, but Lee Harpham is under pressure now. Here they are. Lee Harpham from Lincolnshire. Matt Robinson, the 84, comes from Northwich in Cheshire on the Anderson Red Speed machine. He's finding some extra speed here. He's not had the best of days so far, but he's in the slipstream of Lee Harpham. Can he take the lead here down the Hanger Straight with less than 3 minutes of the race to go? Ross Allen's not far away either. There's a yellow flag there at Stowe. I saw a green light on the exit. He's going to have a look up the inside as they come into Club to the inside. Matt Robinson, he's done it. He's through into the lead. Matt Robinson leads. Only a couple of laps left to go. Lee Harpham's not finished yet. He goes to the outside as they come towards Abbey. Now we've got a race on our hands. Oh, big twitch there. He's off over the runoff area. Goodness me. Lee Harpham, how did he save that? Charges down the runoff area to try and rejoin without going over the grass, and he's done so, and he's still 2nd. That was a Code Brown moment there, certainly for Lee Harpham. I thought he was going to go spinning off. Huge twitch as they went through Abbey. That's given Matt Robinson a clear lead in kart number 84. Ross Allen could steal 2nd place here now. Well, it's all happening in our final race of the day, certainly. Richard van der Nes battling behind Allen with Andy Gulliford. We could have a battle for 3rd place here. Carl Hume weaving his way through there. He's in 6th position on the number 5. That's an extraordinary race to close out the day. Superkarts saving the best till last at the sharp end of the field. The 250 battle was the highlight earlier on. We're into the last lap of the day here at Silverstone. Harpham 3 seconds behind now, and here's the fight for 3rd. It's van der Nes up to 3rd. He and Gulliford have got ahead of Ross Allen. I wonder, he's twitching about there. I wonder if there's the fluid from the 161 kart is affecting things. We saw him leaking his way around the circuit. He's still going, I think. But Matt Robinson, he's looking behind him there as he comes down the Hanger Straight to see where Lee Harpham is. Hope he doesn't lose concentration in the last couple of corners. We might get one more lap out of this if he pushes on. What's his lap times like? Yeah, 1 minute 3. I think there was 1 minute 10 left as he crossed the line, so we might get one more lap in. It's a rather extraordinary final race of the day for the Superkarts. Here comes Matt Robinson. Will it be checkered flag this time? Yes, checkered flag goes out. Robinson wins. Harpham second. And Van der Ness gets reward for his journey from the continent with a podium. Gulliford fourth. Allen drops to fifth. And Carl Hume is sixth. You have to feel for Liam Morley, losing the hat-trick.
Right, so Harpham was crossed the line in second.
Margin of victory 3.6 seconds. Now we'll see our class runners come in. Who's going to win the 250 category? It's going to be Paul Platt, I think. He's in 11th overall with that bit of attrition amongst Division 1 karts as Fletcher Hearn charging around the outside there. Waiting for Paul Platt to come through. I can tell you Ella Stevens has won the KZs a lap down. Ronan McClintock has won the 450s. There is Paul Platt punching the air. He wins the 250 category. And Ollie Holmes has won a hat-trick in the 125 Open category. My goodness, what a breathless race to round out the day. There's a provisional result then. Matt Robinson on the Anderson Red Speed VM, the winner, ahead of Lee Harpham by 3.67 after that mistake by Harpham through Abbey. Richard Van der Ness coming through for third, ahead of Andy Gulliford and Ross Allen, who was second for most of the way. Then Hume, Witherow, Edwards, Newell and Hearn round out the top 10. Finally Fletcher Hearn in the results after a troublesome day. Paul Platt wins the F250 mono category ahead of Sam Hempshall and John Busby. In the 125 categories, the KZ category goes to Ella Stevens, 125 Open to Ollie Holmes, and Ronan McClintock wins the 450 category. Fastest lap went to Liam Morley, who sadly dropped out, 1:02.035.
Probably need to drag on in my direction because of obviously the mic, but
well, hopefully we'll hear from some of the drivers before we sign off with Ian Waterhouse down in Parc Fermé.
Because it's 6 o'clock. Is it?
It's 6 minutes past 6.
Is it? Okay, fine. We'll keep it as brief as possible. Richard Van der Ness goes across the weigh scales. And,
right, that's it. The final race of the day is over. Lee. Oh, we're so close, aren't we?
I know. We had no new tyres left, so that's put on the best of what I've got. And towards the end, it was just hanging on for dear life. And then, obviously, through the first corner, just lost the back end. And
there's still plenty more races this season.
Yeah.
And actually, it's not a bad way to start the season from a championship point of view.
Yeah, it's a good start to the season. Obviously, we've had 3 good, solid results, really. So, yeah, happy.
Top man, thanks for talking to us, Lee. We'll see you next time out. Good stuff indeed. Richard Van der Ness coming home in he was in third. Apologies, I'm not too sure where he's gone actually. So it looks like a lot of the drivers have run away. I really did want to find our race winner, Matt Robinson, the number 84. I don't actually think he's even come through as well. So let's just take it. Oh, he's over here. Come with me. I've managed to find him. Let's go have a quick chat with him and congratulate him on a superb race. They are thrilling to watch. They're scary as anything, though, aren't they? These superkarts. Let's just jump in the hat. Congratulations, my man. Well done. How does that feel?
That was a good drive. That didn't think I had that in me, but after a few laps, I was quite far back. But I don't know what happened. The car just seemed to come on after 4 or 5 laps, and then the gap got closer, and I think Liam might have dropped out of the lead. And
he did. Yeah.
Kind of saw that in the corner right and thought, here we go, game on.
There's a chance here, isn't there? Great way to end the day and a good way to start the season, eh?
Yeah, it's been a pretty rubbish weekend, so to end it like that, I mean, yeah, didn't even expect to be in with a chance. We've been having engine trouble all weekend, and we've just done a few little bits there, and literally expected top 5 at best, so to come away with that, I mean, yeah, awesome.
Onwards and upwards. Thanks, Matt. Really appreciate it. Right, that is it from us. Can you believe that? We are over here at Silverstone International. Big thank you, as ever, to you guys for tuning in. Please do remember to hit that like button and that subscribe button. We've got a lot coming up on BARC TV in 2025. In fact, just next weekend, we're at Snetterton with catering and the Mini Coopers. The MG owners are there as well, so make sure you don't miss any of that out. Hit that little subscribe button And that's what you've got to do. It doesn't cost you anything at all, but it makes a big difference to us. I just want to say a big thank you, as ever, to the crew who bring you the live pictures. They spend the entire day out. It might be sunny, but it has been quite cold today. So a big thank you to the team of Ezra, who's been holding the camera and following me around all day. I hope I've given you enough cups of coffee there, Ezra. Our producer, Elliot. We've got 2 Dans as well, so thank you to both Dans. Haz, Anthony, and of course Dave Goddard, the commentator. So a big thank you to the crew around the circuit, and of course Tez in the pit lane. That's it. Right, we are going to get ourselves off to Snetterton for next weekend for more BARC TV action. I've been Ian Waterhouse. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Thanks very much, Ian. And that does wrap things up for this weekend. Just a one-day event here at Silverstone. As Ian says, we're back for 2 days next weekend at Snetterton. So thanks very much indeed to everyone here at Silverstone, to all the marshals, the medical crews, recovery crews, race control staff, timekeepers, everybody else here at Silverstone, and from the British Automobile Racing Club. We could not go racing without them. Thank you to all the drivers for their entertainment, and all their crews in the pits for keeping the cars running, and the karts as well. It's often easy to forget that the drivers do have their backup teams keeping them going in the pit area, so thank you to them. Thank you to, as Ian said, all our camera crews down on the ground today, and most of all, thank you to you for viewing the action. That does bring the curtain down here at sunny Silverstone. We're back for 2 days of great race action, slipstreaming from the Caterhams in their factory-supported championships, plus the MG Owners Club. They're out in big numbers this year, and the Mini Challenge Trophy category kicks off as well, with the touring car stars of the future possibly in the Mini Coopers. So that's about all from today then. On behalf of Elliot, our director, Ian Waterhouse, all our camera crews, and everyone else here at Silverstone today, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here at the home of British Motorsports. We'll see you next week for Snetterton. Bye for now.